Guys, Wolfgang here. I'm here in Dallas at TCH, but on April 20th and 21st, I'm heading all the way down to Houston. That's right, they just opened up a new card room there, and I'm gonna come out to meet a bunch of you guys. The 20th is gonna be a live stream on their YouTube channel, TCH Live, and that's gonna be at 5:10. You guys are gonna wanna watch that. On the 21st, I'm hosting a meetup game from 7 p.m. to midnight. Anyone can make the vlog, and who knows, I might put a bang sticker on you if I'm lucky, not you. I'll see you guys there.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's TCH Live. It's Tuesday, and you all know what that means. It's time for some quarter 50. I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy. Going to be joining me in just a few minutes is Ben here out of Dallas, but I'm hanging out with you down in the studio in Austin and looking forward to a great game with y'all this evening. Thank you guys for tuning in. As we get started here, we're going to get things going. 2K in the middle, $250 per player on a PLO bomb pot, otherwise known as a flip, the way that we do it here on the Dallas stream. So hope you all are having a wonderful evening. I'm looking forward to a full 4 hours of fantastic poker with y'all. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. As we've got Paolo here turning kings full of eights. That's going to be the goods, and he'll be shipping the first pot, chipping himself up to 16.8K. Taking a look here in the chat, looks like we got a lot of familiar faces, and you guys have been hanging out for a minute, chatting it up in here. All right. Love to see it. So, maybe I've got some. No, this is just all from tonight. Wow, fantastic stuff. All right, Poker Monkey, ADC Scooter, Kicker Problems, Raina, what's up, guys? Frank, Tyler, all the familiar faces. Thank you guys for tuning in and hanging out with us this evening. All right, so on to the two-card game here, quarter 50. As we take a look around the table, we've got a lot of familiar faces, of course. Kyle Z, Shorshi, Ram, Harvey, Mr. Delivery back in the streets. All right.
Yeah, this is that
All right,
fast
let's
money
go
on the
ahead
table right now.
and rank up the table volume here for you guys. Do let me know, of course, in the chat if you guys think that the table audio needs to be higher or lower, etc. As it stands, we've got folds to Mr. Delivery in the big blind. He's going to raise this up to 150 to go, and JD not going to get after it with the 7 Dewey. Oh no, he raised. He does go after it with the 7 Dewey. Mr. Delivery folds, and that's going to be the first hand one with 7 deuce offsuit. You love to see it.
Only supposed to do that when you get up and someone asks for your
I know.
Tyler Mawani here in the chat at the National Championship Qualifier for Settlers of Catan. Fantastic. Well, good luck to you, sir. I hope that you are able to qualify and make it into the National Championship. That is pretty impressive.
those uppers kicking in.
I've definitely played my fair share of Settlers over the years, even dabbling in some of the expansions. Hell of a fun game, that's for sure. But you got to have the right group of people, I think, you know, with just the right combination of skill and ability to enjoy the game, whether they roll poorly or get the robber placed on their locations repeatedly. Yeah, it can be a very fun game for sure. All right, here we go. Heads up to a flop between JD and Safine.
He's got to figure out how to.
Neither player connects. JD with a $100 continuation does now pick up second pair on the turn to improve to the best hand. Time to slow it down. And Safine here, who floated with some pretty raggy back doors, is going to just check this back, seemingly giving this one up. JD here, I think, with a hand strong enough to go for a little bit of value. And in fact, he could even go for a chunkier bet, see if he can get paid by a 6 or a deuce. But he is going to keep it small. It was 175. And Safine here with just the king high. Does have a 4 blocker to the straight, although it's always kind of tough to represent the gut shot that filled in on the end. He's going to go for it nonetheless. Makes it 700 to go here. And JD's little blockish size bet here is going to get punished, but he makes the call correctly and ship it.
Never going to stop.
JD.
It was coming. That line was on the way. Nice.
Did the Warriors lose that bad last night, man?
Dude. Tilting.
Your Twitter pick didn't work out?
All right, so pretty much everybody buying in for 10K. We got Shorshi, JD, and Paolo all coming in
Refunds you for the month, though, right?
about 15
Right? You get a refund for the
I
month?
only get refunds if
and
I
chipping
lose,
up a
JD.
little bit to
Bro,
start
I
things
picked
off.
dubs at the beginning of the series too, and it's not looking great.
What, to win the series?
Yeah. At just the first round series.
No.
You know you can't use electronics at this table, right, YG?
What's up, Holiday?
What up, Holiday?
Holiday coming in here into the 7th seat. Still bringing chips onto the table, so she'll be dealt out for one more hand here, and then we'll have a full
He's actually
table.
got a crazy hand with jacks against Scott.
Yeah.
George Woodcock here in the chat. Who is going to be the top player afterwards?
Bluffing gets called off by a worse hand.
Presumably asking who is going to be our biggest winner here tonight. Let us know in the chat who you've got
Sounds like it's
or who is the biggest winner at the end of the evening. George leading us off with a pick of JD. JD, of course, getting whacked last week for quite a large amount. We'll see how things go this time around. Shorshi and Ram heads up to this jack high flop.
Probably 2 years.
Check,
It
check.
was literally the first. The first.
Headed to Chopsville if we get to Showdown. But Ram here is going to fire out a bet, and Shorshi cannot continue. So Ram will take it down.
I think it was the first stream because I wasn't here. I was like out of town. I remember I had to miss the first because of that town. So then I was just like,
Remember the guy that took down the tournament and played?
what?
The guy that
Paolo here in pole position on the leaderboard right now. But as we know and love,
take down
Not yet.
stacks are going to be swinging around over the course of the evening. Somewhere around 100, 110, maybe even 120 hands will be played
Yeah, I played with him. I forget his name.
tonight,
I
and
had
plenty of
some his
opportunities
twin
for
brother has,
players to
like,
make
Discord or something, 'cause it was
a lot more than the 1.7K that
Johnny
our
Arrow or something.
current leader is up.
I don't remember. I don't think it's Johnny Hyro.
All right, Holiday here with her first opportunity to
That's the guy that calls himself
play.
Johnny Talk Tower.
No.
Oh,
I don't think so.
Oh, they
She
want some
is
change.
indeed going to come in for a raise, 5-4 suited.
Hold the action. My goodness.
Sorry.
My goodness, JD. There are rules to this game.
I thought you raised. I saw you push chips up.
That's
I mean, it's
exactly
not
how
my
I
fault that you're
raise.
angling, you
That's
know?
not exactly how I. When I want to make it 1,000, that's how I do it.
All right, Holiday. We were gonna play the Nick game, but we were waiting for you to get here. Do you know how to play the Nick game? Okay. You guys want to start this hand?
Is it on?
Sure, do it.
It's on.
All right,
Nick
so we're gonna
game
do
is
200
on.
person,
Let's
so
go.
it's $1,600 penalty if you lose. I
Good
count.
math there. Very good math. Had to make sure those 9s at this poker table.
You have to show to get rid of your button.
All right, so Mr. Delivery here, the gatekeeper of the knit buttons. Fancy
You
little
need to get a different
flick
color one here,
of the
though, 'cause, like, they don't
wrist and
show
then
up.
Yeah, no, this
deliver
is-
those
red is
buttons
well
to the
done.
Just
table.
put it like on the border.
And the knit game
this visible enough
is
for me?
on.
Maybe not.
For anybody not familiar with the knit
It's very
game,
visible 'cause
everybody
I
gets a
always remember
button.
Addy would shuffle chips up here.
You win a hand and show your hand.
Walk.
You
walk,
will
you bitches.
release your knit button back
You had
to
to
you,
say anything, I
or
might
perhaps
have.
to
I
delivery.
did. I did that once.
And the last player to have their knit button in front of them, still possessing their knit button, must pay everyone else at the table the bounty, or the penalty rather. And it looks like we are doing $200 per player. So yeah, that's a pretty chunky hit. $1,600 in penalty if you are the last knit remaining. Shorshi here going to bet 50, see if he can somehow just take this one down for cheap and get rid of his knit button. But Kyle Z here has other plans. Going to go for a small check raise here, just 150.
Fun to watch.
Generally speaking, I think slightly larger bet is in order. Shorshi does make the call with the back doors. Kyle Z here. It's the 6 pairs. Not a good card for him, so he's
No,
going to
I
check.
watched- I played on Wednesday, but I
Can
caught the
still
little bit
call a
today.
bet if Shorshi does
Absolutely
fire,
not.
but
Oh, yeah.
Shorshi's going to check back, and
I
we've
saw
gone
that. And then the
into
game was over.
murky
King
waters
takes hand.
here. Both players with
Then we turn it back on the next hand.
sort of interesting ranges here. King of spades on the end, and Kyle Z has no chance but to bet and win. He does indeed show the 5 high.
I announce.
And 8 high was good. Would have gotten rid of the knit button and everything, but yeah, a little bit curious there. I feel like if you're gonna float, I mean, I guess it's obviously terrible to just start betting on a card that you know is just your opponent is just completely crushed. I don't know. Anyways, first player down. Sorry, first knit button down. Kyle Z paving the way.
You just did that because I gave you a hug.
Victory Magician rolling a 1.
You're a good hugger, George.
GG. All right, Holiday limping. She not just no, she limped. Okay, limping up front. JD gonna raise to 200. Kyle Z will come along with 2 red 7s. Then back over to Holiday. She'll get to close the action here. So
These were actually
the
coasters.
limp and the call. Not gonna go for the limp back raise, and we'll go 3 players to
I don't know where they
flop
got them.
here.
Let's go on Amazon.
These are from, I think, Mark.
Everybody with a pair.
Family dinner on Easter.
Yeah.
Just put that there.
Check
Would you mind?
to the
Would you mind?
pre-flop aggressor, JD,
Using one of these?
will put out a sticky pile of 300. Quick call from Kyle, and Holiday here, I think, yeah, she's not going anywhere either. The back door, club flush draw, and the big overcard. Bingo, bango, big overcard comes in immediately. Holiday here should have a natural check to the pre-flop aggressor, but JD here not going to love this card, and the fact that both of his opponents called on the flop. Still could have gone for another barrel to just kind of maintain the betting lead, but understandable check back here. Terrible card here for JD on the end. It's another ace, and let's see if Holiday has it in her to check here and allow JD to go for value. No, she doesn't want to miss the value herself in case he does just have something like pocket 5s or whatnot that is always checking back. So puts out 1,000, and JD here, I think he's at the very least going to make the call. He could even be enticed to go for a raise for value given the strength of his hand. Does think better of that, as it is a 2/3 sizing, and if this isn't 8 betting for value, it's tough to sort of imagine them calling your re-raise. So Holiday here just going to get the 1K out of JD, and a $3,500 pot going her way.
They were turning
Nice
though. The
turn,
gears
Andrew.
were really
Yeah, I was like,
Let's turn this into a bluff.
All right, 2
yeah.
nip buttons
Yeah,
down,
have
Someone to pull tricks
qualifier.
around.
and number 8.
true. You raise that.
Last time we played in the first orbit, like 5 guys just jammed 3, and all 5 of them just had ace king. Like, this is you should just.
I think it's a little embarrassing for TCH because they kind of just admit that they're just like eating the lodge's dust. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's like, oh man, maybe if we incorporate the net game into our stream.
Yep.
Like and share, everybody.
Well, like everybody's doing
Yeah,
it,
hot
right?
take
Like,
there,
hustle.
Mr. Delivery.
Everyone's taking it up.
Excuse
It's a
me.
good game, yeah.
Sorry, I had a little something in my throat.
I like my garbage game. No one else does.
I don't have the charts.
You like complicated games. You gotta,
It's not. No, it's not that complicated.
you
It's
have to have a
literally
game
7
that like
juice.
is really easy to explain to people.
It's literally 7 juice.
It's not 7 juice, but I don't know what the hands are.
I can study some charts. Do you have some? For the game?
No. No, I don't even know if it's
You
in
gotta go
my
to the-
charts, apparently.
All right, 3
You're
players.
going to Bellagio,
To a
find some
flop.
like Swedish
Nobody
guys.
connects. Holiday still best with the ace high.
I think you only have it with Nick game and 7 deuce though. I think it's something.
Checks through to king of hearts on the turn. All red cards out there. Checky to Mr. Delivery here. Given the actions up front, yeah, I think you can definitely attack some ace highs here. Clear out the equity and take it down with queen 10. Does indeed get rid of the knit button there.
Get that shit out of here. All right, have fun, y'all. Have fun. Fun getting out of the doghouse.
All right, 2 players in the black, everybody else stuck, but it is early, and the amount stuck are not many in terms of big blind. Poker Monkey asking if I'm going to Choctaw. You know, we've got a bunch of tournaments here in the Austin area coming up over the next couple of weeks. So I think I'm probably just going to stay down here, given the distance and the room and board and all that required to go all the way up there. I mean, I would love to go play. The Choctaw WPT main events are always fantastic value, and obviously a shot at life-changing money there, along with a a banner hanging from the rafters. So always fun to go up there and play that one. But with the other tournaments coming up here locally, very good chance that I just stick around down here. We win here in the chat. Shout out to TCH Dallas. Great lineup. Usual suspects. Absolutely. I second that one. All right, 3-bet pot here. Harvey raising it up from the straddle with the 6-5 suited. Goes for a 1/2 pot size bet here on the flop, and the King Jack has to run for the exit. So gut shot and all low cards. Pretty good spot to attack. Gets that one through, releases the knit button, and now, just like that, 1, 2, 3,
was coming on the turn.
4 players without a knit button,
was coming on the turn.
leaving 5 players left.
3 of diamonds. Red 3.
I was up at Poker House and I was looking at the stream yesterday and I was like, which one is Harvey's brother? It's the guy with the smile.
Guy with the what? The suede?
The smile.
Oh.
The suede. The smirk. The smirk. The mid-hand smirk.
150.
JD opening it up from under the gun. Ace 4 suited.
I'm really rooting
Harvey
for Harvey this round.
will call from the big
Always
blind.
root for the.
It's a weird spot.
Always root for who doesn't have a knit button. No knit support.
Comes Jack high here. JD 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. Definitely a spot for him to c-bet flop and continue barreling over a lot of turns. Harvey here, as deep as they are, happy to just check and call. 9 of hearts, not one of the cards that JD wants to see in order to continue barreling.
I mean, it was way
It's not good for his range, nor is it going to give him any additional equity, so he may just shut this down,
And then a couple, like,
even given the additional interest in sort of taking down the
yeah,
pot
we all just had to leave anyway.
to get rid of the knit button.
I mean,
Harvey
the
here going to
game
back
was over.
into a flush.
Yeah,
Halfway through.
His hand
no, I
super
mean,
strong.
They made it a game. Like probably 8 minutes left.
Now
in the
does
fourth
he
quarter.
bet
It was kinda-
out after check, check,
We're
turn?
always hanging
Or
around.
check it once more. I love this.
Bro, they
Over to
tried
JD, it's actually kind of a weird spot for him to
They
bet.
just look sloppy and tired. I'm like,
So
what's
yeah,
going
he's just going to give it up. So unfortunately for Harvey, JD not
on? Oh, man.
going to attack
That knit
given
button
the
agrees
way
with
that
you,
this
Jason.
board ran out. Even with the 4 in hand, yeah, it's just really tough to incredibly represent anything. So no further damage there,
Not a boat, but maybe a
but
flush.
does not get rid of the knit button.
Maybe. Probably not that one.
If you lose this game, it's going to break your heart. I can already tell. It's going to, man, it's going to be a big hit to the ego. I've lost the game before.
We should have like a little knit pin where like if you lose the knit game, like next week you gotta wear the pin.
There's different ways to lose the game. There's the way where you just like fold for like 2 orbits to lose the game. Yeah, and there's the where you're in like 5, 6 hands. and you
Right,
lose every
yeah, just
hand.
like-
So this is like man in the arena.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like
Gotcha.
I'm swinging. It's, swinging. Yeah. No shame. Strike out. It's fine.
Right, Shorshi under the gun here. Oh, sorry, high
Standing.
tech.
Nice
So.
guy. I'm not very good. Like
You don't want to.
Still early position. Raised to 150. Ram wants in there. Holiday wants in there. Spades heavily represented.
Well done.
Mr. Delivery just fold red 4s here? Certainly a spot that you could expect a big squeeze from behind with JD sitting over there, but how do you just fold the pocket 4s like that?
I was so short that it was really easy to hit after that. It's like you're gonna
Flop bottom set a little bit questionable, I would say.
I played like 1-8, so.
Mr. Delivery's karma for knocking TCH live stream. kidding, of course. But full house here on the end does not exist for Mr. Delivery. Instead, we have Ram with just the pair of 4s.
But I was like, we got really good at hitting.
Oh, man.
Checky, checky, checky. Nobody attacking this, and sure enough, Ram is just going to turn over his pair. And
It's interesting because there was like any random
there you
like,
have it.
You ship it.
adult league that I could find.
We'll play.
Thought I'd be like the best hitter. I wouldn't know anything to do and like really at
Mr.
all.
Delivery with the obligatory nice hand, knowing that he in fact has the nice hand,
Where's the stage?
just in the muck.
Oh yeah, you're right. You got it.
Still 4 players with the nip button. Carlos Tovar bricking it out, rolling a 6 and down to the belt on TCH Live loyalty points. Tough roll there, buddy, but better luck next time. Mark Wee pointing out that it wasn't even TCH that made the buttons. No, it's he was joshing about one of the other live streams where they sort of debuted the knit game. But what's funny about it is that, you know, the knit game used to be the stand-up game, whatever. It's been played in many a locale, not just here in Texas. In fact, it was not even originated here in Texas, as far as I understand. So, you know, to have any sort of ownership over it or whatever, to be, you know, playing second fiddle is really not even relevant. And TCH is also not only the, you know, like second stream to sort of pick it up. I think, you know, plenty of live streams are playing the knit game around the country because it's just darn good fun. It doesn't matter who did it first or who paved the way. We're all here to enjoy ourselves, and that's what counts. Paolo here going to go ahead and raise this up with the bottom pair backdoor hearts. Going to see if he can get these players to sort of skedaddle here, but both of them playing big spades. Don't really see them going anywhere. In fact, Kyle Z here with the first decision to make. Very often you're going to see a re-raise here from Kyle Z. But he is just going to make the call. And this looks very like middle of the road-ish, right? It's like if you had 2 pair plus, aren't you just going to stuff this in? I mean, maybe not just like all in, but aren't you going to put in a re-raise? So to just make the call is sort of unusual, perhaps. Kyle Z sort of really putting a lot of thought into making that call. Harvey comes along for the ride as he closes the action. We get a queen of clubs on the turn, hitting no one. Paolo, of course, is like, wow, this feels weird. Kyle Z's range sort of looks like some of these big flush draws, as well as maybe middling over pairs. Things like 7s and 8s might just be like, I can call, but I really don't want to raise. So pretty narrow range here. Harvey here, of course, with all sorts of different draws. Pair plus flush draw, pair plus straight draw, things of that nature that are good, but not just amazing enough to go all in or re-raise over the top. But with very nearly 4,000 in the middle here, massive incentive to try to take this pot down without getting to showdown or improving your hand. $2,300, 2/3 pot size bet here from Harvey. Paolo quickly out of the way. He's like, yeah, no, this doesn't feel good. And back over to Kyle Z here, perhaps going to get put in a spot where he has to fold away this equity, since he's played this relatively passively. 2.3K if he makes the call. Pot goes up to 8.4. Not quite getting the direct odds that he would need to call. Is also out of position, so if he does hit his flush, it's going to be tough to get paid additional money. So settles on the fold, understandably so, in the king high, the worst of the 3 hands. Going to go ahead and take that one down. And that is the power of position and aggression.
Yeah, he's
Figured I
got
might not make it in today
Make
before.
an educated guess and say pocket
So,
four.
Ben Kirby is joining us here, having some issues with his cam, but let's see if we'll get him on the mic.
Were you wearing
cold over
poker
here.
clothes?
Looks like perhaps having a little bit of issues in that department as well. But we'll get Ben Kirby in here momentarily. Till then, I'll be hanging out with you, doing the commentary. Again, I'm Aaron McAvoy, for anyone who is tuned in a little bit later.
Badge like straight on the side where there's like nobody there. So
Oh, nice.
And number 13 here, Shorshi raising it up, 150 to go. Ram makes the call, 150. JD not going to complete. Sabine, however, will, and Paolo for just another $100. Why not? Even a hand as raggy as 5-3-0 has done some damage before. So 4 players to a flop comes Jack 3 deuce 2-tone. Top pair, queen kicker here for Ram out in front. Two-thirds sizing here from Ram. Paolo makes the
you
call.
wait 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
It's up to a turn. The pocket 4s into the muck, and immediate turn on set on the turn. Checky, checky. Ooh, front door hearts comes in. Paolo doesn't have a heart, but if he has enough heart, then he could go for a big bet here and try to take this one down. Is reaching for chips, and 1,400 in the middle, a little over half pot, maybe 2/3. And if you're Ram, this is kind of one of the worst river cards, but yeah, he's like, I don't know, I'm just a little too far up in my range. Gonna make the call and showdown the winner.
Let's go wrong.
This damn knit game, right?
Let's go wrong.
Damn knit game.
3.
It makes you do some things.
2,000.
All right, so looking at the leaderboard here, Harvey, Ram, and Holiday all
I'm
up
gonna add, but then I'm like, wait a minute.
some amount of money. Everyone else stuck.
Oh, that's true. Terrible idea.
I guess so.
Like, I gotta punt and then add.
You shouldn't tell me these things because I don't think about things like this.
Ooh.
Me.
Well, you don't have the button.
I like having my
That's what I was telling you.
Hybrid Production rolling a 1. Thankfully, it didn't gamble at all as he just lost the 10 TCH Live loyalty points. But man, we have had some nasty
so much more time to think about it.
Oh shit.
rolls here for some of these players. Mo the Cat in the chat. Still contend that the original stand-up game where you actually stand up was quote-unquote dumb, unnecessary torture. I mean, you know, you're entitled to that opinion. I think it's kind of fun. Obviously, with the live stream, it made it kind of obnoxious because the cameras are all focused like where the players' faces and chips are. So when everybody's standing up, either you'd have like someone's head like right in front of a camera, or we'd all just be looking at torsos, and not the most entertaining view of all time. But yeah, I think the stand-up game, the added little extra torture of having to stand up and watch and, you know, play the game from the standing position, I thought was actually kind of endearing. Made the game kind of that much more fun to needle people, you know, like, haha, you're still standing and whatever, pay me my money. But I think this is perfectly fine and much better for the live stream environment to have the nip buttons for sure. All right, Ram versus Paolo, top and bottom pair on the flop here for Paolo in a single raise pot pre-flop. Check, call, flop, check, check, turn, and Paolo here probably gonna want to bet out here. A lot of sort of showdown type hands in Ram's check back range on the turn. Bets a little over 1,000. Shows down the winner to get rid of the nit button, and we are down to, I believe, just 3 players still possessing nit button.
This is even better than if I normally would have had a hand.
Well, so that would be an interesting actually
I
little side
had a
bonus.
hand
Is like
earlier.
whoever has
Still,
the worst
I
hand that they showed,
had the hand
it gets like a bonus.
No, I can't needle you. Well, I'm not very good at it anyway.
I had the hand. I was like,
Yeah.
I couldn't.
All right, Ben Kirby doing a hard restart.
To show their hand.
See if his
So it's
potato
like this,
is
right,
up
like,
and running here in a moment.
You punt it because I don't want to.
I will continue flying solo with y'all. About 200 of you fine folks hanging out with us through the first 30 minutes of the broadcast.
Yeah.
Mitchell A here in the chat, watching a little poker while trying to finish my taxes. Down to the wire, my man. Good luck, and I hope everything comes together smoothly. I finished mine up yesterday.
No one ever told me what to do.
Not my favorite time of year. I do definitely procrastinate it as long as possible, but try to get it out of the way at least with a day to spare, just so that I don't
Oh wait, are we down to 3 buttons?
have the added stress of trying to actually finish it on the final day. And if you ever have any of those headaches where it's like, oh yeah, I forgot I need that stupid form from that stupid thing or whatever, it's like you've got that little bit of extra time. So. All right, Sabine here shows down the king 4 high. Ships a pot, releases the knit button, and we're down to 2 players. It's JD and Shorshi still with.
I'm getting paid either way, man.
I know, right? That's $204. Look at that.
Kev Boss says, remember to claim any TCH loyalty points you won in 2022.
The loser pays everybody
We're in
X.
a weird-ass universe right now.
That's a good one. Well played, Kev Boss.
Make it worth the punts.
All right? Well, not everyone.
Yeah, I accept 500 extra. Let's make it 700 feet. Yeah, no problem.
I'm in.
All right, Ben Kirby, is he alive?
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
It appears that his toaster slash potato toaster
The sound of your
still
$500 going up in smoke.
not working.
How much have you ever rooted for Harvey in your life? Because this has to be the peak right here.
3-bet pot here between Harvey and JD. Harvey here with a hand, certainly a contender for a 4-bet. JD digging down pretty far in the range, going for the 3rd bet with the pocket 5. And sure enough, Harvey here reaching for the chips, and it is a 3rd bet. Relatively small sizing, or sorry, 4th bet. Relatively small sizing here.
Thought you were gonna hit him with the
Out
old
of position, but certainly don't hate it, as his range advantage is quite massive.
I hope they're explaining what's going on in the booth right now. Yeah. Otherwise, we all just look like.
Everyone's
Otherwise, we all just think we're like bullying JD. How's that taste, JD?
JD does make the call here. Flops bottom set. And Harvey here with a whole lot of squat douche. Was sort of rambling over the conversation there, so I do apologize for that, but I know that they were just giving JD a hard time, hoping that he would lose the knit game. Very unlikely to occur on this hand. Harvey does continue for a small size here, 475. And it's one of those things where it's like, yes, you're going to continue small a lot of the time, but your hand just has like 0 equity on any turns. Like, even if a 3 or a deuce comes, like, are you really just going to keep blasting? I mean, I suppose because your hand is this bad, you actually would want to do it if you get a 3 or a deuce. But over to JD, what's his play? In position with the bottom set. He's coming in for the raise.
Oh. No! He tried, Harvey.
No!
Wow!
How do you just
And not only does he show down the best hand, he releases the knit button, and Shorshi gonna have to pay out the knit game. $200 per play.
You know, flopping sets and 4-bet
And we're
pots.
gonna help out with some tossing of the 200s around the table.
That's so sick.
Yeah, 200 for every.
And there you have it. First knit game on the books after only hand number 17. So
Harvey's so relieved, man. He's like, man, I was going to have to triple off on that board.
Plans for this, by the way. I got plans for this. Like, it's the dumbest part of his game.
Victory Magician in the chat says the
Harvey knows I don't
5th
even
pot
set
bet
original.
You know,
way
it's better
too
than turning
small,
a set to 4-bet pots.
but it's more a blocker bet. No equity.
With the knit button.
Yeah, I mean, blocker bets don't really kick in on the flop. Typically what you see is that the very small bets come in. I mean, it looks like
We could put it back on if we want.
you would traditionally call a blocker bet because the sizing is similar. The context is what's relevant there. So the small bets on the flop are generally used because ranges are at their widest on the flop, right? They're as wide as they're ever going to get because you've already whittled down all of the folds from pre-flop. So then you're going to have these wide ranges. The pre-flop aggressor is going to have all of the aces, the kings, the queens, the hands that you just really don't expect the other player to have, the pre-flop caller. And so you can really punish their range by betting small and forcing them to call with hands that just really have, fractions of equity. So, and sort of build the pot up so that your turn size can be more value heavy. But in any case, yeah, that's just a tough board to put a 1/5 out there, given the actual holdings in hand. In any case, we are on to the next hand. Harvey versus Mr. Delivery. Very even equity splits here. Mr. Delivery with a hand that really can't continue to the check raise, and Harvey will take that one down.
So sad.
That one to lose.
Messaper Productions wants to know what are the rules of the knit game. I'll rehash that real quick for you. Everybody starts with a knit button, one of those little red placards. If you win a hand, you show down your hand. You must show your cards in order to get rid of your knit button. But if you win the hand and show your cards, you are able to give your knit button back to the dealer. This goes on until everyone, until only one player has their knit button remaining. That player then must pay out a penalty, in this case $200 to each player. So you are incentivized to win a hand, show your cards to get rid of your knit button, and that sort of juices up the action a little bit. Hope that was a good description of the knit game. Let me know if you have any other questions, or if anybody else in the chat has any questions that I can answer. We look at the leaderboard here. Harvey up nearly 3,000. Mr. Delivery, it says stuck 10K. That is, of course.
I thought I might get the spike jam after the poker house hand a couple weeks ago.
The spike jam.
Am I raising that 4-bet?
Not sure what happened there.
This is the fuck you. Nick game.
Quite certain Mr. Delivery did not punt off 10K at any point here.
Lucky I had literally 0 equity.
Like, give him fucking anything. He's fucking just rip this shit in my face.
David, I'm adding 3.
3,000.
Check.
King 10 for his pocket nines here. Ram well out in front. Check, check, flop. Ram was the pre-flop caller. Interesting that he decided to check back, but having the 9 of hearts, not too concerned about hearts on the turn. So he will make a small wager here on said turn. Dorsey here going to finish with just king high. Doesn't have a heart, but going to be tough for him to win this hand, so may elect to put out a wager, represent a heart, see if he can get Ram to fold a small to middling pair. 7 1/4 is the size Dorsey settles on. If you ran the 9 high flush, certainly well too high up in the range to consider folding. Does make the call and ships another pot, 26.50 this time. So Ram here getting some pretty good traction so far.
You wear hungover well.
It's my normal.
Dear Monarchy, $200 to each player, so $1,600. That is the correct math. So, yeah, certainly when it comes down to the final couple of players that still have their knit button, it can dramatically affect the way that you play the hand, because it's a swing of $1,800, right? Like, especially like you're in a pre-flop raising war or something against the only other player that has a knit button. You have to imagine that there's another $1,800 in the middle. And now you've got a lot of incentive to, re-raise and try to take that pot down. You've got to fight for it that much harder.
So yeah, that's
Pretty
kind of what I
exciting.
came in with my preparation. I was like, you know what? Either today's gonna be like a plus 70 day, or just
Exactly.
plus
It's a
40
stand-up
and
game without standing up.
you know,
Exactly.
Like, it's
Yep.
just one or the other.
Very high game.
The stand-up game, you still had to show your cards. Like when you get rid of your knit button, you must show your hand in order to get rid of the knit button.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those days that's like uncomfortable. Like takes you back to the days when you're playing like 2-5, like 100 bigs deep, and you're just like those swings, but like 100x the level, and you're just like, okay. Like
This
you
goes
can lose
fast.
20 bigs pretty easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's fucking happen. You know? Like,
Or just losing 2 buy-ins is like the end of the world. It's never coming back.
It's like back to those days when you're like show up to play 2-5, you got
Yeah,
like
well,
game on you,
200,
and you're like,
400, especially with that. We like never play that, so if you get buried in that, you know, it's like, well,
All right, everybody, hold on to your
The last
Here's
2
the
months
next
of
2 months
grinding.
seats, jeans, other things that you might hold on to. I was going to say because it appears that we're going to have a mystery, but
If I walk in that
we got to
room,
sort it out.
I'm playing.
Yeah, so as we look at the numbers here, I think we somehow erased Mr. Delivery's stack somehow and then re-added him in back at another 10K. So it shows him stuck 10K, but that is not the case.
I was tired.
Sophia, are you playing the WPT coming up at Chop Shop?
Mesper Production says in the stand-up game, I don't think you have to show just when. I mean, okay, so it probably depends on the venue.
Listen, dude,
I know that here in
I'm a
Austin,
guy.
wherever we
I like
played it,
The numbers make sense. I'm
you
in.
had to show your
The
cards.
numbers
At least
guy,
that
you
was
want me to do.
sort of
Exactly.
the default rule. You wouldn't have to enforce that, I suppose, but that was the default
Depends who's at the
rule
table.
for the stand-up game
And where
here
the
in
big
Austin.
stack
But
is. That's
wherever else
the
it's
big
been
one.
played,
Would
I'm
you
sure
chop
the
ever,
rules
Steven?
and the
There's a
methodology,
yes to that
everything
question in different
varies a little
categories.
bit.
Okay, when would you chop?
Yeah, that's.
I'm trying to think, like, if I was the only time I would really countenance a chop is if I was in like really bad shape and someone just gave me like way too much for the price or like for my chips.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The way I look at it, it's like the ultimate running at once. It's like, woo.
Yeah,
no, in a way.
exactly.
Adrenaline.
Like, you're never
So
gonna
you wouldn't
realize
do like an
ever.
even split according to chips?
Well, here's the thing is that I don't play it. I don't play enough.
I'm never
tournaments
gonna play
to the
$1 million
point
pie,
where,
you know?
Like I play tournaments that have like I like playing tournaments that have big upside, right?
Can you rescan?
So if I'm in the final table, let's say it's like, you know, 900K for first, and like it's like 100K for ninth place, like I want to go for it. You know what I mean? Even if it's like, I don't know,
A chop at that, like let's say a 9-way chop at that point would probably be something like, you know, 260, 270. I want to go
That they
for
would
it.
be offering for 9th, you mean? Would they be offering 9th?
Well, like if it was like a 9-way chop, I'm saying, like if you just chopped it
And
like
you're in the 9th in
9
chips.
ways, and I was 9th in chips.
And it pays 100, and they're offering 270. Oh, that's, I mean, a pretty good deal.
Actually, yeah, there I'd probably take if I was like dead last in chips, but
They don't usually offer that juicy, do they?
Depends.
9-way chops at a final table
that's
like
the thing
that,
is like
rarely going to happen.
the sort of reason and thing I enjoy about tournaments kind of precludes me getting there and being like, yeah, let's talk deals.
I think more it's the traditional example I'm thinking of is it's like first is $1 million, second is 500.
Yeah,
And some sort of a chop
Yeah.
there because the swing.
yeah. I think the main scenario in which I envision like thinking about a chop is in the very rarefied scenario if I made it like literally heads up in a really big tournament with someone I knew personally. I would be happy to like talk things over with them just as a matter of like I don't know, like if Kyle and I are like final table at
Go
the main
fuck
event
yourself for not chopping.
and we're I'm gonna say, okay, if Sophia and I were like heads up for the main event,
It's done.
like we'll like
Run
you
the
know,
ICM
there's a
numbers,
4
we're
million
in.
difference, like we'll play for $1 million and like chop
Exactly.
the rest. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
agreed. That's fair.
If it was what?
I'm just saying like
Ram here
if
well
we-
behind
I
JD.
mean, if it was like if it was literally
Check
it, like
calls
the main
JD
thing where I'm like
here
I would like really
about
just
going
always at least
for
consider
value.
it is if it's like big event heads up with someone I know
Again
personally.
on the turn,
That's such a
3K in the
rare-
middle.
That's the thing, but that's really the
Random
only.
situation.
That's
Third
never come
side.
up for me, but that's the main thing I think about when I'm like, out of respect, it's like, hey, look, we're both
So
playing
you
for.
wouldn't chop.
I don't think so.
This is actually making me a little uncomfortable
Oh, they
because you're
got it
making me
all on
realize
camera.
how much
So that's
playing is
Eights
about
hit the
gambling.
muck,
How
JD
much
drags
How
the
much
pot.
playing poker is actually about gambling. Like I like that
Everybody
rush.
The black here.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
no, that's
guys,
a big part of it too. Is like
Everybody has a number.
I
You all have a
want
number.
to you know,
all
especially
have
like
a
you get to
number.
the final table, man. Like I want that pageantry, that drama, that like clenching your butt cheeks for like 48 hands in a row, waiting for a ladder. Like man, that's what.
Plus, it's fun to like show the doubters that no, I really have this DGen in my heart.
Oh, yeah.
It's there.
Mr. Kirby, are you there?
You don't. Everybody's against
Can you hear me?
Oh, there's
I
another
can
one
hear
where,
you.
like, there's the scenario.
No one's gonna be facing 500. No one's gonna be facing 500.
Harder than shouldn't.
There was that scenario a few years ago where like Chrissy
Yeah, you're a
Bignell
little bit
and,
muffled
Alex
if you
Robson
have a
were, like,
headset or
you know,
whatever.
in a
Move the
relationship
microphone a
design
little
where
bit closer
basically,
to
like,
your
the last
mouth.
three
Of
were,
course,
like,
we
one
are.
person,
Let me
and
turn the
they
gain
had,
up
like,
here
respect him, like,
about
as a
now.
person, offered him the job.
Okay.
I would have
Any
Well,
better?
there we go.
That's actually
Everybody, Ben Kirby joining us here from.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
From Dallas.
Alex Fox and Kristen Bignell were a couple.
Sorry for being late.
Three-handed,
Really good
like,
look on my part, but thank you for holding the fort down for us.
4.8 for first and both.
Absolutely,
Ron.
my
The guy
pleasure.
said, "No,
Happy to
I'm
have
gonna
you.
fuck you guys up. He did
So
not.
what's going on out here? Are we playing some cards or
Make
what?
a deal though?
No,
it
we're
was-
just
ICM.
sitting
so
around
that-
having a
that's a
good
good
jolly
deal.
chat about
Considering
tournaments
Yeah,
and shopping.
ICM versus Alex
Ah,
Fox.
okay.
But no,
Bignell
actually, we are
is like
playing
you're
and
making, like,
also
20%
having that
fee.
conversation.
Like if they offer you even
So the
ICM.
assumption is that
Yeah,
you've made it
time
deep
element
enough
of
to
it as well.
cash, and then you're in a position to
But I mean, no, they were still like
have so
they
much
weren't
money
as good
that
as
you
well
can
known,
make
but they
a
were
deal
like
in the late stages
they
of
were
the
still
tournament.
ahead.
That's the scenario.
Yeah, mostly talking about final table and
That
whether or
wasn't
not
the
it would
first
be
time I
worth
ever heard
it.
of
You know, if someone was
But I
giving
remember hearing
you
about that. I'm like,
a
what
pretty
a
good deal
dumbass.
on, you know, the relative value of your stack, right? Like
Not-
better
not
than
that they-
ICM,
they were,
just
like-
to try to end the tournament or
Not that
lock
there was
up
anything
a good
suspect about their play. There was one
profit
hand
for
where,
the other
like,
players,
prop-
and they were going to give
The
you
weird
a
thing in
better
that
deal.
scenario is like you don't have to directly collude
Yeah,
Kind of the gist
in
of
order
it.
to just kind of like
I'm not
sort of
convinced
soft pedal versus
a
the
final
other
table
person that
actually
you kinda give a damn
exists.
about.
Sure.
Haven't never made one, so
At that point,
Feels
they
like
might
a
be so
myth.
familiar with how each other plays.
That's true too.
That's
One
something
day
that,
you'll
like,
get there.
legit,
Yeah.
you know, I know, like, exactly.
All right,
Yeah.
Shorshi here
Exactly.
ostensibly
I would
has
just
king
I'd
10
take
of
the money
clubs.
for the chopper and
Sabine
say we
with
can
the
play
one
for
mystery
the-
card. Very plausible that
This is the
we
one,
have
like,
a misread on his
Berkey
hand,
pick, I
so
think, was really
we'll
good,
just
was
see
about this
sort of how this
exact
plays
thing. It's like
out.
he's like, when you get to the situation
But-
where you're like trying to like discuss these chops for like
Shorshi
a huge
continues.
portion of like your
3-bet
net
pot
worth,
free.
like you can't like
Or
in good faith
8.5.
negotiate because like you can't afford to,
Sabine
Yeah.
here
right? And
will
like that's
make
where people end
call.
up in these like deals that
Yeah,
are
you
like
just
taking
get
the
like
worst of
massively
it. It's like-
leveraged.
Yeah, because you're just in a spot where you're just like, I really can't like
Yeah.
walk away from like tripling my net worth
Yeah.
versus like trying to like take what's owed to me, you know? So like
5 of hearts on the turn.
so he's basically said like having somebody in your corner who you
Safine's
could like
got
sell to at like the right price.
One of
to,
those
like,
suited
allow you
connectors
just to even
that he likes
negotiate,
so much to play.
like, aggressively on your behalf is like really valuable. That way you don't have to take like a disadvantaged chop. You can just like, you know.
Yeah, whether he
be like, well, I
has
can take a
9 X of
advantageous
hearts,
chop, or, like, you can play
pocket
it out, like,
nines,
sell
or
right now,
even
or
just a
whatever.
completely different hand that doesn't contain a
Where are you
9.
gonna find something
Really good
to
spot for him to take over
Well, I
the
mean,
betting
that's,
lead
like,
here,
Berkey's whole
potentially
point,
just
like,
take this one
There's a
down
situation
against
we're landing
king
at
of
final
9.
table on a big one, and Berkey's like, look, I can just like buy your action right now at like at EV basically. Like you don't have to take these like you don't have to take a bad deal on a chop. So like, you know, if you want to cash out, you can. You know, and then keep playing your best or whatever. You know, like you can basically remove the financial aspect of it. Like,
Yeah.
let you just play your best. And,
That's
I mean, at the same time, a lot of people playing poker don't necessarily have like a ready network of close personal friends who are ready to like invest 300K.
Amateurs.
no, for sure, Steve. I'm saying, but I'm saying that's
So
hearts on
Shorshi
the
here
end.
a very good
goes
point.
for the
It's a
check
very,
call.
very
This
valuable
is
thing in that,
I
in that
agree.
a
moment. So,
It's
pretty
a very
spicy
massive
spot
game.
if he
If
does
you're playing
indeed have the king
tournaments,
10.
like, it might be
Again,
something
given the
worth
fact that
trying to
Sabine's
find that
hand
person.
has not registered, it is entirely
plan is
possible
just
that
to
Shorshi
call
doesn't
Big
even have the
Daddy
king
Max.
10 of clubs. But regardless, Safine is going to put in the rest of his chips, 4.5K, into
like then they'll go and like make an aggressive
you know,
negotiation.
a larger pot
No, if
than
they say
that.
no,
So
then it's like, all right, wait out. I'm like,
Shorshi now in kind of a weird spot. As
if you're in that position, you can probably get a really good
there's
deal.
Safine almost only needs the 9
I
of
want
hearts.
to, you know,
I
I
mean,
want
he's
to
got
chase the
enough
dream even if I come in short. You know what I mean?
information with that one card that probably makes him feel
I just-
okay
I would take
about
any chop
making
that's,
this
like,
move.
advantageous.
Although we see that
They
Shorshi
give you
just
way more
basically
than what you deserve. I'm like, why not just
air.
like-
Trick Time has a famous story where he convinced the table
I mean,
to give him
Shorshi's
first.
range is
they would chop
pretty
the rest.
uncapped, so he can definitely have
verify
some
this? Is it true?
overpairs
It's a true
here.
story.
So Safine can't just go doing this willy-nilly.
People were so
But yeah, certainly
wanting
would
to chop
be the worst
He must
spot
have
to
had a bunch
go
of chips.
for.
Yeah, but still. How can you ever
I mean, he's just
Yeah,
never
yeah,
going to have
yeah.
an offsuit hand with the 9 of hearts in it, right? So like he is either backed into
Best talker.
a flush, or would be ripping something like 8-9 of hearts.
There's a calculator.
Well, I mean, which is also still a flush. I mean, there's just no.
That's the other
There's
thing.
just
I'm
no
also at the point where I'm like, I'm not sure.
And then it estimates like what everybody starts
Like, I'm
stacking.
trying to think how to put this.
Nobody's worth
All right,
first place.
Bean takes down the pot,
not
chips
even
up to
two.
just under 12K.
Right, like smaller tournaments, like a $250 buy-in, like whatever's going to be up top isn't going to like move the needle a ton for me, so I'm going to play for it, right? It's not, I'm not going to be sweating over the difference between ninth and first and ninth.
Yeah.
And if it's like a really big event, then probably I'm not sweating it either, because even really big events, like,
He probably does.
even if it's like
But like he can't afford to
ninth
take
pays
that. He can't afford to write
110K
that
and like
variance. So like
first pays $1 million, it's
you
like
know,
all
he's
those are
either
like,
giving up EV
I'm like,
like to
cool,
a friend or
great
giving up
shit,
EV
anyway,
like a bad
you know what I
shop.
mean?
You know, he's like, so
All right, onwards and upwards. The $100 straddle coming out fairly standard here already. We're just on
really
hand.
badly
even
needing
at
to
this
score.
stage. So it's like,
This
it's
is
like,
like
well,
where
I
I
could
am
sell 80% of ICM and then still play 20% like for myself. Like
We
that's
need to
better.
get you- we need
than
to
just
get
a
you-
straight ICM chop, right? So like,
We need to get you to where you're
so
bad.
yeah, if you're in a spot
Yeah.
where you want to take better than I, you like, but you can't really afford to ride
I want
that.
to just
Like,
like
then like, what do you do?
smell the
You
desperation.
just give up.
I mean, at the end of the day, what these conversations end up being is really just a game
risk it all,
theory
like, try to
sort
realize
of
the sense of the once in a lifetime.
It's one of those things like if
problem,
you're,
you know, where you're like, do I take
if your life roll is
do I
at
take the
7
money
today,
that
and
my
somehow you
equity,
found yourself at, like,
do I
the
just
final table
remove
of,
my
like,
equity
$600
from the
event
pot
where there's, like,
basically
90K up
because
top,
I'm a more
and, like,
conservative-minded
you know,
person
14,
and I just
now
want
you're
to take
talking,
what's
like,
mine now?
actually,
Or
if you just,
do you
like,
want to gamble,
secure-
right? And it's the
Test,
age-old
test,
question of
like,
going around and
I
asking
don't know,
people, you know,
35 rather
do you
than,
want to
like,
flip a
walk
coin
with
for
7?
$50
Yeah,
Like,
or
it's a huge difference.
you know,
sure.
offer them some
Back to what
sort
I'm saying, like, everybody
of
has
other
a number.
deal where they can get a smaller win without having
Tournament can
to
easily be a multiple
risk
network.
quite as much.
But
Even
this is
though the
also
odds are
one of the
less.
things I liked about, like, you know, back when I started grinding tournaments on Ignition.
Anyways,
back in
looks
the
like
COVID
we
days,
are
where it's
getting
like,
more mysteries.
anonymous.
as
No
we've
deals
got,
to make. You just
Holiday
play it out.
and Harvey here playing a 3-bet
It's
pot.
fine.
No one ever takes those.
Depends on the site. They enable
On
it or not.
GG they do, right?
Test, test,
Yeah,
test,
stars
test,
they do.
test.
Yeah, they do a star.
Well, they have it on ACR too, but it's like,
Yeah,
really,
you can
it has to be really big though. Like,
Sounds relatively decent to me, Mr. Kirby.
Big deal when they
But,
still DM like
like
So you can hear me right now?
I can't. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Big deal is DM the GM.
I'm probably going to play that. That'll be worthwhile.
Do I sound abnormally deep? To you?
Nope, sound okay to me.
Okay. All right. That might have fixed it.
Well, I think
I
you
don't
get
know
some
exactly how
some
big the
days.
event's going to be.
Usually they run the biggest events
I
the
think
week.
that's a 200K guarantee.
Holiday
I'll
here,
beat the guarantee.
checking, facing a bet of
It's gonna be
700.
as much as like 80 or 90.
And with pocket sixes here, definitely a spot
I know, but
she's
like,
going to want to
your ROE is like
continue.
100. It's like a good one. Yeah, what do you
Does
think?
make the
100 bucks?
call. Jack of clubs
Yeah,
on the
it's live
turn
it's like maybe
brings in
200.
backdoor clubs and another overcard
That seems.
to her pair.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know this stuff, so I don't know. I'll defer.
are you going to the lodge, David?
Harvey here going to check this
I
back.
don't think so. I'm going to be in
And
Florida.
biggest brick in the
Oh,
deck,
you're gonna
deuce
go.
of
Yeah,
spades,
I'm
steals
going down
off
to
here
Florida.
on the
I got it
end.
booked. I'm going to play the WPT main down
And
there.
after
What is
check,
it?
check,
The barn
turn,
for that?
let's see if
35.
Holiday
Oh,
goes
okay.
for a
Good
block
luck.
size
That'll be good.
here on
And
the
then
end.
once I come back, it'll pretty much be the
Targeting.
WPT 1100, then the main here.
Chopped
So,
up?
yeah,
And
so
like
between all that, I
18.
probably won't have a chance to make it down to the lodge.
Yeah. That's fair.
Uh,
Lodge, the tournaments at Lodge are pretty soft.
In a couple weeks.
Oh yeah, I might look like there might be a chance where I could slide
Sometimes you
down.
feel a little bit better
I-
about
Those are really big
checking
ones. It's like a 3K.
and letting your opponent sort
You
of
know what the
waffle
date is on that?
between trying to bet a
I
hand
think I
like
looked and it's
ace
going to be
queen or
just a
something
mess
to
trying to get
get
around.
you to fold
But-
this type of hand, but
but
she
I'm,
does
like,
settle
I
on
feel
the
the
block
bug
size. I
coming.
think
Dude,
it's
This is April first week.
This is
quite
the time
standard.
right before the big
Good
Now
job,
one.
Harvey here
Harvey.
pretty much only call with
I've
queen
got to
jack
say, have you
cards
looked
here.
anything
I
for
think
Vegas?
he would have already made the call
I'm 100%
if
going to be
that
out
was
there.
what the hell.
I just don't know which tournaments I'm firing other than
Tank
May.
here.
Yeah, they have one like, well,
And I just pay taxes on
Harvey not
my
immediately
tournament.
folding.
And it hurts.
yeah, that's why. It's usually like early June, like before the like kind of
Trying
like
to
before the
think about
series
his
and like the end of the
options.
after the series.
Kind of
But
a
this is WPT, so this is an
disconnected
obstacle one.
board. After it goes check, bet, call on flop, check, check, turn. And a call.
Like October and January.
Shows the sixes. And the sixes are good.
Nice hand, Holiday.
Yeah, so this is, I mean,
King,
this
queen.
is the block size working to perfection. Harvey here, we're getting sort of updated here that he made the call with King, Queen of Hearts. I think that was just to advance the hand. You kind of just have to put something in so that the hand will end.
Okay.
Don't think he called with the king high there.
Leave it all.
My guess is that that's going to be
Yeah, they're
ace,
going to
king,
get real
king,
suspicious.
queen.
Like, you brought how much?
And
You're leaving with how much?
that's really what the block size goes
can't
for,
wait till
is
you have no cocaine in
trying
your
to
bag?
get just the thinnest of value from a hand that
The nicest
really
goes away,
doesn't want to fold for that size. And
I'm out.
It's also really tricky to take a hand like ace queen and go bet check
you're
and then raise the block size on the river, because it's like, I mean, how many big hands do I have here? I just don't really have many other than pocket jacks. So yeah, pretty well played hand there, I think, for both players.
But that's the
Just
thing
tough
is, like,
to
tournaments, I don't know, it's,
make that
you know,
call
think
on
about
the
it
end
strictly in
with
terms of
the ace
ROI,
high. And
you just begin to pity the people who, like, you know, grind them out all the time.
Oh, I don't pity him. I just
A true walk
But I
there
like-
for Harvey.
That's the thing. I like taking a few, you know, a few big swings a year.
yeah, little
Just for the,
gamble.
you know, my shot at poker fame and fortune.
Mr. Delivery, always on the hunt
Plus,
for
they usually have
poker fame
tournaments
and
where they have
fortune.
picks, you know, so.
Oh yeah.
The nerve of
So I'm
this
saying,
guy.
yeah.
Can you rescan?
Why would I go to the lodge if I big for 90K? I can't go bring it out to the
Yeah.
bot table.
Yeah. Where's the fun?
2 4s for Holiday. Calling Safine's raise. Only getting a single card from Safine
I thought I
tonight.
told you there's no validation in poker.
Oh yeah. I don't,
Zero.
Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye out and see. You know, some
And in
players
case I
are
just
trying to do
realized
the
that, like,
one
the
card,
poker
then
world
the
is
other
just not the
card
sort of
kind of
people I'm
scan.
looking for
You know,
validation.
the
no offense to anybody here.
table prefers to have both cards over the scanner
Yeah,
at the same
that was-
time.
He was in the 5
I don't know
series, right?
exactly
You
what's going
represent-
on, but do bear
I
with us.
represent poker right now.
Yeah, you're the
Let's go.
poker.
You're the avatar.
Top pair good enough
It's
for
just,
now for
care
Safine.
very much.
Get sold from Holiday.
They don't care a lot.
But I know I'll never get it. So you know.
Do you really actually care about
Holiday up 5K, Safine a little over 2, JD just a little under 2, and Rom pretty much right at 1,000. Everybody else stuck, and of course, once again, Mr. Delivery not stuck 10K. So in fact, he should actually
Nice
be
light.
up just a little bit as well.
Just a little bundle, but
So yeah, it's a pretty even split between winners and
Like, people
losers.
don't like
Nobody
poker
up
players, man.
a huge amount
You just
either.
casually lose
Holiday
track
kind of separating herself a little bit.
You know, like
Relatively
That was
tame
famous.
so
Rents.
far. In terms of the Tuesday night game, the swings are
yeah, sorry.
not very high for what we usually expect, so lots of poker to be
I
played
don't know if you guys
tonight.
do this in Germany, but in the
And
United
swings
States, like
to
a rich man
come.
trying to be the man of the
Absolutely
people.
right,
It's like a
and the
tradition.
fact that we're getting the $100 straddle on so early, we
That's
oftentimes
right.
will see that come out. You know, maybe after the dealer change halfway through the broadcast at the 2-hour mark, but we're getting that well inside of the first hour. So yeah, very good chance that we see the $100 straddles,
And
perhaps
it's really
even
funny the ways
$200
that it comes
straddles.
out. Like, what was it?
Spicing
Because
up these
there was
pots.
some, I think, senator or
Okay,
something.
top
they were,
pair
like,
for
looking at some,
JD,
like,
second
child
pair
care
backdoor spades for
and
Holiday.
She was basically like, how,
With
you
an
know,
ace.
just like, just hire a nanny, basically. You know, was her solution for people on minimum wage.
Yeah.
it's like this Bill Gates thing. How much could milk cost? $20?
Yeah.
There was another one.
Pretty good flop here for both players. Holiday here, of course.
Oh, yeah.
a bet for
Yeah.
value slash
Easy
protection here, just maintaining the betting lead. King of clubs now on the turn. Not a good one for JD.
Oh, yeah,
Is
like
good for Holiday's
Brett Kavanaugh
range, but
came,
not
she was talking about, man,
necessarily
I
for her
busted
particular
my
hand,
ass,
although
I worked my-
JD
like, yeah,
really
all he
shouldn't have
had
any
was
kings
his
in his
circuit
range.
judge mother
Aside from
and,
maybe exactly king, jack,
and
king,
lobbyist
queen,
father,
and
and works
king
his way
10
up.
Was that
suited
really what
with
his parents
backdoor
were?
Yeah, I mean, you know.
opportunities.
Who are we talking about?
One of the Supreme Court.
Both players happy to just check down their hands, and JD will take it down.
That's crazy.
Easy game for JD. Going check on turn and river. Pads the stack a little more.
So yeah, not a lot of people watching can probably sympathize with them.
Yeah, this isn't an easy table. I don't see
That's his team.
I'm sorry, Joey.
any soft spots
Remember way back
from my
when
perspective. This is not
you're in a storage
the
yard,
easiest
somebody
game in the room.
was
Probably the
playing
biggest
like
game
a
in the room,
WPT
but
event in Choctaw.
you gotta have some
They
chops to
found
sit down at this game.
Bellagio flag in their backpack. You know?
That is absolutely
I
true.
was like,
You
man, I
definitely
hope I get to that point. So
don't sit down in here and look around and be like, oh yeah, no, these guys are pushovers.
Super soft.
I was like, how much is a flag? Is that like a cranberry?
Probably the two kings on the button. Best
I know,
position.
yeah.
Second best hand.
I'm familiar with cranberries. I don't know what.
yeah, the first time I didn't do it for a long time. I was like, oh, maybe I'll have
Spot
it.
here
I didn't do
for
it for a long time, but
Sabine.
I did find the tin cane chips.
Yeah, gonna
like,
come in
a
for
month
the
ago.
3-bet out of the
In a pocket I didn't know.
straddle.
I
King
didn't think they were
queen
there. I was like, oh,
off. Definitely gonna be ahead of his opponent's button raising range.
I mean,
Has good blocking qualities.
You don't do inventory, not the cover.
I do.
But he is just running into it at
I mean,
this point. Back over to Harvey. Very standard 4-bet here most of the time. Certainly can call ace of king
Honestly, it doesn't happen very often.
at some frequency, but
I'm sure I've told the story before.
another
Back
raise.
in,
And if Harvey
back
sticks
before
with
she-
what he showed us earlier,
when,
this would be
when the series
relatively
would come
small.
through, I was playing 2-5 with this guy. A guy late
Indeed, this is
20s.
very nearly
He wasn't a
an
local.
input,
I
kicks
just
up
seen
to
him come through when the series came through, and he had this
1.2K
like
more.
this bright
total
royal
of
blue Nike
2,300.
backpack. He's like, oh, I got a story about this backpack where he
Just inviting Safine to come
had-
along here, and Safine
he was
is like,
playing
no,
the event,
I
like,
don't want to
upstairs
have
in
anything
the,
to do with
like,
that.
tournament
Gets
venue
out of the
area.
way.
They were on like a 20-minute break or whatever. Comes
The
downstairs.
nice thing about that sizing is you
Puts 20
imagine
bucks in the
if
slot machine,
Harvey
just,
just has like
burning time.
ace-5 suited,
You know,
ace-4
loses
suited
20
there,
bucks.
he gets his opponent
Gets up,
to pull
walks away,
away
and he
all of that
goes into his
equity
bag
for
to try and get
very
something.
small re-raise.
And there's just like
You get to
80K
do it with your
in
best
cash,
hand
just
and
like
your
wrapped
bluff.
up like
You get the
into
best
the
of
bag.
both worlds and puts your opponent
Yeah,
in
and it's
a
like
really
he
tough
realizes
spot.
looking
So
through
love
that
to
like
see.
he has gotten mixed up with somehow like someone else had the same exact royal blue Nike backpack
And left him 80K present.
and had somehow gotten it mixed up while he was at the slot machine. And so he's like sitting there sweating like, the hell do I do? It's like 80K. This guy's like grinding 2.5, right? This is probably like, I mean, 80K is like a ton of money, right? I don't want to dissemble about it. It's $80,000. And it's like, there's definitely plausible ways that you can just get away with it.
Yeah, just walk out.
You know what I mean? Because the casino, like,
They don't know what's actually in there.
they don't know what's in there. And so many things, right? Like the casino, even if someone comes up and insists, like swears, takes the lie detector, says, I had 80K in a backpack, I can't find it anymore, help me find it.
Yeah.
Casino's not going to bother with that.
They're
Go
not gonna
looking
get
through their
involved.
tapes. They're not going to give them the tapes. They're not going to touch that. And the other thing is, even if somehow,
To answer
like
your
the
question,
guy
George,
got
no,
the
he
tape
does not.
of like the bags getting switched up, there's no proof that like by the time
He does
you
make
got
our
your
job
hands
a
on it,
little
there was still
easier.
80K in there.
If we
Be
want.
like, look, man, I
Yeah.
got your backpack. I don't know
He's
what you're
always
talking
got
about. There
some
was
sort of
there's no
random
cash.
story
Yeah,
or weird
exactly, like-
scenario or whatever, right?
Yeah,
And so
I'd love to
The
find
guy
80K
ended
in a
up deciding to
backpack.
just, like,
Have you ever
bring
had any
security, like, the pretty
surprise
intuitive, like,
cash
thing to
influxes
do.
that you forgot about in your laundry?
I was gonna say.
No, but like the guy literally.
no,
when
I'm
he went up the
usually
street,
pretty good
that guy
about,
whose backpack it
holding
was
on to
there,
my-
was like desperately.
My cash and whatever. I definitely have had scenarios
gave
where I
nothing.
put on a winter jacket.
Dust.
Right, I used to snowboard a lot when I lived back in
Just the
Colorado,
thing, didn't
New
even slip
Mexico.
him
So
like
I
a bill or
would
anything.
put on a winter jacket that I hadn't worn for a year, and would find like the $27 from like went into the lodge, got like a hot chocolate and a sandwich or whatever, broke a 50
I'm
and
saying, I
just
don't know,
stuffed the
man.
change in the
I
breast
don't know what I
pocket.
do.
Right, right.
Taking that shit
I
in
have
the
had
bathroom,
that, but
calling all
never.
my friends, man. Everyone's
Oh
walking out
wow,
with
I
10
forgot
men
I
in
had
their
this
waistband.
5K chip from
Like,
Mario,
cool, meet me at home.
something like that.
Cut
So
it one
JD was
little
saying
shit.
that he found some like 10K chips or something recently in the laundry. It's just so sick.
No, I think I'd probably do what the guy did, but it's also like, for me, when I think about it, it's like it's 80K. It just like appears. Like I like to think I do the right thing. I'm not certain that I would.
It is, yeah. That's an interesting question right there from a morality standpoint. Like, would you go turn in the backpack? I mean, the first thing is like, are you going to rifle through the whole backpack? Okay, maybe you're looking for some identifying marks or something like that. That makes a little bit of sense, but. You know, and maybe you just like reach into it where you think the normal stuff is
The move
and
is
find 80K.
the move
But,
is if the guy.
yeah, I
like,
mean, I don't know about
tracks
you.
down
I'm
somehow,
curious to hear your
like, what the
perspective
fuck,
on
man?
this
I had
stuff,
130 in my
but
bag.
I'm turning it in. Like,
Yeah.
I
thought
couldn't
I
live
had my
myself
bag. Someone
taking
took 50K out.
I mean, that would feel very much
That's what
like
I'm saying,
stealing. Like if you,
I think he's right. I think he's all blackjack. And if you win, you can pay the guy
but
back.
as a
And if not, you're in the win.
sinner, I would at least give it pause in my mind. I think. Like,
Yeah,
at
I
least
mean,
in
I
my
don't-
current
JD, that would be
financial
so
situation, like I would,
You go, you try and double it up.
I would have to
If
take
you
a
do,
breath
great.
with 80,000
We're all
in
happy,
my
if
hand
not,
that I didn't know was there, and have the potential to walk away with it.
I learned this lesson.
I'm
from
with you in that like net over a lifetime. It doesn't seem worth it, but you hear these stories about people doing the right thing and getting a slap on the back, and it feels like, well,
There's this Netflix movie about a guy who's like
could have had
holding money for, like,
80,000 instead of a nice little thank you from
I think it's called Win It All.
the police or whatever. I don't know.
There's a guy who's like holding.
Yeah. No, to
he's
me,
a degenerate,
to me, it's just not
obviously,
about
and
the
buddy of his was
reward
like,
or any of that, right? And everybody has a different constitution about it, and it's certainly very reasonable and rational to think about taking it for yourself because you don't even know who the victim is, right?
Right,
I mean,
right.
That's the thing. It's just random chance that this is sort of fallen into your lap, and you could definitely just walk away from it and be like, well, I don't know where that came from, and maybe this was the universe providing for me and my family. But at the end of the day, that
if I lose the money, I can sell
belongs
the
to somebody
drugs.
else. I just got to live with myself to, go the rest of my life knowing that the things that I used that money for, or whatever, was all at the expense of someone else, even though it was an accident.
Right.
Let this be a cautionary tale to you viewers.
Paolo and Shorshi here, both with pairs. Shorshi well out in front.
It's always it's like at that point in like a sitcom episode where you can guess like
7:25.
you just like guess what's coming next. You know what I mean?
So what do you think the spoiler of the movie is? What do you think happened?
Well, you said like because the guy like ended up getting out early, right?
Yeah, the guy ends up getting out
Oh
early.
yeah.
So he borrowed money from someone to pay him back, and then kept the cut.
No. He took all of the money. He went and found the biggest game he could.
Of
He
course.
max pressed and got unstuck.
Oh my
Booked
goodness.
a massive win. Got unstuck. Put all the money back. I was like, oh, we're cool. Got his 5K. Yeah.
Wow. It's definitely a movie.
King gets paid $5K for it.
Moral lesson.
No.
Not
The
real
moral
at
lesson's
all.
there. That's what I'm saying.
Call
Go to
bet at
blackjack.
725
Run
here.
it up. Like,
You can always just like stage a break-in at your place. You know what I'm saying?
that's what I'm saying. This is the good
As
moral
if that
lesson.
guy's
is just,
gonna
like,
get
keep
arrested.
pressing.
Yeah, it's
Not
terrible.
going to
Yeah.
beat
The moral
this
lesson
card
of the movie
as
was, like,
far
keep pressing.
as
And,
his
oh, and he got the girl
value
kids. So,
goes.
like,
Who was? Oh yeah, remember like
Three
there's
of
like
diamonds really should
back when Tyler was here, like
he was
he
ahead on
like,
the
got
flop. He
down
should
bad like
still
really
be
early,
ahead
and then
now,
like
but
rebought
see how
and
Shorshi approaches
like
this
made
one
it back in like a
position.
few back in Colorado, I think.
Both ways, I think.
Made it
somewhere
back
around
like a
half
few big
pot.
hands, and he's like, I'm learning the
or
wrong
a
lesson
check back.
right now. Get stuck
A
30K,
little over half
immediately
pot is
rebuy,
about
get unstuck.
2.2K here.
That's the
That's
wrong
why
lesson.
the poker plays like the movie, because the moral of the movie is basically like, just like keep pressing. Just keep pressing. Eventually you come out the other side.
That sounds like Mississippi Grind.
Oh, it is Mississippi
No,
Grind.
not
Is it not?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
That's the lesson George
This
is
is the
learning
guy
right
with
now.
the
Get
main
stuck, put
character
more money
also
on,
like the guy from
get
like,
unstuck. Et voila.
By the way, I'm stuck like
Dude, I've
6K.
seen this movie you're
so
talking
I don't know why
It
everyone.
sounds so
Another
familiar.
version of it.
All right, pocket
shit.
tens.
I'm like
Yeah, that's nothing.
down.
That's a big loss for Paolo, but for George, that's
I'm down 6K. Everyone's just pounding on me.
Paolo's
$100 on from Holiday.
Oh my goodness.
Big poker game tonight. 25, 25, 50, 100, no limit.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah.
this one.
And a pretty lively
He's the
table.
guy that holds the money.
Yeah, he's the guy who holds the
Driven
money.
much by Sir Delivery. But everyone else
from, like,
engaging as
Europe
well,
or
which makes it a little more entertaining than a table full of silent assassins.
Yeah, no, it is always sort of a fine line between people just being like way too quiet,
He's,
nobody
like, doing pretty
talking,
good
and
for the
then
movie.
it
He's,
just
like,
Yeah,
being
where's
like
the-
nonstop chatter. Whereas
Yeah, where's the
hard
true to life, like the sort
analyze
of
the
dark,
hands,
like,
talk about what's
lesson
going
of,
on
like,
without
always is a happy
sort of
ending. It should just
stepping
be
on
like, yeah,
Right.
toes
someone
of
gets
the
in
players.
crippling dead,
But,
it's all terrible, you know.
yeah, I think
moral
I'm
story
enjoying everything that's
Grounders
being
is
said here
put all
this
your
evening
bankroll
for sure.
on the table,
Good
lose it,
conversation.
and then go to your mentor and
Yeah.
borrow money from him to gamble.
Right.
And it's okay.
Also, get like a massive tell on like the big game player in the room and just tell him immediately.
Yeah, that's right.
Plug your opponent's
Oh,
links when you're
wow,
playing
the
heads
whole
up for
world
once.
for Rom, Safine, with nothing.
Yeah.
It's hard to imagine Rom
Fucking George up today. In the
Yeah.
getting
And there's like a
much
line,
more
he's
out of
like,
this
"Normally I
hand
would've
unless
let
he's
her go on doing
able
that
to
all
induce
night, but I
Safine
didn't have that kind
somehow.
of time.
30 after an hour, so it's not.
Tiny bet.
Damn, you're
Excuse me. Half pot bet.
That's hilarious.
Insta fold.
I forgot about that.
How could you forget? What I want is like a weird alternate version of reality where like the hosts who are always trying to like lure the whales into like, you know, gambling away their family's life savings, like go to jail.
Oh,
Yeah. Or get punished.
shit.
Yeah.
Like a morality tale, huh?
No, the nit game. The nit game. Oh God, no.
Did the knit game drive any action while I was trying to un-F myself electronically?
So it actually went very quickly. So they instituted the game on something around hand number 8, and it was over by hand number 17. So it was just like bang,
So
bang,
that's
bang,
orbit.
bang. Like everybody just like
I'm like, why did I suddenly-
unique players won a hand, and it got all the way down to JD and Shorshi, and then JD won a hand flop bottom set.
Yeah.
And took it down, and Shorshi had to pay it out. So it was over pretty much as quickly as it started.
12:30.
I didn't see that one either way.
To the airport.
Heads up here between Steven and Kyle Z. There are 8s here for Kyle Z. He'll outflop Mr. Delivery.
On color for both Mr. Delivery and Kyle Z. Kyle Z not running away with this yet.
Yeah, both players sort of with an incentive to just take off a free turn card. Some additional equity here for Mr. Delivery as 9 will give him a straight. But still not particularly inspiring, as he is going to bet a lot of his flush draws on the flop. Can certainly check some ace-high flush draws on occasion. But yeah, kind of a spot where he really just doesn't have a ton of hands to blast away with, and ace-jack suited, probably a little bit too good to bluff with. Would rather have something like a 9-7 of spades or something like that, where he picks up a lot of additional equity with that 10 of hearts. Getting here to the end, 5 of clubs changes nothing. Mr. Delivery here just with the ace high. Would probably be fine with just getting the showdown as is, as Kyle Z feels the same way. And he'll win.
Pair of 8s, good enough for Kyle Z.
We went to Babes the other night.
500 in profit, not too shabby.
What'd you get? Did you get fried chicken?
They don't do spicy, and I'm a big fan of spicy stuff. So, but it was.
When you leave?
Tomorrow.
All right, Short Sheet, the player that is actually stuck the most, down 4K.
I was gonna take you like this really good Indian barbecue.
Did have to pay out the Nick game.
That has like phenomenal.
Doesn't feel like a huge loss given the relative size of this game and specifically the results Shorty's had in the past. I don't think he's super worried about being down 4K for now.
It's in Addison.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are relatively small number of blinds, especially when you think about the $100 straddle being out there.
But there are multiple locations. It's actually, it comes...
JD will raise up from under the gun, 250 to go with Queen Jack O.
Which is in Houston.
Only going to be near the bottom of the under the gun opening range, but Queen Jack certainly going to make it in there.
2 3s for Harvey, completing. Heads up.
If it's all barbecue though. Yeah, chicken tikka, yard kebab, stuff like that. It's really good.
And a cup of iced tea.
Good flop here for JD to continue. It'll be tough for his opponent to continue with a lot of hands like this, and he does bet. 3s hit them up.
How's your poker been this past week, Mr. McAvoy? Anything notable?
Haven't been playing a ton, so put in a few less hours this week. But things pretty much going sideways for me. Have been getting a little bit of my run bad out of the system. You know, had a couple of set over sets and turn sets against my flop top 2. You know, things of that nature that have been a little bit, you know, squint worthy. But
yeah,
outside of that, really can't complain. Life is good.
Good, good.
How are things with you? Any new developments, my friend?
My son is turning 2 on Thursday, 4/20, and so we're hitting the zoo on Thursday and have some friends and family coming over this weekend for a car-themed shindig at 10 a.m. on a Saturday. So same, can't complain. Life's good.
Very cool, man. Well, happy birthday to your son. I hope you guys have a wonderful time.
Thank you, thank you.
JD here raising it up to 1,500, squeezing from the straddle. And back over to Ram, who is showing a jack of spades in the scanned cards. Another one a mystery, but big chunky raise here from JD. Ram going to need to have a pretty good hand to continue. However, this is button versus straddle, so ranges can still be relatively wide, and I have certainly seen Ram play a little bit wider range than some.
Yeah, I saw your last name, and I'm
Queen
like,
high here, and if this is the Queen Jack of spades that Ram may be holding, this is going to be a pretty good flop for him. JD not going to hate this one either, as there's just one overcard to his pocket jack. Of course, the Queen really going to be one of the worst cards for him, next to the ace. Would rather have seen a king.
I'm not actually Dutch. Right? The name is Dutch. Sure, right.
have you ever been?
Yeah.
As it stands, JD continues for 1/3. Ram makes the call and go to the 3 parts on the turn.
This is a fun city.
JD does control the
there's
jack
a whole
of
song
hearts.
based on how fun that city is.
With 5K in the middle, perhaps going to go into slowdown mode just to manage the size of the pot here. See how JD approaches
Got
this.
myself there for 2 weeks and spent all this money, and I was like, I gotta get it. I gotta get out of here.
That's from JD, as you said, slowing down a bit, controlling pot size maybe. Rom, Jack of Spades, not scared to stab at this if he senses an opportunity. What we can see is that Jack of Spades doesn't help a ton.
It's just
a lot of coffee out there.
But yeah, if Ram does have Queen Jack here, this is definitely a decent spot to go for a middling size, just to sort of
I think a lot of us
earn himself the right to check back the river. He's going to go for a little bit larger size here. Don't hate this either, as he can sort of get maximum value from a hand like pocket tens with the 10 of hearts, pocket jacks with the jack of hearts, things of that nature that really aren't going to fold even for the larger size. Problem, of course, is that sevens and eights, those sorts of hands just go straight into the muck, even if they have a heart a lot of the time. JD, of course, does have one of those hands that can continue, does make the call, and with a little over 10K in the middle, we get a 4 of spades on the end, one liner to a straight, but shouldn't be too likely that there is 7 or deuce out there.
$1,000 pot, and unless Rom's got a queen or the case jack, Rom's going to go all in and make JD sweat it. 7K into 10. You don't blame him, given that the SPR being what it is. JD with second pair and a busted flush draw. You at least respect the heart from Rom, despite what he has.
I don't know, Rom. I don't believe, but I'll never.
Yeah, you can see the look on JD's face here. It's just kind of
Wow,
like
he folds.
Nice hammer.
Let's do another round.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of smack bang in no man's land, like right on the edge of call or fold.
I mean, it's obvious.
His hand is quite strong. He's not going to have a ton of stronger hands, but he certainly will have some that will play it that same way. So he's folding pretty high up into the range, but it was also a big bet on the
Interesting.
So I don't know. I mean, that one's tricky. Having the jack of hearts there, not a bad card to have in hand. You block.
7:45 is when it. So in about 45 minutes.
The king jack of hearts, the ace jack of hearts. Those are some hands that are definitely going to be doing that for value. And after that, kind of start to run out of flushes. So
let's start on my button.
blocking a good portion of your opponent's strongest value range might be a good thing for you a lot of the time in terms of choosing bluff catchers. But JD here squints at it, hems haws a little bit, but gives his opponent credit for a big enough hand and does release.
It's just so interesting given how much history these two guys have against each other. Rom not historically known for being super tight, willing to bet with air. JD not known for folding, especially when getting a good price. So it's just interesting to see JD find a fold there, getting an okay price, I guess. But yeah, an interesting hand nonetheless.
Yeah, I think that one could have gone either way. I mean, you saw JD kind of didn't really take a ton of time there. I think he could have even been in the tank for a lot longer given the texture of his hand. But just giving Ram credit.
Shorshi with a little FPS here, raising pre, flopping top, checking flop, and then calling a bet from Holiday.
Me either, actually. Me either.
Your water is not open, right?
Yeah, I like this play from Shorshi. Doesn't really love bloating a pot with a board that's connected out of position. So I actually really like this a lot, going for the check call. Holiday checks back as she picks up second pair, top kicker on the turn. And now that we've made it here and she's checked back, Shorshi could go for a block bet of his own. Probably the way that I would play this one anyways.
Lying is okay. All right, fair enough.
Holiday getting her block bet paid off earlier by the ace high. See if Shorshi can get paid off.
Holiday capable of finding a raise in this spot, sensing the block bet, but she just calls. And this worked out great for Shorshi.
I'm not gonna kick Rom off the table, I guess.
Bring out the knit buttons.
Are we playing?
Bring them out. Bring them out.
Yeah, absolutely. Quick call there from Holiday. Her hand certainly not one of the greatest candidates for the
Yeah, let's go. Come on.
the
Bring it
bluff
out,
catch.
baby. Bring it out.
You kind of like
Let
your
the
opponent to
nits
have
Bring them out.
show themselves.
Ace X, suited something
you
like
know,
that.
see if
That's
you can hit him in
just
the
gotta
face.
go
Let
for
it
a
show
bluff.
like,
I was trying to give it like a
try to
little
get
curve so it
through,
might
but,
come back.
I mean, at the end of the day,
You're
you
trying to
just
skim
you
them,
got to
right?
pick some hands to call down with. Then.
Sure.
Just a little.
All right, knit buttons are
Lay out
back
the-
out, and here we go.
Let's go.
Take another ride on the knit train.
Not a train I'm trying to take many rides with, but I'm down for to watch them take a ride.
Indeed. How do you characterize yourself? Like, if you had to describe yourself as a poker player, well, you know,
It's a losing proposition.
use whatever words you want. What are you saying?
Yeah, am I playing within my means or am I taking a shot?
No, but I'm really bad.
Because
Okay, whatever your usual game is, I presume. What are you playing? 2-5 or?
I usually play 1-2 if I'm playing no limit. I'll play much higher if I'm playing limit.
Okay, sure. Okay, you're playing 1-2 no limit. What's your
It
style?
was like 1,000 to 1. It was like 10. He was like 10. And then he was like, I was like, well, let's just flip forward so it's fair. He's like, no, I want to pick. I'm like, okay.
I typically start,
I
I don't know what you would call it.
You guys are getting excited about the money. I'm just saying it's fun
Somewhere in
to
between tag and lag where like I feel compelled to raise most middling suited connectors, whatever that is, in middle position and greater. Playing most pocket pairs under the gun and around. So maybe that's more lag. I don't know. I used to play a lot more tight, aggressive, but now that I play just recreationally, I hate folding, and so I'm more
He says odds at 6 to 1. I'm like, I'll take
through
the
the
thank you very much. He goes, okay, 6 to 1. Let's
how do
go.
you say it?
Like,
Love to play multi-way pots. I love to
For the dog, get paid more if he wins.
win pots in position. So maybe I lean more lag now, especially now that I'm independently wealthy. So I guess I'm talking myself out of tag. I know tag is better in some instances, but
Good movement. He's in.
the rare times I do get to play, I guess I'm trying to maximize the experience, and so I guess I would loose aggressive is more fun to me. So I probably end up playing that. As clear as mud as that explanation was.
The greatest book anyone's looking
All right,
for.
check flop. Paolo picking up the 2-pair on the turn, bets 350, and Shorty makes the call. Paolo will go for another small little half-size bet here on the river. Shorty's call with the pocket jack.
Of course, this is a great
Bad news. Paolo ships the pot, gets rid of his nip button, down to 8 players.
I know the right answer is like it all depends on the dynamic of the table and your player or your opponents and some of the kind of meta things going on. And so I guess I would like to say that where I'm capable of changing gears, but I'm also not like a long-term for-profit player anymore, and so I'm more interested in having a good time while I'm able to be there. Until I get stuck 3 buy-ins, and then I'm just mega uber tilted and throw all that out the window because
I too like to live dangerous.
feel so justified, or feel like I'm owed winning every time, you know, as we all do.
Okay. All right. Well, I hope to play you in a game sometime once you ship me over 3 stacks and then just really start playing.
That's right.
All right, Safine up $50. He's going to Taco Bell later. Let's go.
It's a strong Taco Bell order for sure.
You know, you think that, and it is certainly for one person. There's no chance you're putting down $50 worth of Taco Bell. But man, my usual order now is solid
getting up there.
$14, almost $15. Yeah.
Inflation, man.
It's eating us up, man. But it's all good. In the grand scheme of things, $14 for a whole hell of a lot of Taco Bell that fills me all the way up and tastes delicious. I'm a big fan. Mr. Delivery, a big fan of the ace king
Are you
of
imagine
spades
format
here.
bluffing somebody with
Opening it
last
up
two of
from
the
the
net?
cutoff. Will he get any action
Imagine
into
that.
the blinds and straddles? Though no.
Ah, it took a while.
Imagine that.
I mean, last time I did it to you.
Gets rid of the nit button. Takes down a
You
small
can
one.
ask him now.
Easy peasy.
We
He
both had
folded.
the nit button.
It just happened twice in a row.
Who are we rooting for to pay out?
Ace king takes a walk.
Well, I know that earlier JD was the target of everyone's sort of animosity. They wanted him to lose, but he did manage to get rid of his nit button right before Torshi was forced to pay out. I personally, of course, would like to see Mr. Delivery just, knit it up and be forced to pay it out.
Oh, Rom away from the table. Let's go of aces.
Can you get a Coke Zero and a cup of ice, please?
Yeah, not a great time to be away from the table when the nit game is in effect. Every hand has some fraction of that $1,800 swing baked in.
Oh, you're right.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Be around for that. Especially.
But you also like
Smart minute.
you also just have a bunch of hands.
Wow.
Top pair from Mr. Delivery. Odds are not looking in our favor.
Hours later.
Well, Mr. Delivery, actually, he just won that hand and got rid of his nit button.
Oh, he did? I thought I saw it in front of him. The red juked me out. Excuse me.
Yeah,
You're
no,
right.
he had
Yep,
the
you're right.
ace
You're
king
right.
spades, he raised and everybody folded. But yeah, it looks like another spot where he's likely to pick up this pot and not allow any of the other players, this one in particular being Sophine, to remove their nit button.
I did it for you.
Sophine here does pick up a bad hard flush draw and a gut shot to the wheel, so all things considered, not a terrible hand to continue barreling with, but he does check it back, and Mr. Delivery will finish with the best hand if and when we get to Showdown.
Anything to get the chart pros off the chart is good. Start manipulating the chart.
Larry
real
way out
fast.
here in the chat says that he rewatched Fringe after we talked about it here on air before we went on the cruise. His girlfriend had not seen the whole series. Well, awesome, man. I presume that you and
Fringe?
your girlfriend really enjoyed it.
Did you and I talk about that? I don't remember. That one's not ringing a bell for me.
Yeah, we talked about it. It's not one of my top shows, but it makes it up there pretty far. It's
Oh, okay.
a
When
lot
he
of
comes
fun.
back, we're like, oh, you already lost, but like, we were real quick. And you got to pay the blinds. Like, oops.
Doug's making a lot of
All right,
videos.
Mr. Delivery checks. Sophine does go for the bet, 700 into 950. And Mr. Delivery here, let's see if he goes to the check raise, the top pair second kicker.
Got the clickbait already.
That'd be sick. Be sick. Be famous. Be great. All we gotta do is paint Rum as an asshole, and then like.
Calling would have done the same thing.
23.
Bug good.
Mr. Delivery, slow playing to the river and then pouncing and taking it down. Let's see here. Let me ask you about TV while the topic has been brought up. Have you finished Firefly?
No, we got distracted with Succession and Ted Lasso coming back in the mix, but it's very much on the list for once we reach a lull from the mainstream.
Okay, cool.
Is that one we have to pay for, or is that on one of the? I know you've told me before, one of the streaming services.
Yeah, Firefly for a while was available on, I think it was one of the streaming services. I think now you probably have to buy the season or something
I
for
can just
20
look it
bucks
up
or
on
whatever
my
it might be.
very powerful computing device.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just I would just look it up and see. But the one thing that is kind of obnoxious is that the streaming service that has the series, like the TV shows, may not have Serenity the movie, and that's like basically season 2
really weird, but I'm going to win 100K.
So I don't know. I mean, you kind of just have to look it up and see what's available out there. We've got a showdown here between JD and Safine, both players with a knit button. And this is a race 150, re-raise to 500, and then a fourth bet from JD. Safine will make the call, and it's pocket 10s versus pocket 9s here.
Not sure what he plays. Yeah, I don't mean discount down.
Yeah, it looks like it's paid on Amazon, iTunes, all that stuff. That's a travesty. Why can't I watch my one niche show on my one niche platform?
All right, Queen 8-6 Rainbow here. JD still well out in front. Continues for 725. Safine makes the call with just the 1 over card to the pair of 9.
Maybe it's on Hulu, actually. Disregard.
45-50 in the middle. JD here, once again, given the dynamics of this hand, can go both ways. Another bet or a check.
This is such a brutal spot for Safine, unless he can find a way out of it, either by getting JD off of second pair, finding a fold ace on the river. This might be his opportunity. We shall see.
Yeah, the problem for both of these players is that their hand is just too good to turn into a bluff most of the time.
Yeah.
Safine here certainly could consider turning 9s into a bluff if JD checks. But like JD is just going to have like pocket jacks, pocket 10s so frequently when he checks this river. And Safine is just like, am I going to get him to fold that? Like, what am I just like floating around with an ace here with, you know? Aside from ace queen, I just don't have any aces. And this is just a really pretty awkward spot to go for it. So I really think that, you know, you add everything up. Pocket 9s are just a snap check back, as we saw, and the 10s are just going to take that one down. But JD dragging a pretty juicy pot there. That gets him back to bang on even.
Yeah, pretty juicy indeed, and gets rid of his knit button, so saving another, or winning another $200 at some point in the night.
Harvey here going to open it up early. Position under the gun, ace queen. Kyle going to try to sneak in there with the jack 10-0, and this may bring in the blinds and the straddles for cheap. So far, that is indeed the case. 4 players to a flop we go.
Woo! 9-9-9.
Wow. Isn't it?
There you go, dude. 9-9-9.
Absolutely.
German flop.
Hey, Taco. Yeah.
Kyle Z here checks to him. He's not going to take a
playing
stab.
Numbers down there on the flop, and 999, he would have won 500 from everybody playing.
Oh, okay.
It's like my dream board.
He's still checking. I think Harvey here can definitely bet at this, but he is going to continue checking.
Might be your last time, George. Call for it on the river.
Kyle Z induced with the strange straight draw, gutter ball to the jack high straight on a trips board. Interesting.
Man goes for the small check raise here, and this is actually pretty awesome.
And a call. 5 of diamonds. After Rom basically clicks it. Maybe if the diamonds were on the flop, he'd have more of a case to represent. But if it goes check, check, he is going to be thrilled.
You're rooting for chop here.
Yeah, but Kyle Z can't call with just the 2 overs and the gut shot, you know, and then just shut it down. So yeah, he has to bet there. Ram gets out of the way. Kyle Z
By
takes
hell or
it
high
down
water.
with the jack high. Gets
Sub-
rid of his button. That's awesome.
Submits his button, shows the jack high ball for the needle, and no longer the knit button sweat.
Only way you want to hand versus Rom.
I think I'm with Rom in his thought process. Like, look, if clicking it here helps me win a pot and relinquish my knit button 1 out of however many times, feels worth it. And then he just gave up on river.
Idiot calls straight
I don't know.
and trips is on the board.
Seems like it's worth a scab on a board that's kind of weird.
Full house draw then, George.
2 kings, Paolo,
Yeah.
and Rom with the 9s. Back at
That's
it.
what people gonna discuss. You know that, right?
Oh, they're just gambling their TCH.
Oh yeah, true. They do nothing in this chat. This gambling bot thing is the worst thing of all time.
I lost all mine recently, man. That was very sad.
Shorshi poo-pooing the TCH Live loyalty points.
The TCH loyalty point.
Let
slot
your
machine.
Nobody ever
opinions be known in the chat about that hot take by Shorshi.
Kyle Z lost all of his. He gambled them away. He was very sad. I'm sure he has some sympathizers here in the chat.
Very obvious. There's really bad interaction. All you see is pages of
Pages of this bullshit.
Pages of this bullshit. Really good idea to
I don't know.
criticize the stream
I think,
hosting you.
I think whoever's in charge of promotion at TCH is just kind of guessing. You know, it'll get people
All right,
engaged.
Ramchek calls the flop. Another overcard to the board appears on the turn. Paolo continuing to bet 425 this time, and Ram will go ahead and take off
Might as well just do
another
like
one.
a Twitch stream of like someone playing roulette.
1500 in the middle. It's an ace of diamonds now, and this has just gone
Oh, yeah, that's
from
what I'm saying.
bad
People do
to
that.
worse here for Ram. And
Like Draco go on there
Paolo
and,
really
you know,
shouldn't be too worried about that ace, but he also may not feel inclined to bet it, as it's going to be tough for any worse hands to call at this point. So, I don't know. I expect check, but let's see if Paolo does go for the thin value here.
Man.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing dystopian about that at all.
It's just creepy, man.
Big brother says smile more.
Double K.
2 kings is good.
KK.
Paolo's got a very solid game from what I've seen. Last few streams, he's played really good.
I thought you turned to him and was like, when was the last time I had kings?
2018. All right.
Yeah, all of these players certainly going to be playing very strong poker, and when you're up against a field this strong, you've really got to bring your A game as well. Can't go
big city kind of guy.
being all loosey-goosey, you know.
Many lights, and games are not good, and I'm not a tournament guy either, so I have basically no reason to.
Plus, you think people treat Euros bad here?
Kyle Z, king 10 in the hijack, 250. Mr. Delivery. Ace Jack to the late position open. That is curious to me.
I agree. I feel like he snap folded the 4s earlier. Now the ace jack off. Like
Maybe he's just not doing any early position or out of position. Buffoonery, shenanigans. I think shenanigans was the word I was searching for in my head. It's been a long day.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I feel like both of those spots are definitely going to be higher frequency spots that he's gonna play. The fact that he's kind of done that twice now, is a little bit curious. But you know, such is life. He may be randomizing as well. Maybe just
that's true.
Maybe just rolling low each time or whatever. So you know.
10-4 for Safine, not randomizing, or maybe so. Maybe he is randomizing with the 10-4 and his flop stop pair.
Yeah, I presume this is more geared towards getting rid of his knit button. Holiday opening the button, going to have a very wide range, and the price relatively attractive to have a flop like this and try to get rid of that knit button.
I can't live with it. I'm just going to open shove the next one.
If you lose twice in a row, you gotta go.
Check raising the top pair no kicker.
Let me lost twice, and then he's lost
This
this one, so 3 in a row.
is definitely geared to just try to get Holiday to fold out all of her unpaired holdings.
I could see her calling or 3-betting. This is, she's got enough, and she does call.
I haven't really thought about that.
Yeah, 3-betting I think is not really in the cards, but certainly with the 2 overs and the gut shot to the stone nizzles, she cannot be folding for that size. So definitely a standard continues. Sabine here not going to love this, that she's continued, but the deuce of spades really not a card that it impacts his relative strength of his hand.
As a story where he's playing online.
Makes a lot of sense. Continues for a little over half pot here. Again on the turn, setting up a pot-sized river jam if he wants it, and if she calls.
Fake being him.
Well, so no, he just open jams. It comes to him, and he has kings. It's just like
Holiday with the queen of clubs could certainly think about continuing one more. If a club peels off and Sabine checks, then she could go for the bluff. But God, whenever the stacked pot ratio starts to get small, you really just start running out of options. So she's just going to ditch the 2 overcards and the gut shot. Also makes sense. And Sabine here shows down the winning hand, gets rid of the button, and we now have, what, 4 players, maybe 5 with the knit button remaining.
That stack just jams. His king was like, what?
Yeah, happy to take the pot down with the 10-4 right there in order to relinquish his own knit button. And then there were 3-ish, 3 or 4.
Somebody of mine. He says
3,
he
I
still
think.
sees it forever lifetime on his graph. It's just like
Yep, well, certainly 3 that we can see. And yeah, we'll have to get a peek over on that end of the table. It does look pretty sparse over there. Most of those players missing their button.
Pressure's on for Shorshi, Ram, and Holiday.
I just pretend there's no such thing as easy.
That's one way to do it, pal.
Yeah, back on the horse here for Holiday. Nice suited one gapper in the cutoff.
To keep you from having fun.
And Paolo with no incentive to defend.
Get a
It's
walk.
just going to fold, and Holiday's out of the way.
No more.
Let's go around.
Shorshi and Ram about to battle. 1,600 additional dollars on the line.
Trying to be like you.
How is this happening?
Shorshi lamenting the fact that he already paid without once, and now he's in the position that he could have this happen
You were
again.
heads up last time, weren't you? Oh, you lost last
Oh,
time.
wow. The potential to go back-to-back.
We already
Ram's got position, too, not to give him any ideas.
Huh? Yeah, of course. Obvious. Do you think I would?
Shorshi with the Queen Dewey.
No, I didn't have it.
No, you had it. You had 9-5.
I'm with the Queen 5.
Feel bad about winning.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, you lost TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, you love to see the guy, the only other guy fold behind you. You're like,
Yes,
yes,
it's
okay.
like,
I
all right,
got-
live to
got
fight
life.
another day.
Enough conspiracy theories.
That would be a really fun YouTube channel.
You would be the right guy
But-
for it. I can see.
You know, you got to understand that
That's
people
definitely a
will
healthy
believe,
use of social media.
no matter what you make up, people will believe it. Like there will be a small portion of people
Oh,
who will
yeah.
be like, "This is real."
And it might not be that small.
Yeah, don't scare me now.
Harvey and Holiday both with overs
Suppose the
and
player telling
some
me,
backdoor
like,
flush
how to be
possibilities,
useful
and
to
that's
society.
about
Is
it.
that what's going on right now?
another subsection.
Just don't think a conspiracy theory YouTube channel would be all that.
No,
All that pro-social.
It's a fake conspiracy theory. Birds aren't real, you know.
Jack of clubs makes things interesting. Holiday with the king high club draw, and Harvey turns top pair.
They're all government drones. That's why they stand on electrical wires all day.
They're charging.
Chris Phillips here in the chat has a question. If you're playing, do you have to scan your cards, or can you play it in hiding? I presume you mean can you just choose not to scan your cards so that your hand
They also have
is
these
not
cell phone towers that look like
presented to the viewers?
stuff.
Well, You certainly could do that. Like, it is within your power to just
like
not place your cards over the scanner and sort of refuse to do so when the production staff encourages you to put your cards over there. But you will not be invited back. The benefit that the live stream has is that it is entertaining to everybody that watches, and the players know that by coming onto the live stream, they are signing up for showing their cards and allowing all of us to watch along.
It seems pretty
So
Darwinian to me.
it's a mutual understanding that that is what you do, and so if that were your prerogative, you would come and join us for one night.
Holy shit.
But have you thought about that's always how
A just call on the end. Going perfect.
Triple J.
One of those situations where a raise
For yourself there, dude.
is going to fold out all of the hands that are worse than you and get called by everything that's better than you. It's really hard to think of a hand that is able to call that you beat. Something like a Jack-10, maybe you're just coolering them, but it's so unusual or unlikely for that to happen that, yeah, the extra value that you might get doesn't really offset the fact that, like, you raise there and then just boom, you know, if they go all in, you're like, oh god, what did I do?
Gonna make a lot of changes.
This is where the knit game makes it interesting. Shorshi incentivized even more by having a $100 straddle
Losing costs 1,600.
and is on the stone bubble for the knit game.
I might defend.
You guys really shouldn't tell me about those dynamics.
Chris, clarifying here, didn't mean every hand, just every here and there. Well, I mean, yeah, like you could do whatever you want, and of course you could, you know, sort of pretend like you weren't doing it on purpose or whatever. But like, I mean, you know, the goal is to have the card scanned in every time so that we all get to see what's going on. I understand what you're saying, that, you know, having a few hands here and there where we don't know what they have can also be interesting, but, you know, that's not really
Rom.
the operation.
4-bet shipping it with the King 4 suited for 16K. Back over to Paolo with Ace-Jack suited. Rom really wants to punish Shorshi in the knit game.
What do you want?
Blacks.
Disappointment in his voice.
Oh my goodness.
Paolo here, who squeezed to a large size,
does
is
fold.
sort of
Yum yum.
Got him.
Yum.
Got him.
squeezed to a very large size. Ram flips over the cards, triumphantly shows down the King 4 suited, and Shorshi has to pay it out again.
That hurts
so that's
so much.
$1,800 twice.
You were ahead.
$3,600 swing for him. Ugh.
You were ahead, Rom.
Let's go, German.
Take my
Well, I mean, of course, he only has to pay out $1,600, so it's really $3,200 that he has
Adding 200.
lost, but then also not gaining the $200 where I got the
That hurts.
yeah.
3,200 lit on fire.
Oh, I wonder how they're doing that, like, back there.
Oh, yeah.
They have to adjust everyone's stack by 200
Yeah,
every
real
time.
quick, probably.
They love this game.
Yeah.
It's actually built into the software that we can do things like
Hopefully you
flip
should like.
and so it's actually
I'm sure
pretty
you should be able to
easy
write a line of
to
code into the program to like add a knit game.
put that in.
Right.
Mallory,
Like
George,
Oh, really? I didn't know
a
that.
few lines of code.
The answer there is it depends.
I'm pretty sure anyways. I mean, I'm not sure if we're keeping up with it super closely. I'd have to go back and watch and see if the number is updated and, you know, maybe talk to the production staff. But, I mean, we can run a flip in the software, and I think
Right.
there is even the ability to do, you know, some automated things like knit game, where you just basically punch in, you know, this person won, everybody else, or this person lost, you know, everybody else won this amount, things of that
So I
nature.
was holding, so I didn't say anything, but watch that one hand peel. It's pretty
All
easy.
right, Ace Jack of Diamonds here getting pushed around. Back-to-back hands. Mr. Delivery here with the Cowboys, raising it up to 1.1K, and a relatively small raise here. Low Jack versus High Jack. Given the straddle, this is actually sort of early position for both players. And Harvey is going to make the call. So heads up to a flop we go. Mr. Delivery in position with the betting lead. Stack to pot ratio at about 5.
9-3-4. This flop feels great for Mr. Delivery's Kings. Harvey checking quickly.
I guess you can say that now since you're about to leave.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Let's do one more round of paintball.
Oh shit!
Rom risked $16,000 on the previous hand to make sure he didn't lose 1,600.
Yeah, I mean, he also won the pot, which had a sizable amount of chips in it. There was something to the tune of 3,000 in the middle that he also picked up.
Wow.
Okay.
He did like
The second time, did you play any hands?
No.
he did.
Jedi Master Ted says, I'm not sure, but I think Austin and Dallas are on different software. No, we are on RF Poker software on all TCH locations now.
That's the reason why both just called too. It's
I was laughing saying like when he picked up chips, I was like, well, this would be interesting.
I was saying wrong.
that's like
When I
so
lost the
strong
poker house,
with the
I
guy
played like
opening
12
when the
hands.
guy has a button. It's like
I got just like, I'm just
Especially with like 2 flats here.
2 flies.
Delivery checks back the flop, trying to get his value on later streets, but the board pairing the bottom card and no diamonds in sight. The ace-jack goes into the muck.
That's the least I went out swinging. The painful ways are you just have to like fold your way to loss.
JD stuck $50. He
So
may
it's
have to
kinda power
forfeit
reviews.
his trip to Taco Bell later.
All right, no
We
more freebies on that.
shall
on the next
see.
one, Harvey.
All right. No,
Still plenty of time left here.
Well, no, I just mean like I'm not
Closing
gonna
in
fold
on the
it.
halfway mark here, hand
Kyle, next to me,
52
just
on
fold it's fine.
Okay.
the books after this one.
Yeah, these kings, fucking fold. Fine. He promised me he would not fold the boat to it, so.
In the station.
It's a station, yeah. Like, I'm a station. I'm not folding even, I'm not thinking about folding boats.
JD with pocket JDs.
Fucking Cashman.
Will raise and take you. Just like that, back to Taco Bell we go. Ram up the most, nearly 8,000 in profit.
2 months.
Leaderboard still shows Mr. Delivery, of course, stuck
Getting in
a
shape.
bunch, but
Yeah, been
he
getting
that
is in
grease
fact
bottom.
actually up a little bit.
Gotta
Basically,
be at
add
peak,
10,000
peak Safine.
to Mr.
Yeah.
Delivery's
Peak first trip.
losses, I believe, and you will.
Can't wait to see him.
It's either 10 or 11,000, and you'll get to where he's at
Jeez.
on the
No,
evening.
you're gonna do great. It's gonna be good.
Thanks, Kyle.
It's gonna be good.
I appreciate it, man.
I'm excited for you.
I always root for people. I always root.
Safine is a man who sets goals and drives towards them
Try
with
to.
a singular focus that I think is admirable.
Thanks. All right, no more nice people.
Forever
I just go
remember
back
the
to being
7 times
assholes
played.
again.
Checks through on the flop,
The
3
bro.
ways here.
That was nasty.
I'll forever remember.
That was nasty.
Safine with the best hand and the
That
best
has to be
draw.
harder to convert than like a bowling
Oh,
7-10 split.
100% harder.
Brick City
the
down
bowling
the
thing?
line.
Oh, that was
Safine will win if we get to Showdown.
Bowling pins.
Okay.
He hit a 7-6 split on me for like $1,200.
Oh,
And
that's
a
pretty sick.
7-10
Check,
split
check, check.
with the football.
that's
Incredible. Incredible. There was other lanes, right? Everyone in the room just fucking freaked out.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
Yeah.
It was pretty wild. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was very lucky to hit it. It wasn't like I could just do it again if you told me to.
This is way harder than a bowling.
Safine wasn't even expecting to hit one of them.
Yeah, dude, I was like, whoa. Because, like, I hit it and, like, everyone started running at me like, holy shit.
Because it was so
Oh
weird.
my
There's something about
goodness.
like the geometry of like a football hitting a
Yeah.
bowling pin.
Yeah.
And the weird curvature of each.
Yeah.
Like it hit it and then bounced it basically like a right angle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like just into the.
I feel like it has to be easier than the bowling. It has to.
oh yeah.
Only one you can.
I'm sure he will bet you.
Always, listen, always down for a friendly wager.
Yeah.
It has to be easier than the bowling one. 'cause the
Well, so
bowling
yeah,
one-
so JD, you try and do one in bowling. He'll try and do one in bowling, and then whoever can do it in
first
fewer
one to do
attempts.
it. Ooh, I'm down
No,
for
no,
that.
you're bowling.
Whoever can do it in fewer
no,
attempts.
no.
I'm saying bowling is harder, so I need to do this soft, easier one, right? You should do the harder one. I'm saying football is easier than bowling.
Sure.
You guys work
I
it
think
out
football
themselves.
is easier than bowling.
Oh,
We
okay.
can
We're on the
work
same side.
it
We're on the
out.
same side then. You said that.
Little serenade here from Mr. Delivery as he makes the
Are
call
you
from
bowling?
I
the
think
straddle.
it's easier if you have
Heads up.
peak bowlers versus peak bowlers. But we are neither.
I don't think there are.
So I don't think
I
we
don't
could
think there
realize
is such a thing as peak.
Yeah, I don't think that exists.
peak bowlers. There's someone out there
They're
who's the
not
best
out there.
bowler. We just don't know him. Not many people
Brady.
do probably. Yeah,
And he
especially
will
my NFL quarterback.
continue. This is his board for 200. Mr. Delivery, gut shot to the nizzles, backdoor clubs. and goes for the low frequency check raise here. Definitely don't hate this. He's going to have some 7/8s.
George, this is the bet you should
Certainly
take.
a lot more
Have the
7/8s
Cavs
than
by 5
JD will ever have, as well as all of the Ace-7, Ace-8 offsuits that JD will not have. So
I'm just kidding. I probably won't watch
pretty
the
good spot there to go for the check raise.
The Cavs are?
As they
Gets
should
through.
be. As they should be.
That, I probably should actually be watching. The thing, it's tough to watch like all the different series, like especially in the first round.
Yeah.
So I just like pick a few and kind of focus on them. But like that's actually probably going to be a really good series.
I mean, yeah. Even like odds on this were really tight. I think the Cavs are like minus 200 favorites or something like that before game 1.
At home, yeah.
Of
Oh,
course,
like
they
for a
dropped
series
it.
you're saying?
Yeah, before the first game. But now it's like different, obviously. They lost and it was like the swap was massive. They became dogs.
You think the Warriors can come back?
I hope they come back.
I
I have a future on them.
was going on for
Like you picked them in the finals like early?
No, just to win this series. I took them after they lost.
They're going to change the thumbnail.
Harvey here going to come in for a raise
We'll see. I mean, look,
out
they
of
opened
blind.
as 7-point
King
favorites
5 of
in
diamonds.
game 3
And
after
JD
losing 2 in a row.
is going
So it's
to
like they know
defend
that game 3 is pretty much the Warriors. And then
Knock
game
on
4
wood.
will really
from
decide
the
a lot.
straddle. Both players controlling diamonds. Only one diamond on the flop. No pairs
How about
for
them Heat,
either
though, baby?
player, but Harvey here should
Mine
have a
with the
pretty
upsetting
natural
game
Did
one
conclusion,
they?
in
given
Milwaukee.
the ace high texture.
Oh yeah, yeah.
JD
Um,
have a tough time
I don't know
continuing.
why in my mind I was thinking they're playing Boston. No. That's hard to do.
I mean, Giannis got hurt. So does Tyler Hero.
No, what's
Or the
going on? I
Lakers,
was like, I
especially
recognize
because
that
do we know if John's
Yeah,
like
you playing
playing?
Piolo out here?
Or is he like out or because he got injured?
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people are getting hurt.
I'm saying people are already
JD
kind of
does
like
have
buying
3 to a
the
straight, 3 to a flush,
at
but
the beginning of that
yeah,
series.
he's gonna have a
I
lot of
think-
other hand combinations
early, bro.
that will serve as better check raise, or not even check raise, rather just raise in position bluffs.
Yeah,
I think in terms of first round upsets, Lakers.
Disney
I would
did not
probably pick
have
Lakers as
a lot of
legit first round upset.
implied equity with that hand, so
a lot of times,
standard fold.
a lot of times, just so you know, they're running like a 5-5 with the straddle PLO game here. Just so, looking for holding. Yeah, I know. I'm just letting you know for future tense. It's not running right now, but you can do it like on a Friday or Saturday. Like,
Looking at the V-pips there, we've got 30% all the way down to, looks like 14% thereabouts.
good to see you, buddy.
A couple of players hanging out down near the Lottie line. Lottie line, of course, being a 15% V-pip. Dorsey here, raise and takey.
wrong time.
Finally got your net button.
Really, really bad time.
Finally get a walk.
Dorsey still stuck the most, down 4.7K. Paolo, Safine, Kyle Z, all down right around 2,000. No big pots here, like no super big pots anyways. I mean, certainly we saw Ram shove all of his chips, about 15,000 into the middle.
That's right. We need more of that. He's doing his part.
Net game certainly playing a role in that action. But
They said winter time was on.
yeah, as of right now, even the $100 straddle not driving too many crazy big pots. But the night is still young. We've got about another 2 hours left in the program. I do want to thank all of you guys for tuning in. If you haven't had an opportunity yet to strike the like button with the force of 1,000 ostriches, please do consider that as an option, and also make sure you are subscribed to the channel.
King perfect on the turn for Paolo. Top. Shorshi.
I just don't want to do what you tell me to.
Not much to work with now.
I'm going to Brian Metter this stream.
Don't. All right. How about this?
Paolo.
Win today.
Got to build a pot at some point.
I'm going to win 100K today.
Yeah, because I told you to.
That's the spirit.
Because I told you to.
No, I'm just saying. Like, I can
Yeah,
feel it.
because I told you to.
Paolo takes down another uncontested one. Ace King.
Like,
I him with that reverse, you know?
Yeah.
Chris Phillips, I'm not sure who you saw fold ace king. I didn't see it, but I may not have been paying attention. It's always possible if someone isn't at the table, like Ram or whatever, who has stepped away on occasion. will have their hand folded automatically. And
That's right.
yeah, we already saw him fold aces earlier, so if that was the case, it's possible that he let go of another big hand. This time just the ace-deuce, but Holiday waking
two
up with a real
queens.
hand.
Trying to put some green chips in play. 300. And looks like Kyle Z's going to defend the 7-4 ball. Uh-oh. Flop's open-ended.
That looked like our good friend Derek walking up. And
Yeah, it did. We're just with an upgraded wardrobe. He's moved up to more authoritative things with that gray blazer.
Holiday continues for 250. Kyle Z going to go for the check raise here.
Let's go.
And with a rainbow board here, this is actually, yeah, just not going to be a ton of hands that are going to go for this check raise. And all of the like king 5, king 6 holdings should be suited combinations. 6-5 also likely to be suited combinations as well. So some sets, some 2 pairs for sure, but just not a ton. But bingo bango, Kyle Z drills the absolute stone cold nizzles.
Man.
On the turn.
Nice feeling to just get there when you're semi-bluffing on flop.
Yeah, absolutely. No better feeling. I mean, flopping a set feels really good, but when you check raise flop on a board that's like kind of hairy, and then you drill it after they call, you're like, this is the one.
That's how it starts, though.
Yeah.
That's how it starts.
1.6K into 2.2. Big chunky bet here in Holiday with the pocket queens.
Actually, wait, no, in poker it's kind of.
Again, it's just such a narrow value raising range.
There's no.
Pocket
There's
6,
like
pocket 5s, king 5 suited, king 6 suited, 6-5 suited, right? I mean, these are the sorts of things that you're concerned about. The rest of it are sort of straight and you know, maybe gut shots with a backdoor flush draw, things of that nature.
She does fold.
Starts to be a little freaky.
Whatever the slope is between.
And Mr. Delivery has taken this opportunity to start talking about calculus.
The derivative must be.
JD unfortunately has obliged him further.
JD 5 and 5 on the side.
8 times I'm gonna.
All right, here we go. Time for a flip, and that means it's halfway through the show. Dealer change time, and
It's like that, you know, when you play
I
basketball,
will
you just need to see
return.
one shot go in.
Is Ron the kind of
So
person
Aaron,
who wanted?
best of luck out there in the real world.
He's back.
And we are going to be doing a $250 pot limit Omaha flip.
I need a smoothie or something.
4 cards face down, 5 cards face up. Luckiest player wins, unless they're actually doing a bomb pot tonight, which they usually don't. But that would be interesting if they actually did a bomb pot at this stake. Another Kev in the box. Fellow Jarhead. Mixed game extraordinaire. Welcome to the game, sir.
I think Boba is very good, to be fair.
Y'all brought me like some boba one time, like unsolicited. He brought me like the extra large one though, so I barely drank a third of it, but it was really tasty.
It's just too sweet, you know.
And I got really nervous.
Tapioca house, yeah. It's very good. They even have like cheese foam at some places, and that is unbelievably good.
Really? I think
it's so
like
good.
Sweet and cheese.
David's got a big cup right now.
Okay.
And
they melt it. Oh,
it's the same size. 7.
it's my weakness sometimes.
Oh, best card of the deck.
Ace of spades.
Yeah, boba's interesting. I don't know if I'm game for a cheese
But it's worth something.
element to the boba, but I'm always down to try new things, I guess.
Peel a 9. 9
Okay,
of diamonds.
we're looking for deuce 3-4.
Oh,
Deuce
Jack's
3-4.
pretty good for you. 7s.
Oh shit!
All of them?
Damn it, 10 of hearts.
Alright,
Oh,
deuce
queen.
3-4.
How many
Deuce
spades
Queen on the
can
queen
I
on the side, JD.
So we are flipping set
Seven in
for
the
Mr.
and the
Delivery.
Seven.
Feels like a pretty good start, blocking
How about
set
a
of queens
4-ball?
as well.
go?
Can I get a 4-ball?
But the thing about pot limit Omaha is it's the best hand at the river
I'm dead.
that wins. Diamonds get there.
No, not diamond.
Oh,
It's a
diamond. Wait.
fiend.
Ooh, flush.
7.
Flush.
And
Don't
scooped
pair the
everywhere.
board. Do not
Jack
do
center
it.
8. Jack center 8.
There's the board.
I have a flush.
Shift it.
Any flushes?
Unless,
out
oh, it's a
there, or
6.
can I
Excuse
win my
me. So
money?
hearts.
1,000 on
Any flush?
Rom
no, Kyle,
wins.
don't do it.
Come on, baby.
Kyle, stop.
No.
Ship it. Ship it. Diamonds are good. Diamonds are good.
Unless
And I have a
you,
set, too. Wow.
unless the board is wrong.
Diamonds right
I
here.
know. That's in anger. That's
It
in
was
anger.
very angry 7s.
Ship the biscuits. Ship the biscuits.
When was the last time
this
a
way.
flopped set in this PLO flip held up?
Well,
I'm not sure I've
you're
ever
not
seen
supposed to, I don't think.
Oh wait, have we been taking? Have we been taking the
Yeah,
PLO?
JD does.
Okay.
And then just so we're clear, Rom has dust over
Have
here.
returned. Who took down the
Sorry, different game.
flip here?
I think it was a fiend, but I think the board may have been read wrong.
Sorry.
Okay.
I trust
actually,
the other Kev to make the right decision.
George and 1,000 to Steven.
I'm adding 1,000.
Just move it over from
All right.
500 to George and 1,000 to Steven.
Kind of a chaotic flip there.
Alright, we'll do the Nick game, I guess when Rom gets back. Is that good?
All right.
I think I was the 100.
Nick
I
game
know, I'm the
will
button.
come back when
I'm
Ram
the
is
button.
For the flip, I was not the
back
button.
in seat.
Button's right.
Rom wants an opportunity to make it 3 for 3
Oh, I'm so excited.
for
Rob's
Shorty.
on, so we'll just wait for him to come back.
I don't know. I don't remember.
Button's correct.
When he talks fast, he's lying.
I thought the same thing.
What, when he talks fast?
That would be just
Oh,
unbelievably
That would,
painful.
yeah, I have to get up and go if that's, I mean, if I'm
I
Shorty,
thought it'd be 4. I saw
3 in a
Kevin
row. It's
said
like, all right, I get it.
well, we could just check the tape, you know? It's like literally everywhere.
Are we already starting? Oh, wrong.
Let's wait for Ron to come back.
Wrong. Yeah.
So we got a second.
George is for sure going to win this hand then.
Paolo 3-4 suited, folded 2 in the small blind, gets rid of it.
Wow. How does he just keep getting walks?
J-Do.
So I don't play the blinds very well. Oh yeah, you were talking about you don't
Oh,
know
that's
that blind poker either.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah,
true.
you didn't turn
Look at that.
That's
Only 2 people winning money in poker tonight.
I might
The
have to
Tuesday night game.
do it.
Yeah, we do have to remember though that
These guys gave arguments.
the statistics are incorrect for Mr. Delivery, so kind of need to add something like 10 or 11,000 or something to his earnings. So I think for a large portion of the evening, he has actually been positive a small amount. So,
Well, something George doesn't know.
but you're right, it's still only a couple of players that are up, and everyone else is
All the
still.
morons.
George is familiar with the sequel Dusted Off. Look at that greasy duster right there.
Rom is back.
Harvey's gone.
That's his out. Oh, he's right there.
JD flops top pair, Shorshi, 2 overcards, and backdoor straight opportunities.
Thank you for
Despite my
playing, Rob.
flop set.
Appreciate you playing.
You had a straight
Queen
through.
when you pulled.
JD bets, he wins, and now
Tied
knit buttons are back out and on the table.
Let's go. Knit game
Said you and I saw it.
in play.
Let's say something.
Gosh, that would be so epic. I don't wish anything ill against Shorshi, but just in terms of the probability of it all, would be quite entertaining for us at home.
Yeah, especially because he did just get that walk, like when they
Yes,
first
the
started
hand
talking
before.
about it.
Yeah.
Just call.
It's like I win when we're not playing the net game, and I just
Well,
can't
actually, I
seem
had
to
you the
win
whole way. If
when
you
we
had king
are.
high,
So
you were dead
thanks.
the whole way.
Jerk.
Yeah, I had ace high.
You had ace high hearts?
Yeah, ace 9 of hearts.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
All right, Harvey here.
You should have just snap called me the king high.
Jack
It would have been like
suited
the sickest
JD.
story ever. German pro snaps off king high and is dead wrong. It would have been so good.
Moron calls with king nine.
Yeah. 9-6 suited. Back over to Harvey. He does not like the position he's in now. We see that his hand is advantageous against JD, but unfortunately, JD outflops Harvey.
And not out of the woods yet, and yeah, JD picks the 1/3 continue paired board. like this, going to be very favorable for his range. Harvey going to be incentivized to continue with a lot of his Broadway type holdings, and the King Jack of Clubs certainly going to be a candidate for that. Another heart though on the turn.
4,800. Whoosh.
And
Promise. Yeah, hey
things
guys.
starting to get a little bit dicey for both of
homework
these
for
players.
everybody.
Let's see how JD plays this one. Check 2 here on the turn.
Oh my god.
Get me out.
JD checking back turn.
The ICM pressure is
1,500 in the middle,
pending.
and it comes ace.
Terrible.
Problem for Harvey is that he's not going to be floating very many ace highs, as they would not have any immediate front door equity. Something
Right.
like a king 10, king jack, things of that nature. Jack 10, of course, certainly going to be able to continue, but really tough to represent
Nice.
that ace. JD here just shows down the pair of 9s and gets
And
rid.
dabs on him. Wow, seat 1 dabs on him.
Did you just dab? Oh my god. Please. That's the one to like show the whole world.
Golly, JD relinquishes his knit game button
I saw this meme going
and
around.
then
It was like,
proceeds
it was like me in
to
6th grade, and it was like these
circa
WWE
2019
wrestlers, they were
dab
like,
on
they were
him
like doing like the this just
harder
straight
than
up,
we've ever
like, just to
seen.
everybody. like,
Gotta love it.
like me in 6th grade, my
I got
teacher
really wrapped up in those storylines.
agape.
King high.
Alright, aces,
Beans about to demolish a banana.
Calls for aces. Jack 7 good enough.
Apparently the 4-bet was fine, by the way. After that. Yeah, it's fine.
Paolo 3 piece with king 6 suited.
I'm not explaining the game to you morons again, so
We got a moron.
Warren needs game explained to him.
get dabbed on, boys.
You had a tough
Does
day.
Paolo show? He does show.
God.
Really? You just
Dude, I had Jack 7 off.
Seems like the play is to get out of there early as much as
have we
much
learned
as you
nothing?
can.
I'm done with you. I'm gone.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Gotta get a 3-bet in there quick with some
I don't know yet.
mediocre in position.
Oh,
I saw a bunch of emails. I was like,
I'm gonna somehow.
Yeah, I
It's
think
like,
so.
shit later.
Personally, I try not to let the knit game
It's an interesting way to handle it.
mess me up too much in terms of widening my ranges and then just ending up with like punting a bunch of money off trying to get rid
Right.
of my button.
Okay.
But it is nice if you're going to 3-bet wide in order to try to get rid of your knit button. It is better to do it early. And the reason for that is that the perceived
Some swings.
impact
I just got in the zone.
of
It's like, this
the
is
knit
one of,
game
like,
is
4
low
games that
when
are gonna
everybody
happen
has
this
their
year.
button because
Yeah.
no one is threatened yet. And so you're actually going to be able to have more credibility earlier in the game. But once you get down to like 3 players with a button left and you start trying to go 9-6 suited, 3-bet raising and stuff like that, it's going to look a lot more fishy. And you're going to get looked up
if it was
in
like
way more
one
spots. So
pit better,
I
I'm calling.
am a proponent of trying to
say
pick
I'm
up some
disappointed
pots,
is an understatement.
pick up a pot, I suppose, earlier on.
Hey,
Yeah.
when you guys are in the straddle, you can spend your $200 how you want, man.
Shoshi taking it down on the button with the king 4 off and
I would have called
can
any.
breathe a sigh of relief.
Over here, okay? Like,
I do a lot of decisions for the stream, and I'm down 90,000. So
Believe me, I was going to do some unconscionable things
Pause.
under a lot of circumstances.
Clip that.
Back to full.
Over to Ram.
You win $200 this time, so you're almost unstuck in the game.
8-7 off.
What an embarrassment.
Over to JD with a defendable king 10.
You were ahead. He had, I
Oh, this one? No, of course.
think I'm folding king 3.
9-7-3. Ram with a pair.
I think the embarrassment was me folding.
you just tell us how to
like,
play,
losing
then
the
we'll
game
play that way.
first.
Oh,
I did not mean.
Checks back, second pair. And it comes an ace.
Let's wake up with queen 6 there. Queen 6-0.
I don't pay attention. Though.
Delayed continuation bet coming from
Otherwise, I just don't.
If it was heads up,
Ram.
No, if it was like 4 left, you have to start.
Recently, Cashman asked me about a hand. He's like, what was out there on the board? I was like,
Check your instant replay.
Don't know, buddy. Wrong person.
5 of spades, front door spades come in. Goes check, check. Rom takes it down.
I mean, well,
There was in the beginning.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
gotta keep it off the record.
I lost to one other person.
Rom takes it down on his button.
Gotcha.
Lost like
I lost
couple
8.
blinds and then.
I lost 18K, and I was like, this is too big.
Oh,
Goodbye. Goodbye.
That's the guy thing. You lost 6.
And then other people were like, to be stuck 18K.
I don't remember, actually.
18K.
I did. I lost 16K because I cashed for.
Yeah, it is. It's always
Am I
funny
happy
to.
about the news who lost? We can keep it.
I mean, you listen to people that play bigger stakes and they talk about the swings that they take, and it just seems like, what? How is that possible? You know? But it's all just relative, you know.
Let's just
That's
say,
right.
aside from Kyle, everybody who didn't have a dog won.
Raise to 300. Short sheet in the hijack. I'm just going to come along. 300 as a call. Mr. Delivery, though, ace jack suited here. Prime squeeze candidate.
Surely he won't fold this time.
Neither will he squeeze. We've got a new man in our midst
Yeah.
here. Mr. Delivery does not want to play big pots out of position, and not even small pots with marginal holdings. So he is just keeping it rather straightforward here this evening. Sabine is going to come in for the squeeze, though. He's like, look at this little raise and call, call, call. Nah, get out of here.
And I wonder if Mr. Delivery ever finds a back raise, given that he's kind of underrepped his hand versus Safine, who he's capable of putting in a squeezy type.
Back raise, though, I would be very surprised. Although, I suppose since Safine is only on 7.4K behind,
Right.
yeah, no, it actually makes more sense. I was thinking he had a deeper stack, but I don't know. You're just either like...
Just calls. Interesting.
Yeah.
So you're right. Confirmed. New man in the house from Mr. Delivery. And it comes ace, king, deuce. 2 diamonds.
Yeah, now Mr. Delivery pretty well sort of married to this one. You can't really go into a stack to pot ratio under 2 flop top pair, and honestly just one of the best hands he's ever going to have here. He's going to have ace queen and ace jack, and then everything else is going to be weaker. So yeah, it's pretty much just stuck playing this one for all the chips. See if he even just goes for the check call here, or perhaps just raises it now. The thing with raising it at any point in the hand is that it's just sort of unnecessary, and you can let your opponent off the hook if they're bluffing. So I think it just check call all the way down for Mr. Delivery makes the most sense, but we'll see how he approaches it.
A just call. Once again. Pot brewing 6,500 in the middle. 6,300 effective to go. 7 of clubs on the turn. A pair for Safine somehow. Safine really wanted to win this knit button. Submit his knit button, but this feels like the point of diminishing return.
Ace King high boards definitely favor him, but yeah, when Mr. Delivery calls pre-flop for that large size and then check calls the flop, you just kind of have to know that you're up against an ace. And if he's got an ace, he's basically at the top of his range. So wisely checks back the turn, prays for a 7 or a queen, doesn't hit it, and at this point, my guess is that Venus just completely shut this one down, but we shall see here. coming here from Mr. Delivery. 2,200 for 1/3 pot.
Safine facing this $2,200 bet in the tank, trying to figure out how to salvage this situation. Can he ever get an opponent to fold an ace if he shoves with 4,100 more behind? Feels like unlikely. But when he does, rip it!
Count, please count.
Yeah, I was going to
gravy.
say this would look really strong because it is such a small amount more that, you know, after you get it counted down, you're like, that's literally 4,000 more into a pot that'll go up to 19 if I call. Like,
yeah.
I have to be right, like, roughly 1 out of 5 times. You're really going to give me that good of a price? It feels like he's just always got it. And by it, it's like 2 pair plus.
And maybe this is the leveling war we're a part of. Safine knows, Mr. Delivery knows that.
46.50 on top. I think I decided what I was going to do in this scenario.
It is a little bit more. It's 46.50 if what Mr. Delivery said is true. So Safine with a few more chips than we had actually shown on screen here. So the odds just not quite as good as what we were talking about, but still 46.50 into a pot that's going to go up to like 20,000. Yeah, I think Mr. Delivery has to call. He does call,
Nice,
and
man.
Safine will not get the bluff through. And
Wow.
oh my God, this is pure Nick game savagery right here.
Yeah, $19,000 pot in hopes of saving 1,600. Okay, depending on how you look at it. Man, huge pot for Mr. Delivery, and
I could have 7K with you
Safine
right now.
got caught.
Just let it go.
The Queen 7.
What's funny about that?
Sheesh.
A bunch of lessons that I've memorized.
Adding 17.
For him specifically.
Yeah, it's a gutsy move, and I don't hate it, right? The problem that you have
So dumb.
as Safine is that I think you would rather have a different board texture to go for that line, because
Different game plans for different things.
you've already squeezed to a large size
Did
your
you take-
opponent
I told you
calls.
25, did you take
Ace,
it? That's
king,
terrible.
deuce flop. You continue and they call.
I usually don't play
Like,
the spot like that against
it's just so unlikely that they have
It's very,
a hand that is going to lay down.
well, thank you for bringing it up.
At least you reaffirmed your.
I mean, you could maybe pick out like pocket tens with a diamond or something, right? Because it was ace, king of diamonds on the flop. So a hand like pocket tens could just call pre for the 300, then call the squeeze size. But it's such a narrow. I mean, it's like basically one hand combination. Because
Right.
like pocket jacks are probably squeezing themselves. So it's like it's exactly one hand combination. You're just not going to get that hand
But that reminds me, I had this
as
weird.
nearly as often as you're going to get the other hands,
Swain
which
into
are just
Gary
like
Fields
ace, queen, and ace, jack.
grocery
And I
store.
just
Lost a
don't see
bunch
how
of
those
weight.
fold either. I
He
mean,
wasn't like
that's
a
just way
emaciator or
too
anything, he
far,
just wasn't
far
like
up in
as,
the
like,
range. So
muscular as he
I don't
was.
know. It's just that's a tough spot to
No,
go
no,
for
this is
it.
literally
All the credit to Safine for having the
I
heart to go
associate-
for it. I mean,
no,
how
Yeah.
many people are going
associate
to
Gary-
put in that
no,
last
yeah, I have a
4,600
grocery
try to
store
get
with
it
Gary
through?
Fields.
So all the credit in the world, but yeah, just a really tough
Reel me in the produce
dynamic
aisle,
to
Gary.
have it go your way.
Talk turkey to me.
If it gets the fold there, he looks like a boss.
No, no.
He's emaciated.
Unfortunately,
No, he's not. He's just
the
like.
opposite result happened,
He's
and
no, he's like.
Hitting him with the whip.
one of the more
But, like, I
talkative dudes
associate
is
him
stacking
with
all your
the, like,
chips.
You know, the line like I don't know if I'm putting more money in.
2 9s for Harvey, calling the $300 raise from
That's
Holiday.
it. I was just like, no, I was just like, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Fiend with
Gary?
tanks,
He's like, oh, yeah,
rebuying
I was
for
hoping no one recognized it.
17K.
I'm like, that's your secret safe with me.
Like it's
And
no
that's
big
like
deal.
Luck, Garrett, do you think?
That's what I'm assuming. Like,
What do you think it means?
4-bet.
know.
Excuse me,
I don't know.
3-bet to 1,400.
I think it means he's like lost a step, like in the politics and the.
I'm not even sure. Like, I
Over to
think
Harvey with 9s.
You know, listen to the rest of the dream, buddy, before you decide.
He basically told us the whole truth, but I will listen to the rest. I'm all about it. I'm into the
Yeah,
stream.
and with the knit buttons in play, pocket 9s here, cutoff versus big blind, definitely
He's just like, I was hoping that'd be
continue here
recognized.
a lot of the time.
And I'm like, oh, I won't tell anyone. Like, probably no one knows
6
anyways.
rainbow flop here, not a board that either player was hoping to see.
Oh shit. Bonus time. I keep finding money.
Ace, king, 6.
Very
All the
relatable.
reds.
It's a good way to live, you know?
Nice. 450. No,
So
495.
Dean here able to just put out a 1/3 continue and take it down. Shows the 10s, releases the button, and there we go.
That's what he was expecting the last hand.
The number of nip buttons again has dwindled. I see 3 on the felt, and I think that may just be all of them
Ace king.
that are still in play.
I'm gonna have to earn this one.
Gonna have to earn it. It's okay.
Mr. Delivery on screen showing 1.8 or 1.2K basically in profit, but we know that that is substantially higher. He is well atop the leaderboard, up over 10,000 after that big hand against
Oh yeah,
Dean.
they should readjust the stacks.
Never gets the jack high flop.
I know, right? Where's the jack?
Never gets
Where
the
is
jack
it?
6-4.
I know it's out there somewhere.
Never gets the
It is
jack
out
6-4.
there.
Holiday with the ducks and the low jack. 250. Mr. Deliv, 2 7s in the cutoff.
Because I'd sort of already determined too. I'm like, man, if I get that jack high flop, see ya.
Yeah. Yeah.
See you in the river.
Bunch of calls, ace 10 and ace jack from Shorshin Kazi.
It's okay. What do they say? At least it's early.
4-way
It's
action.
early. It's early days.
Let's play a big one. And it comes queen 3-5 for no one.
Yeah, we're about to play a pot that is this size because whoever bets will win. But everybody's going to check, so nobody taking it down as of yet. Still bricks. But Kyle Z and Shorshi both pick up gut shots. Holiday here recognizing that while her pair may not be good, this is a fairly scary looking flop for any of the small pairs that are ahead of her at the moment. And when none of the players up front make any aggressive actions, she just has to get through Mr. Delivery. She does. And there you have it. Everybody out of the way except for Shorshi. His hand could think about continuing, and it does, but he is well behind.
Interesting river card. Bringing in backdoor clubs.
Wow, now both players with a hand that may think it needs to bluff to win. Obviously, Shorshi here with the ace of clubs, blocking the stone cold nizzles, and Holiday here having the deuce and a club. She's gonna bet half pot, make it look like she's going for value. Shorshi snap called. Shorshi snap called. I was like, wait, what happened there? I was just gonna wait to see how.
And
it
Holiday
developed,
was genuinely thought she got caught and gets to turn over a pair to win a $4,000 pot.
Oh no. Wow. Oh no. Nice value bet.
Incredible.
Very nice.
Incredible. Shorshi snap calling with the
What a slow
ace.
roll. What a savage slow
He
roll.
literally loses, he beats every unpaired hand and loses to deuces and up, and she just happens to have the deuces, like, tipped him, basically.
He had the right instinct, just barely was off.
He slow rolled because she did the one chip call and she was like,
Yeah.
oh, fuck that.
This happened to me. I
One-chip
played
call?
on the live stream, not this Monday, but the prior, or
Heads up in
Thursday,
the
the prior
game, huh?
week, whatever.
Oh, nice.
And
black to come?
was playing against a gentleman, and he had been bluffing, showing down a lot of big bluffs and stuff. I heroed him with King Jack high on the river when he had gone all in for his remaining like 325 or something, and he had ace 6 off. So he was bluffing with the best hand, and I
Duper duper.
basically got pipped. It was Yeah.
Okay.
It's not.
Because same thing right there, you know, you got the right read, but they just happen to have the wrong 2 cards.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, does either of you want to buy out with me specifically?
No.
What do you mean?
Like, so you pay me some amount, but then if you lose the game, you don't have to pay me anything.
$5.
No.
Fair nines for Safine.
Specifically, you get a discount?
Some working spades for Paolo, maybe.
They should pay you what, like $95 or something?
No, it's. I'll give you
Yeah, but how's that work?
115. I'll let you buy it for 115.
Bad deal.
Mr. Delivery over here trying to grift
No,
his
no,
way
like just
into a
with me,
profit off of the players that still have the nip button.
This is like war profiteering.
You gotta sell the button. Sell them the button. Sell them your nip button.
Yeah, that's.
Getting a nice turn card and taking it down with the
Like
9-7.
what would it be? Like 1,500 or something?
Well, he would have to pay you some amount to take it for.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's probably like half. It's probably like 800. It's probably like even.
All right, so
price.
Kyle
What
Z
your position
has his button.
Hey, at least you didn't
Harvey has his button, and I think those are the only 2 players with
Might I
one.
suggest one-way ticket?
No, and I can't give
Heads
them, like,
up
straight
on the
money
bubble
because
for
I
the
gotta
Nick
pay
game.
Sort of when you're
I gotta charge
tired,
it for the
buy
premium.
buy
We're
the
getting
new
off the
one,
hook.
take it back.
Well, I mean, you guys
Rather than,
negotiated
like,
that.
just slugging it out.
The price is probably like 800
For the last week.
The pips there.
That's it. No, but I'm offering him
30%
just the
on down
buyout
to
of my.
I know. I'm saying he can sell the button to you.
middling team. Everybody playing
So now the price is gonna go.
Yeah, I know, yeah,
relatively
yeah,
snug
120
here
now.
tonight. We don't see anybody up at the 35, 40 plus range.
If Kyle folds, then it's back to.
A lot of that going to be card distribution.
Kyle
We really haven't
folds, deals off
seen a
table.
lot of aces, kings, queens,
Now it's like
sort of
1,200.
certainly not crashing into each other. We have
What's
seen
the
some
score
big
there?
hands
$85 up in
get
flames, Harvey.
played.
Back-to-back covers? Wow. How are the Blue Jays
Yeah,
doing?
relatively tame, all things
Up
considered.
2-0?
Yeah, any individual hand, things could change
Dude, take the win.
to the cooler
Take the
city.
win.
We've
Don't
seen
be
it
greedy,
happen
take
in the
the win.
past. We've got time for it. I still got to hope for some coolers tonight for rolls.
Malzy here gets a very favorable flop
Pop that
for the Knit game. Holiday, though, trying to keep the Knit game alive. She calls with the king high. Her hand will be good some of the time, but relatively infrequently. Kyle Z checking now. Jack of clubs on the turn. Holiday here gonna attack the ace highs of the world. A bet of 800. And Kyle folds
Wow.
the best hand.
Dab that sweat off. No, you don't have to show him. He has out the buzzer.
Holiday doesn't care. Dab on him. Dab on him.
Dab on him, Holiday.
Wow, okay.
That's so
Kyle-
annoying for Kyle Z, where he's like very much got a path to getting rid of the button. And
No, I'm letting you buy out.
Oh,
Holiday
absolutely.
gets
Yeah,
him
that's
off of
the
it.
most obnoxious spot to ever get bluffed. Like, and she
understand why you
just
want- why you
turns
want
it over
to
so
battle
triumphantly.
your
You're like,
team.
oh God! Not only was it that pot, I was so
But if he
far
loses now, I
ahead.
get the.
Then
That's it. Yeah.
game.
Trying to double dippo there.
Trying to squeeze
I'm
out.
trying, get a little.
All right, Harvey here is in the straddle, so very likely that we see some aggression towards
I don't know
that
exactly
Kyle
right.
Z, but
Well, because
not
like
with
if it's
Sabine raising.
50-50, right? Like I'd charge a little juice to
It's not 50-50.
Sure.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Big clash
Here we
incoming.
go.
2 players with over 19,000 in front of them. But
I'm saying if you
wow,
A just call with the
You start with a
ladies?
baseline of 50-50.
Unbelievable.
I think he was thinking that Harvey could be counted on for some squeeze action since he had a knit button. That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, here we go.
I just looked down and
Nut
realized,
flush draw,
wow,
2 overs for Safine, mega overpair for Rom.
I need to start playing.
And he goes, check. What is happening? Deuce of clubs on the turn.
Harvey folded 7 deuce off.
Oh, that
From
hurts.
the straddle.
Me and the big blind left, and it folded around to me, and I just wasn't paying attention. I just
Oh no! What?
lost.
And you were standing.
Yeah, this
Queen of hearts one time,
Heads up.
and a wheel
You know,
for
just
Safine.
some things are just auto folds in
Yeah.
my mind. You know, just
this pot is tiny given the texture and the absolute strength of these players' hands. This is pretty wild.
yeah, it's pretty bad.
Makes me feel bad.
Sabine here now. Going to go for 2/3 sizing here, try to get some value with his wheel. Kind of a tough spot when your opponent has just checked. Did bet the turn, so I suppose, you know, can have some pocket 8s, some pocket 9s.
Roll number. Here we
Of
go.
that nature. You generally wouldn't expect him to have a hand as strong as queens, but certainly possible to get this paid off, just given the nature
of
of
those conspiracy theories. I think
how
some players they just
under
randomize
rep
every decision. Like that's,
Ram's hand is.
doesn't matter what happens.
I'll bring out my big die, my 120 something.
Do you play Dungeons and Dragons?
I don't. I have
You
once.
strike me as a Dungeons and Dragons guy.
Bro, you would clean up on that prop bet, man.
Yeah. That
yeah.
you're a really good D&D player?
Whether you play Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh yeah, no, sorry. A lot of World of Warcraft back in the day, but yeah.
Did you ever play any like tabletop games like 40K?
Ram lets it go. Doesn't pay it off, even with the under rep hand. Says, you know, Sabine just going to have an ace here so frequently that
Warhammer, yeah.
it's not worth it.
It's a computer game.
No, so it began as a tabletop game, like a tabletop miniature game, and then they've made computer video games out of like the franchise, yeah.
Oh, okay. This is like
Sophine trying to battle back from a pretty significant loss earlier.
Yeah, so Warhammer is kind of like
And we
medieval
have
fantasy, like
delved
premise,
into
and then Warhammer 40K is like the
fantasy
the future,
tabletop
like, it's very,
game
like,
talk.
sci-fi, aliens, like
You guys thought you were annoyed at us for
it's like the
talking
year
about Taco
40,000
Bell
basically,
and
like,
exquisite
it's like
TV
a
shows.
war-torn
Just
galaxy.
wait until this group starts talking about tabletop strategy games
Oh man,
with custom figurines.
I'm listening to the Warhammer story. I'm sorry.
You're thinking of raising it like 750, aren't you?
Folds to Harvey. He does have a seriously dog shit hand, and he makes it 650, not 750. And Mr. Delivery knows that
So Kyle.
Yeah.
So easy.
Oh, the buyout. Buyout.
he is getting $200 at some point, regardless.
Oh, yeah, a little strategy talk.
Whether he plays this hand or not. So he could just say, oh, use that $200 to sort of play this one. But he lets it go. Harvey releases his knit button, and Kyle Z is the unfortunate payer of
Start talking about Warhammer.
the $200.
Now Kyle Z has got to pay out indeed.
So sick. What are we doing?
Yeah, what are we doing?
What is that?
Huh?
Oh, take two and pass it on?
But why did? Oh, okay.
Take two and pass it on.
That's good. Very efficient.
Trusting group.
Take two, pass it around.
How bad was your hand?
Huh?
How bad was your hand?
Well, we're not on a live stream or anything where we would see someone just take the whole
Palm
brick of
600.
hundreds and be like, cool. Thanks.
Cool. No, I just got two. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
That's out of the question.
It's 80,000 in a backpack. I don't know the difference.
That's right. So just found me.
Safine found himself two ladies
Yeah, that's yours.
Yeah, that's from the mid.
Courtesy
At
of
the
Kyle.
same time.
at the same time.
So what you get for being a knit, Kyle?
Peter, man.
Holiday, thank you. Thank you. The defense. That was amazing. The K5
JD
defense.
against an under the gun open here.
No,
Ace
no
spray.
knit button.
Not going to perform very well. And
Reason
let
take
it go.
1,000. 1,000.
Man, you have a lot of rules that you really fucking stick to.
Yeah.
You're disciplined guy.
Oh, is that discipline or is it just like weird OCD
I saw
stuff?
online that there's like a bona fide poker series coming to the TCH in Houston with mixed games.
Okay. He's creeping closer.
Right,
Did
you
you see,
are.
did you see the same?
Indeed, I did. Let's see if I've got a handy dandy graphic here to show.
I'm not paid to, or I wasn't told to bring it up, but I remember seeing it and thinking this is new and
Yeah,
interesting.
unfortunately, doesn't look like I have a graphic here that I can show everybody. But indeed, there are some big poker tournaments coming to TCH in Houston. So if you are in or around the Houston area, do keep your eyes peeled. Go to the website, texascardhouse.com, click the drop-down menu to navigate to the Houston page. Keep your eyes on that page to see when those tournaments are. They're coming up in May.
May 18th through the
Show
30th.
Jack 6.
Yeah, so pretty exciting stuff.
200K guarantee, 100K guarantee, a 500K guarantee title event, but a $400 10-game mix,
Very annoyed
a $400 horse, $400 stud 8 and Omaha 8, and a $400 Omaha 8, 10K guaranteed. Let's go.
Heck yeah. Always love to see series with some of these mixed games.
Yes, absolutely.
Really?
Also do want to give another quick mention of the Wolfgang Poker meetup game and live stream coming at you here in just a couple of days. Going to be on the live stream from 5:10 down there in Houston on Thursday of this week, and then Friday is the Wolfgang meetup game starting at 7 p.m. going until I think it was 11 or midnight. So
Have you watched Everything Ever All at Once yet?
The Houston area, you want to go hang out with Wolfgang Poker. Hop on in the mix.
You absolutely love it.
On Friday.
I'm going to text you every day about Deer Hank and John and
Paolo v. Harvey here. Button versus Straddle from Jack High to Tone. And
I still managed to watch a couple shows.
Checky.
Watched most of Tulsa King.
Well, it's easy
And
for
the
you.
diamonds now on the turn. Paolo with an up and down straight draw. Harvey with second pair and a gut shot.
Kind of thing with Sylvester Stallone, 75 years old.
Weren't you just talking about the Tulsa King? No, David was talking about it.
It's sick. It's really good. He's phenomenal.
Bet a 400 and a call now. So here we go to a river with 1,400 in the middle. Paolo needs better than a deuce of spades to improve his hand. Doesn't get it.
I
Harvey
saw
will win
like
if we get to
part of a
Showdown.
trailer to that. Who was the big
Paolo
name
though
actor?
bet
Woody
the
Harrelson?
turn.
Okay.
And so
I like him.
he is going to continue firing 900. As the front door
It's a man
spades
to be
come
Woody
in.
Harrelson and True Detective.
That's enough to get this through. Blocking the king-queen doesn't matter. Second pair no good. Says our man across the way in the 8 seat.
Say, man,
And
this
Paolo will
is
take
why I
this
got
one
it
down.
Dong, not booked. Dong, not booked yet.
Oh, what is the prop?
I'm going to cross-book Dong versus the field.
Home versus.
Wow.
All right, maximum tilt.
I'm taking the field, obviously.
Who's at the table? Okay, yeah. Oh man, yeah.
No, this field, I think.
Yeah, this field.
Yeah, up here.
This field. After this field.
Oh wow.
Bigger and bigger, you know?
I told him I can't play all night today. He's like, well, you can't be bad. I was like, no. I'll just
Ace King for Rom to 700.
Just book it. I'm going home. I think we were just trolling.
$200 straddles on 9-8 for
I
Shorshi.
thought you were booking him down there versus the field.
Defends.
Just to give him some.
Probably two, actually. Probably better bet. Dong at 2-5.
Top for Rom.
Play the 2-5 with Dong?
Nothing for Shorshi.
Prop games now.
Yeah, we should set up like just a Dong crossbook pool. So anytime he wants to play 2-5, be like, hey guys, we're on the hook for 15 each. Are you guys good?
Fucking 20, just 20x problem. That'd be so cool.
Make him actually try 2-5.
That way Dong can get the quarter 50 action he craves.
I think he would actually crush us though.
You do realize he's going to
Probably,
crush
yeah,
the
he probably
game
will,
too,
yeah.
right?
They would destroy us.
I'm all, they would put us in a position to root for the Euros. Why not?
Yeah, we
Root
set
for
the lineup.
Euro.
Yeah, we
I set a 2-5 lineup and be like, all right, now go.
Yeah, I'm out on that pool, Steven. I'm out.
Start giving them tips, you know. I'll do that for you.
Ram here sporting the big old tubes of black and green chips to make it
So
250 to
my
go.
grant
King
application's
queen
been denied, is what you're telling me? All right.
No
Denied.
takers. Over to Shorshi with number 1. The first
Number
bird sighting.
1. Let's
The
go.
ability to submit grants is
Quite a
also been denied.
Yikes.
No more grants. No more proposals for me, Steven.
Yeah, and Ram here definitely not shy about playing big suited hands like this in position. He'll make the call. Really doesn't want to find himself a king high flop. And does dodge that. One spade out there. So 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight, but see how this hand plays out.
Hello, Lorena, could I please get cold water? Just one is fine.
With 2,500 in the middle, Shorshi will continue for 1/3 pot, 8 1/4.
A quarter. Rom continues. Some turn cards improve him. That's one of them. Four of spades.
I got both sides.
Yeah, and this could really put him on the hook
all the
for
same sides. I'm like triple
more, but instead Shorshi's going to slow this down with a check. Has the ace of spades, so knows that Ram can't have ace X of spades, so thinks to himself that there's enough hands out there that he just really doesn't have to be that worried about. One pair holdings, things like pocket eights or nines or something of that nature that he doesn't really mind giving a free river card. Comes the 8 of hearts, and now Shoshi with the ace is up here.
Checks.
Again.
That's like a movie scene. One guy leaves.
Trying to get, maybe he just think, oh man, this is so brutal.
It's weird, but yeah, I guess that would get me up here.
Check, check. Takes it down with the aces.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
I'm not saying the play is brutal. I'm saying this is brutal if you're Shoshi having the aces and missing out on
and
two streets.
checking it to the guy that finishes with king high, right? You're like,
yeah.
It's like, come on, man. You're supposed to bluff at that. What are you
Right.
doing?
I know you have nothing. I know you need to bluff, but you just gave it up.
How long have you been on for?
Since 2017.
Oh, you're not that long. I thought you guys went like really far back.
No, I haven't known anybody from Dallas Poker Report that early. There's a couple. There's a small group that I played with in like 20. I guess like 2012 actually.
Yeah.
I came out here for an internship and stuff.
Internship for
My job.
Oh, what do you know?
Yeah. I was interning at the company and I came out to get a job. So it was like a small crew, like home game crew I played with. For
350 from Shoshi takes it down.
I still see them occasionally. They come through or hit me up.
See that one guy? Never mind. Sorry.
All right, Mr. Delivery actually well atop that list at something like 11,000 in the positive.
Nice.
I'm not too far behind.
2-5, you're just like, yeah, he's kind of over there. Yeah. They want to fight thin, you know him. You're just like, he's in your face.
$2,000 cap.
Simpler days.
He's trying to get people to
King, queen suited for Harvey.
He's going north. Like
Another silent assassin.
Oh, he goes north.
Oh, bro. Of course.
Okay, raises it to a buck and a quarter. JD,
Back
ace
in,
5 suited. Everyone's
Back when I was
favorite.
up in Chicago playing the horseshoe, it was like a 500 cap
3-bet.
2-5. And basically, people would only ever buy in for like red chips or black chips. There were almost like no green chips to be found, which I always found asinine.
Ooh, ace
so I'd
king
buy in for
suited
stack
here for
greens,
Sabine,
kinda just
so
like
he's
forced
going
my
to come
play
in
used to
for
them,
the
and
cold
eventually it kind of started
4-bet.
catching on. But one of the nice things about having greens was it was like really, really easy to just like go north like 100 at a time. Like, or you'd have the old like.
You do the table transfer.
Oh yeah, the table transfer, or you'd have like, I don't know, like you'd have your kind of, you'd have your stack, whatever it is, and you'd kind of just get all nice and jumbled together, like, kind of. And then suddenly,
JD's just going to elect on a call here. Very often, you're going to take this hand and go for the 5-bet, but not against the cold 4-better. The cold 4-bet range is very, very strong, and while you can still work the ace-5 suited into that hand, you'd much rather have a hand like ace-king.
They would do that at
If you were going to go for the 5-bet, you really want to block those biggest
now
pairs.
you're like institutionalizing going south. Yeah.
Check, check. 6 of diamonds. This board continues to get worse and worse for Safine. I mean, he's in the lead, but he doesn't love this board by now.
JD should probably only be calling with pocket nines, pocket
and not that
eights.
big of a problem by inducing.
It's possible he could work some 6s in there as well. So that, I mean, he definitely does have the sets that Sabine cannot have.
The massive stack nature.
But he does pick up the gut shot here, so he's going to take a stab at it. 1,500, he says. This is actually
Honestly,
a pretty tough board
if you
to
like held a gun in my head and we're like,
king.
all right, either you get to keep match the stack and we ban straddling, or you get to keep straddling and we're going to make it 1,500 cap. I'd rather just keep it uncapped.
Yeah, sure, because people still wouldn't straddle.
Yeah, Sabine
But I mean, would you rather
lets
play
it
like
go,
Bellagio
and
510 or would you
ace-5
rather play
gets
the
the job
6-5?
done. Well played, JD.
Really? Of course. Really?
Here.
What? I actually disagree on that one now. Like average pot is so small in the 2-5 here.
I still think, but Splash is a miserable place.
Yeah, well, I'm just using that as an example. It's like a 150 big flying cap, 5-10 game, right?
And he said, which one?
He likes Splash.
That's what I think of that.
Somebody
What?
did like
You must be the only person on the
Dude,
planet
I
to
went
say
to
that.
Vegas recently and literally like
I think the
11
average
hands
pot
in
is
a
bigger
row,
than Blush.
single raise
5-10
full.
game.
I didn't see a flop for
Like mid-raise, right? Like raised to
like
20.
2.25x.
Well,
folds.
take away the Blush. Blush is a bad example.
I
So,
just got up and left.
just
I was like, I'm not.
150
I'm
big
not
blind,
going to 3-bet.
5-10,
My
or would you
H3
rather
suited.
play
I'm
match
not.
stack
I
2-5?
refuse.
Same people
Deserves
just
not going to do it.
But if you did, they're folding king queen suited. You.
I'm sorry. Same people.
This conversation is funny.
I couldn't.
Yeah.
You always get this
I
too
was like, dude,
from
it's
Texas
that
poker players
drastic.
where they're like, oh, I went to Vegas and I played, or I went to this other place and I played. And it's like, what are these people doing? They're nitty and they buy in for 40 big blinds. You know, it's like,
I'm just
yeah,
trying to compare. Like,
Texas is a special place.
Yeah, this is what normal people do.
5-10 game.
That structure over here with these.
Yeah, same people.
Yeah,
Would you rather play
Like 150 bigs.
Yeah.
at 5-10
5-10 or 1.5
match a
big
stack
max.
at 2-5?
Match
With
stack
the same
2-5.
people.
Match the stack 2-5.
Like I'd rather play like 2,500 cap 1-2 than I would 500 cap 2-5.
I think he has a much better pace now.
That's right.
How Paul said,
All right, JD here, red 10s coming in hot. He'll take this one down. Mr. Delivery not going to defend his king 10-0.
Interesting.
Nick game, I love
Mr.
Nick.
Delivery
Everyone
is a
knows.
full-blown new man. He is not going to play out of position
George is like the nickname
if
for
he
some reason.
doesn't have a
The
true
twinkle in your eye when you said that.
This is
The
something
Nick
else.
game's
This is something else. I'm unclear what case that is trying to be made now at the table. I would have assumed everybody would prefer a Texas 2-5 over a Vegas 5-10 1500 cap.
The argument is
But it sounds like Kyle Z says he would prefer to play
Yeah, because some people don't want to stand.
1500
But
cap
I've always liked
5-10 at
having some alternative
Bellagio.
because like the stand-up game isn't
And everyone's
that
sitting like
accessible.
you're still fucking standing.
As a 1-2 player, my
Some
perception of the
people
2-5 is that it
they
plays
have like conditions where they
way
can't
bigger
fucking
than what a
stand for a long
regular
time.
2-5 plays.
But it
I
is-
like the stand-up.
the actual stand-up
Yeah,
game.
the actual stand-up.
Yeah,
game
that's
is
certainly
just
true.
I think it's
Yeah, I mean,
it's
whether
true.
it's
It adds
match
like an element,
stacked
but
or
I also
not,
think it's
it
like
plays a
it's
big
important
role.
that it be like accessible for people who are like maybe
How much
older.
money you're going to
someone's
actually
got
get
like
to play for.
Yeah,
All these players,
issues,
of course,
like
you know, given the price point
agree
of
with
the
you, George,
games
but
that
honestly,
they're
the
talking
game
about,
itself
which
has
are
actually been
relatively
like
small
pretty good too. So I'm like, oh.
in comparison to this game. You know, they would
Because
not
also
have
there's
played
the
this
social
game.
stigma
It's
of
impossible.
I thought it
being the
would
Nick.
be.
Oh yeah, that matters.
Like where you go to Florida, you try the Nick game, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
Alright,
like,
we do.
we already know.
That's me.
We already know, yeah.
Here in Texas,
No
man,
shame.
that's anathema.
Fighting words.
It's fight. Yeah, that's yeah.
Aces and queens for Paolo.
Catch me outside. Type.
So far, he's just about had it every time when he's in a pot. Other than the king 7.
Yeah, this is a very tough board for him to check raise on, so I think the check call, even with top 2, makes a lot of sense. Plus, it's going to be more likely that Kyle Z is bluffing when Paolo has the top 2 pairs.
I'm certain that I
So,
like
yeah,
nail
just
it.
let Kyle
like,
Z
more than
sort of
more
blast
than
away
random.
if he wants
More
to.
than probability would do.
But wow, what a savage river here.
no.
2 pair for Kyle Z. If Paolo checks this, Kyle Z could really put out a chunky bet. And if Paolo goes to, oh, he's going to bet full pot here. Okay, he is just going to go for
This might actually happen to me.
max value.
I got
Kyle
an
Z
NBA
is
playoff game waiting in my.
handcuffed. He doesn't love it though.
No. Calls.
Dude, George, you're leaving at like
waiting in my TiVo.
It's brutal. $9,000 pot for Paolo.
I was thinking about
That's
Miracle River card.
So I'm literally just gonna be
like that's a 3-outer basically. I mean, a queen obviously would
I might just
also
play.
take Kyle Z to the cleaners. So there's basically 4 outs in the deck that will make him pay off a big bet like that. Everything else he's just gonna sort of sigh and fold. But
You've
yeah.
only been here
What
3
TiVo was
months.
the big innovation on this.
You don't
have
I
more
have
if
a
you
bunch
wanted
of
to
stuff,
record
but I'm
something.
good at like
You had
at
like
home as well.
I guess
when
you've seen like
when
a
I need
VCR,
$4,
like a VCR,
I pack like 30
video
minutes
cassette
before I
recorder.
leave the house.
Okay, that's
We had
insane.
these like large.
How do you do that when
I
you're
don't
somewhere
know.
for 3
Yeah,
months?
basically.
I just know my stuff.
If you wanted to
I
record
know.
something, you had to schedule the time on your VCR. Like you didn't know when it was coming up on TV. Wait for it to
Paolo
start.
2 5s. Under the gun 2.
I mean, I can't argue against it. 30 minutes is insane for 3 months. Maybe if you're going to Vegas for the weekend, 30
Like
minutes
there was no
is
YouTube.
Like 30 minutes
There
before
was
the
no
taxi.
way.
We're suited here. Mr. Delivery of yesteryear might
just like
bet this range, this hand, but
And he
yeah, really
does.
well.
Blast from the past with his 30K
A lot of
stack.
stuff. They're going for
Back over to
300.
Paolo,
How are,
2-5. Doesn't look interested, but pretty good poker face, if you ask me.
Yeah, okay, we all have like a toilet.
Yeah, when you're this deep, these small and middling pocket pairs go up in value a lot because,
What about like laundry heads?
you know, Mr. Delivery, you can be
Get all ready,
three-betting
everything's clean.
with hands
You
like
can
ace
bring
king,
dirty
ace
clothes,
queen,
you
things
just
like
grab the
that,
dirty clothes,
pocket
you watch them get
aces,
there.
and you do flop your set, then
You're
you've
at least
got a
prepping
real
ahead of
shot
time.
in position at building a big old pot.
I don't know where it comes from. Do
Value,
people
so,
in Germany say that too?
yeah, definitely
A little bit.
like the
Kind,
call.
No, you guys are like
does
Texas.
whiff, but so does Mr. Delivery,
the
and
pride and ego.
Jack 10
is
high
so
boards
can't
definitely
have any pride.
favoring
We can't
Mr.
show
Delivery's
there's no
range quite
What do you-
substantially.
we can't do
Rather
that.
than
There's
size
no
down,
flags in
you
Germany.
do
won't
indeed
find those.
see
A
these
Germany
big
flag?
bets
You're not gonna
on
find one?
flops of
No,
this nature.
really? I mean,
Interesting.
as a government
Mr. Delivery does go
Of
for it.
course, but not like outside your door on
No.
a truck.
For that
No.
is that he's got the
No,
pocket
you're
jack
Texas, we got
and all of the
everything.
overpairs,
No, you can't
as well
do
as
that. You're
ace king,
not
ace
see-
queen, so he
straight
can
away,
just
like, no shit.
hammer away
You
with
can't do that.
significant equity across
Crazy. So
multiple
interesting.
streets. And Paolo will pretty
Nobody,
much be
like,
handcuffed
sings the
to
national anthem.
pocket tens only.
You guys don't sing the national.
No, actually, I mean, he can have pocket jacks as well, but it's going to
Hit
be
me
tough.
with it, dude.
There's like laws in Germany about being
And
too like
sure enough,
nationalistic.
pocket fives go
there's
into the muck,
laws
ace
for
high
it?
takes it down.
Yes, we can't do that.
Well, because they had the whole like.
Gets the fold
We were really bad with
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. The whole history thing.
Paolo, and
history thing, so
Mr. Delivery just wanted to be done with it.
So like
And
there's
he's
legit like laws about like.
Yeah, so you had to
continuing to stack
prepare ahead
cheddar.
of time, too, and it was like, and then
30K
TiVo
in
was
his
like the big
stack.
innovation on that
They're
because
not
like
big into
And
like.
more like
usually
a
didn't have to have
12K winner,
There's some
give
sections
or
of government
take.
that are nowadays.
with it.
There's like a resurgence of like nationalist party.
It was super funny though, because like when I think of like my dad was always like,
all
I know
quite
it's
high.
illegal to
Torchy and Harvey rounding things out at the bottom down near 30%.
Yeah, again, this is a tough game.
It was weird. He would always
A lot of aggressive players.
On multiple occasions, him like aggressively
How can
adopting
you ever like police
this like bridge technology that was like cool when it came
bust
out,
in the door?
but like
you're not gonna go read
was
it at the fucking
obsolete
park.
within like 2 or 3 years.
You're not raiding
Like, you know what I mean?
people's
Like,
houses.
what are we talking about?
For one example,
Pocket fives.
or well, TiVo's a good one, right? Because it was like really big when it came
I
out.
once made a
But then,
joke that was
within
very
a few
inappropriate.
years, right, everything just being streamed. I mean, TiVo was around for probably a good 6-7 years.
Now,
before,
well,
like streaming
with a very nice suited one gapper here. Has
But like he was
been
always TiVoing stuff, had like backswaps and TiVo stuff. And there was another I remember. My dad had this like really big CD player. He was a big music buff.
a
And,
good
like, had
board
all
here
the-
for Sabine to continue with his
And
entire
then
range.
eventually he got these like he got 2 identical like
And
300 disc stereo players. That like so he put all the stuff in
they
it. And
wouldn't
was you
have
could go in and manually enter like all the metadata for like you would type in like the album name and artist name.
Harvey and Paolo sort of hanging out in the middle of the pack here, up and down, just about 1,000 for everybody else.
For like literally hundreds of CDs.
Fifth grade, 12
Up
years old.
more or down
And then like a
more?
couple years later, like
To show you
bring
guys.
iTunes. And he would just pop the
Near
CD
the
in.
9 o'clock
Like,
hour,
and it would
headed
automatically
to
strip all the
final
metadata.
hour of the
I understand
broadcast.
you
If you haven't had an opportunity to hit that like button,
All the
please
hours
do
that my
consider
dad
doing
spent.
so. We do appreciate you oh so much. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, please consider hitting that subscribe button and staying up to date on all of our future
I think that was
broadcasts.
probably part of
Coming at you Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday,
a lot of
and
parts of his career
sometimes
involved
Thursday for cash games during the weekend,
That's probably like.
as well as the final table of the Dallas 50K Guaranteed weekly tournament.
stimulating about that on its own.
On Saturdays.
Sure, of course.
Probably more than half.
And if you're watching this in the future, make sure to leave a comment down below. Curious to hear what you think of the streams. Any feedback, comments, we welcome them all, as long as they're loving and gassing me and Aaron McAvoy up for being amazing commentators. Appreciate everybody doing that. Top pair for Paolo. Broadway draw for Shorshi, picking up a club draw.
Right, like world history for sure, American history still.
I'm looking forward to getting gassed up myself this evening. Taco Bell in my future.
Nice. Words are
And
hard,
it's
but
always-
puns are easy for my man Aaron McAvoy.
It's always at this time too, because I like normally eat dinner substantially earlier than this, but every night on Tuesday I sort of save myself for the big Taco Bell order. And it's around 9 o'clock where my body's like, what are we doing, man? We need some calories. And Shorshi makes his flush here on the end, besting the top pair of Paolo. So Shorshi solidly in value territory here. The third nut flush.
Sure, she loves to finally hit a value hand.
Goes for a big chunky size as well, 28-25. Very nearly full pot here.
Paolo's shooting a glance over to Shorshi like, what? This is an annoying spot for me.
And now it kind of comes down to how many better hands is Paolo going to arrive on the river with here, played as a check call on flop and turn. Almost all of his club flush hands are going to actually have 2 clubs in them, as it'll be very difficult for him to have an unsuited hand that makes it this far, given the dynamics. Could certainly have some king-queen off from here, here and there, maybe even some king-jack off, but does elect to lay it down.
He might have done so.
Good fold by Paolo. Nice hand for Shorshi. Battling back. 20K in the stack.
I'm sure I wouldn't have. Doesn't it say?
Yeah, not quite as wild and crazy as last week. I mean, we had about 300K on the table last time.
Yeah.
See, you know, we're over 100K total between these players for sure, but nowhere near the 300K mark. Pre-flop raise here, we've got 21.5% leading the way, so
It's all right to take your time.
decent raise percentage here out of these players.
He was just making JD
It's a
think
fiend.
it's possible.
2-piece.
So, yeah.
Give me
McJiggity's
hope, I'll keep bluffing you. That's the way
facing
it
open
works.
from JD with 10-5 suited. 3-bet coming. Big. JD probably finds a way to quickly fold this.
George, I don't know if you heard, but I was thinking about it. Like, a lot of our history classes also focus on Germany. It's like world history, even U.S. history.
How about you do your own genocides? Huh?
Well, we do, but we just like don't
Jesus.
study it.
That's true. Americans don't like admitting that.
My point exactly.
Their delivery on 30K stack, Holiday down at 8,500, almost 8,600, so
I mean, it's
some
you know, it's
significant
easy for all the
stack
other countries
disparity
to just
between
pound on the most recent
the
example.
players.
You know, like
Still
what
hanging
every
out down
country
around
has
near
is
the
kind of
10K buy-in amount.
every big nation.
Some of the other players electing to add on over the course of the evening to make sure that they cover the rest of the table.
Quite easy to point the finger and like.
Shorshi
get
waking
rid of
up
the
with
problem.
number 1 again here. Another
Wow.
bird sighting, this time from the first straddle.
Ace 3
And actually, I
suited.
guess there's only a single straddle this time. So, yeah.
Heads up. JD and Shorshi, 18K effective, and it comes, well, nut low draw for a JD.
Hello, Pikachu has a Pikachu shirt.
Yeah, pretty tough to connect with boards when you have ace 3, ace
Like it.
4, ace 5 suited, but yeah, this board really
Very on
not
brand.
doing him any favors, and Shorshi will take down the pot without any
If you had to
further
pick a Pokemon as
action.
like an avatar, Harvey, what would you pick?
I don't know enough Pokemon to
Oh,
give you
man.
a good answer.
And so you probably
And
grew up
number
with all the same
89 with an
Already
hour
too
left in
young
the
to be
broadcast,
into
so we are
Pokemon.
bang
That's
on
crazy.
30 hands an hour
Well, there's
average,
still,
so
later
we,
generations of Pokemon. There's
we'll
no
see if
way.
we can make it to the
I don't think
120
it's as
hand
popular
mark.
as it was with us.
Let's go.
I mean, it's still. I think it's still.
I will take the
remains, like,
under on that.
the,
I do think that
like biggest video
unlikely
game
to
franchise.
pick up
like
the pace
most
here.
video game franchise.
Yeah, the game's been
Which
going just
anything that
inherently
surpasses Mario.
slower tonight than
I would
last week.
Probably agree. Probably close,
But just not a lot of huge clashes either, where there's a lot of decision points throughout the hands. We've had a lot of,
Yeah.
you know, fairly straightforward situations But yeah, no, who knows? I mean, we're still yet to see,
So Pikachu's got Pikachu. If you had to pick a
you know, a
Pokemon
20K
as
pot or
an
anything
avatar, who would you?
that really approaches that. What we had, well, no, I guess we did have a
It doesn't
20K
even have
pot.
to be like
Mr.
what's your
Delivery, when
personality,
he
what's your spirit.
I'm trying to think about
Pokemon.
sort of hero called off with the Ace Jack against Sabine, that was about a 20K pot. So
What?
A Mew maker.
not too many. But.
I would probably go.
So Mew.
Mew, yeah, like the scientist who made Mew. You pick Mew. Mew doesn't roll off the tongue though. It's a little weird.
I'd probably go.
You asked me.
Charmander.
All right, there's the
yeah.
beat tips again. Mr. Delivery, Kyle Z, hanging out under the Lottie line, below 15%
Oh,
beat
yeah,
tip.
you-
JD
got
and
like 80
Shorshi leading the way
Little
up
plus
at
sign and then
a shade over 28%.
You know why she likes that
Yeah,
one?
he's not really getting out of line, and
TV.
again, definitely going to be dependent on card distribution and how many sort of free bet and squeezing sort of opportunities present themselves.
Can't still see my
And
cards,
most of it has just been hands sort of like this. Open with a big pair, just get called, and along we go. But squeeze opportunity here definitely goes by the wayside as Harvey is invited into the pot. Holiday just calling from the straddle.
King Deuce 4 checks back over to Kyle Z. Continues.
I also like in Germany it's called Voltoball, which is the one that looks like a Pokeball.
Oh yeah, Voltorb. Yeah, we Voltorb.
Voltoball in Germany.
We
That's a good one.
what I really like is that
They did reply
Lickitung.
to they were going to.
Oh, yeah.
I never replied to them. Like,
Down.
Yeah,
so like,
it is.
Slurp.
Lick a tongue.
We'll move right along.
Yeah, Lickitung.
That's funny.
no.
Slurp.
I replied to
What I like is
like a week ahead
the
of
one
time. I said, hey,
that's
go ahead and
stone
file a
with two
ticket
arms
for
on
me.
the side.
Oh yeah, Geodude.
Now we've
And we will
I don't
file
know
one.
what it's called in German.
I'm
delved into
sure
Pokemon talk
feel like
once
still
again. This
relatively
isn't the
early,
first time this has happened.
Separate, like,
When
I did the payment myself.
tens of thousands of dollars are at stake.
I told them, I said, you can have the option. They can either debit. All right, so I'll take care of the payment.
One of the most interesting things to me is collectibles. Like when people will buy, you know, some sort of rare card, whether it's Pokemon or Magic or any of these other, like baseball or something.
Yeah, back in the day.
You know, baseball, at least like the old cards, kind of
Love the
makes,
Sunday tournaments.
I guess, maybe a little bit more sense
Oh,
because it's just been around for so long.
You mean the card game, the trading card
But
game?
yeah, it's wild to me
Like Game Boy
that
games.
I also had trading cards.
creates
The
some
problem is,
artificial
like,
scarcity,
you're young,
and
it's so hard to,
people
like,
are like, oh,
coordinate
well,
with people
clearly
to,
this
like,
has
I
a
felt
lot of
very
value.
earnestly
You
and
know?
Right.
seriously about the game,
Yep.
but I couldn't get, like,
And
my
people
friends
are
that I had
holding on to
access
this
to,
stuff.
they
It's
kinda
part of
get
your investment
hesitant.
portfolio or whatever.
And I never, like,
I mean,
would go
I've
to
known
any
poker
places
players
to,
and
like,
stuff
play
that,
stuff on
you know, they're not putting money into
There was a card shop that ran every Sunday.
401ks
It was a little tournament. It was
or even
yeah.
gold or silver or something like that. It's like, no, I own a Pokemon
I
card.
did get a bit more
Magic
into
card.
Yu-Gi-Oh
Man.
cards.
Give me a number.
Wouldn't have even thought of that.
I've done a little bit of
I did
selling
actually
of
pretty
old
seriously,
Pokemon cards that I had laying around, but not much
Because that
purchasing
came out
as
a
an
little
investment.
later, and I sort of knew more people
Just
who were
selling
kind of,
as realizing that they surged in value and
Give them the
like, yeah,
last
I mean,
stuff
they
that
still,
needed to
like,
buy diapers, and so the Pokemon cards were the first to go.
Well, and the lesser value Pokemon cards could double it.
I mean, that's really like the
Right, that's right, that's right.
Yu-Gi-Oh is really just like wannabe Magic.
Not the comfiest, but a nice emergency variation.
Yeah, your son might
I
end
didn't
up
want to go
with
back
some
and forth with messages. Like,
cardboard cuts.
This is horrible, Dad.
it's like wrong. When we actually file it, we'll just-
These are valuable, son.
This is probably the most boring Tuesday stream we ever did. We all should be ashamed.
Listen, I tried.
I disagree.
But you lost the Nick game twice.
Yeah,
of course.
he also participated.
Yeah, one more net game when Ram is back.
Yeah.
We have time for one more.
All right, there is talk
Double
of
the stakes.
firing up another net game here.
3,200.
And Shorshi, since he didn't blast off a third time, he's like, yeah, no, I could get into it.
Double the stakes for the
3,200.
Just make it hurt. Just make it hurt.
Make it hurt.
Yeah.
We have to cover though, like what happens if somebody gets like
If you get stacked, you gotta get it out of the
gotta
bag.
dig out of the bag. Gotta go digging.
What's right is
No,
right.
if you get stuck, you're out.
What?
Come on, can't make double punish people.
No,
Of course you can.
You're trying to nightingale us? Is that
can't be out.
because you're stuck with
If your heads up with somebody,
You
you
gotta
get
make it
stacked, and
hurt.
like the other person pays
You
like,
gotta,
Yeah,
you gotta,
right? Yeah,
you gotta
that's
put it
so
in escrow,
you
man.
gotta pay at least your
a martingale.
Then in that situation,
Gotta put it
you
in
would have to
escrow.
pay out of your pocket. That's
$1,600.
a
I
very
mean,
specific
that's
situation.
certainly one way to play the game,
If you
and I
get
don't
stacked and lose the
hate
net
the
game, you
idea
lose by
of
getting
like,
stacked.
no, if you start the net game,
then
you
you
must
have to
finish the
pay.
net game, even if you
Gotta
get
pay,
stacked.
buddy.
But certainly the way that we played it here in
Right.
Austin,
Can't do the time.
in the, you know, in the 2-5 streets is
Yeah, like if you get get stacked and you still have the nip button, like you can't walk away from
The opposite of
game.
what
You've
you're
got the
saying.
nip
It's
button.
like,
Yeah,
you
you
get stacked.
buy out.
I disagree with that, to be honest.
It's understandable
I think
to
if
not
somebody
want
gets stacked, they
to
earn
let
the right
someone
to
off the
just
hook
go
for that.
Yeah, they can still go home.
No.
We're not stopping them from going home.
Yeah.
Yeah, just pay up and leave. Have a nice night.
Okay. I mean, I'm
not
down
putting
for it.
markers
I'm just
out
saying
either,
I
let's-
wouldn't punish. I wouldn't put it on 100%.
I'm not saying you have to rebuy. I'm just saying you have to.
I'm not going to leave anyway.
Despite the talk of the nickname, we do not actually have
That would be
the
brutal.
placards out there right
That
now.
would be
We have
You have to
Shorty
keep
raising
playing
to
until one of
300
us
from
is
the
broke.
hijack. Harvey coming in for a
Yeah.
3-bet
Yeah,
squeeze
less than
out of the
10,
small
four,
blind.
five,
Very
yeah,
good.
all
The
right.
ladies and Shorty will
Whatever happened to
lead.
friendly poker? You don't want your friends to go broke. You just wanted to send it back to 1-2.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Whatever happened to that, you know?
I think there's like one guy we could probably send back. to
Harvey
two.
here stuck $75. He'll have to forfeit a trip to Taco Bell unless he can turn things around.
There it is. That's the spirit.
I have a feeling if you folded that boat, he would have been sent back to once.
At least make it three.
If you whack Harvey, it's not just Harvey.
Yeah,
It's
that's
going
fine.
back
You
to
don't have to
1-2.
go to 4. 4 is a lot. for
Four
sure.
is
It
big.
is a lot, no doubt. But we can go to 3. We'll meet in the middle.
4 is a
Wow,
whopper,
pocket
man.
8's going in the muck very quickly here. That was Holiday looking down at
Four
the
ahead, I
8s
don't
and
know
not
about
interested given
I think we
the
just stick
under
to
the
2
gun
end, but you
open
can. I meant to
Kyle
book side
Z.
action with people.
Another
Booking
ace
side
queen
action's
goes
fun.
by the wayside his way, and Kyle Z here with that lowest VPIP getting a lot of credit and did in fact just have a pretty strong hand, so he gets no taker.
Quick maths. Very quick.
Freshman gamble.
George going for max relatability today.
You guys all want to do that?
Rom's right here too.
What's that?
Yeah, Ram has
300
been away from
We can bump
the
it to
table
3.
quite a lot here this evening, missing
I saw Ron the second review.
a number of hands.
Disappeared.
Aces and ace king have been folded while he's been away, along with some trash, of course, but certainly missing out in a couple of spots. Shorty here makes it 300.
I
Queen
realized
jack
I need to
suited
get you drunk so I can drive you home.
coming along with king 10 of diamonds. Kyle Z closes the action as well, so he'll take off flopping with 1K in the middle. 3 players see 6 4 deuce 2 tones. Queen with
Propose to play the Nick game one more
the
time.
diamond flush draw. Shorty the betting lead, but he is happy to check and take 3 card, and bingo. Safine has the unbeatable nuts on
50 minutes
the
left.
turn.
Yeah, we got like
That
45,
should be
50
enough.
minutes.
That should be enough.
Well, we should have some kind of mechanism for deciding if it's not over by the time the stream ends.
Yeah, you can't quit. You will have to.
Are they still wargaming the knit game?
Yeah, I know. I think it just
you
goes.
agree-
It gets
Well, now they're
divided.
talking about what happens if the stream ends, but there are still players with the knit button.
I'm probably gonna leave when the stream's over, so I'm not sure that I want to.
How much longer is it going to be? Another 15 minutes?
I mean, the
I don't
pace
know.
at which
I'm just
they
saying there should be a mechanism
ran
for it,
through
so
the
it's not-
net game previously, there's no chance that we'll make it to the end of the stream before the game is
Flip to
resolved.
see. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, flip to see who.
Of course, it could be different the next time.
Poker players always find a way to overcomplicate simple things in the name of
Or do they chop or flip or?
debate
Let them decide.
or a sweat.
We'll figure something out.
We get paid.
Some sort of
We get
equitable.
paid, dude. I'm in.
Yeah, you don't got to bet, you get paid. Up to them how they decide.
So
to do it.
if the stream ends and you still got a knit button, you're on the hook, but it's
Yeah, you're on the hook.
but we'll determine in what fashion.
We'll make it up as we go.
Yeah.
300.
Technically, if you get sent
fat.
over the net,
That's one of those things where it's
Well,
like,
face king again.
you can only exercise like appropriate force. You're like, well,
Right.
who decides what that is?
Also, I want to
Probably
say
the person
3 times we started in
exercising
my
the
straddle, so fuck you guys.
Yeah,
So
man.
that's just half the deal.
Thanks.
But the knit game is on nonetheless. We will figure it out as we go. And Holiday coming in with a raise 8-6 suited. JD calls and
That would set up.
Weird.
Hand 96, the line is 120, and you called under for the final 50 minutes of the stream.
I did call the under, and then we had a couple of like raise and take it's that just went very quickly. So
Yeah.
I am feeling like 120 is actually
So sweat at least.
yeah.
Yes.
And Holiday flopping
Safini wants side action on the neck
ideally with the 8-6
So
suited.
Absolutely not.
No.
Dude, listen, I've already given you 10 because of the mid game. I'm not giving you any more. I'm slowly making it back. Let the man live.
I like to just call here. This board is super dry. She has an 8 as well, so she sort of walks the 8-9s and 8-7s of the world that, you know, have sort of pure equity against her specific holding.
Uh-oh.
I think the best, like, if you're doing side action, the best thing to do is like conditional side action. Like,
small
if one of us
pot.
loses, then like.
JD Rivers top
Like the way we're
pair.
doing with Eastman is like only if one of us loses.
Really like to see a
trigger,
check
then
here
we pay
from
that
Holiday.
specific person
Obviously, I can see the cards and see that JD may just go for value, but it's also just not a good card for her to represent. She's not going to have many aces.
Maybe the first time we get clock called on stream.
You have a plan. I like it.
Well, yeah, the
now we're
clock's never been called on stream before, right?
But she doesn't want JD to simply check
Like back in the
back.
day.
So she does make a bet of 750 here. JD makes the call and she gets paid. So
In your face. Oh, he rivers the ace.
yeah, so not a bad play there from Holiday. Not sure if JD would have bet and how much, but she does get to relinquish her button and drag the pot back up to nearly 10K.
She is thrilled to be the first one to toss in that knit button. The 8-6, doing her part clearly by raising the 8-6 and rewarded.
Yeah, and
with
again,
an
I mean, I
advantageous
think that's
flop.
sorry to cut you off there. I think that's the perfect time to mix some of these hands in to your raising range or your 3-betting range is right up front and early. Just, you know,
100%.
attack it while these players are not feeling the pressure.
JD, another nice hand. 2 jacks. 250. Rom. In the double straddle. Defends.
Let me have it, Rom, you know?
That's about the flop you expect to see. You know, jack deuce.
Yeah. Just check. Interesting. JD's gotta feel like, well, I don't know now. Now that you arrive at river in a $600 pot with 2 jacks. What do you bet? 200? Overbet.
Yeah, he's got the jack of diamonds, so
Representing busted flushes, I guess.
yep,
Turns in
turns
his button.
over the pocket jack, gets rid of his baton.
A lot of, quote, financial losers currently in the game, but lots of time to battle back. I mean, any of these players is one big pot away from getting back into the green or advancing their lead against the field. 45 minutes remain in our quarter 50 no limit hold'em stream. NK and Aaron McAvoy with you live from our respective locations. This is Texas Card House Dallas on TCH Live. Mr. Delivery, 2 aces is good enough for a raise.
I think so.
Yeah, generally speaking, when you get aces, you're going to raise quite well.
And that's the commentary you can expect here at
I
TCH
don't even have
Live.
any button anymore, Holiday. What are we doing here?
Oh, yes. Open-ended straight flush draw to the Royal. Mr. Delivery with an overpair.
It's like a little twist on a rig system. It doesn't exactly work like a rig. That's why the system
Big chunky bet here. Slight over bet to the pot on the flop from Mr. Delivery.
It's just his thing.
No, just doing myself.
Oh, you just download what you want?
Yeah.
So it's like
Holiday
a
here.
Linux distro probably.
Will
It
have
is
some queen
based
jack
on
suited
Linux
on
kernel, but
occasion,
It doesn't have much to do with Linux.
but most of her hands,
Yeah.
pocket sixes as well, could find their way in there, but
And the thing
most
is
of
that
her
all
hands
the
are going to be
downloading
well
stuff is
behind
all
the
very,
2
very
aces of
automated.
Mr. Delivery.
Eight
Eight
of
of clubs on the turn,
So
and
cool.
Holiday is there already.
That's fine.
Very interesting to see. Yeah, it is.
King high flush, Mr. Delivery now with an ace high flush draw, but a 9 of clubs would just be so dirty
Yeah.
on river.
It's like, yeah, I'll do it. But I am
If
interested.
you tell me a show right now, I just put it in my system. Like I just Google the name. Like I just put the name of the show in. It shows me all the shows that relate to that name. Like if I know only like a word of it, it just shows
Yeah,
me.
Mr.
different
Delivery here,
results, you know.
he's not really worried about being beat very often because it's
Mostly,
only
and
this
kind
very
of like-
specific hand combination that we see Holiday with that she can actually arrive on this turn with.
And then you just
So
type,
now it's
add
just a
this
matter
show
of
to my
can
stuff.
he
And then it
continue to get
searches
value
all
from a
parameters
hand like
for
ace queen,
parameters
king
that
queen.
you gave it before, like minimum quality, minimum bit rate. Certain words in the title of the torrent can give it like a bonus.
Delivery
So
not at all
so you
slowing
can
down,
put in your favorite
1.8
encoders,
thousand.
that kind of stuff. It's really well thought out, really great. And then as soon as it downloads
If Holiday
there's
calls here,
another,
Pot's going to go up to
like an
6K,
add-on to
and
it
she will
that
have
searches,
a
subtitles
little
if you
over
want in whatever
6.5.
languages you preferred and stuff. Because my ex-girlfriend is Czech, so I had Czech.
She's
in
going
there
to
for
go
a long
for
time. I have two
a little
friends who use it
quickie
for,
raise here,
Spanish,
makes it
so I have
4K to
Spanish
go.
subtitles added always. And that kind of stuff. It's really well thought out. And
I'm not
really
sure
good.
how many hands she's going to have that are
And
going
for-
to want
you can
to
also
do this.
set certain quality profiles. So if I know if I add
It's
certain movie,
perhaps
for
a little
example,
bit
Element
irrelevant
2,
because she
I
just
know
has
this
the
is like a,
one combo that it just
you know,
absolutely dreams of getting all of the chips in here.
The movie's all
Like
about,
sometimes you're just
flashy
toast against the
colors,
ace high
so I
flush
add
and
a
whatever,
profile
you're
that's
just
like
dead.
4K
But
HDR, you know.
yeah, this
And then
is
if I
one of her
download
best
some
hands.
1980s,
So
whatever, gangster
let's just
movie,
put
I'm
the
like,
little min click out there,
1080p is
see if we
probably
can
fine,
get our
but,
opponent to stick
like,
around.
You know, so you say you can define
Mr.
like
Delivery is
how-
like, dude, you just
how
can't do
many
this with
megabytes,
hardly
whatever,
anything.
per hour the
So,
files should have to fall
I
into
mean,
certain
what do you
quality
Right.
categories and stuff.
do
It's
you
really,
ever
really
have
cool.
here?
It's very big hobby and very
4,500 remains behind. He does complete. Now we've got a sizable pot. 10-5 in the middle. One card to come. A 9.
home from a long poker session. I just
A
tinker around in
6
my
on the end. Aces and 6s for Mr. Delivery. Holiday with the king high flush.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, this isn't a card that she loves because she's
Yeah.
going to have to jam for value. And she could just get snapped off by pocket queens or pocket jacks.
Yeah, which is so
So-
brutal, but with only 4,000 remaining, it's like, well, GG's. If so, I think.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Well, the same thing, but I was like, yeah, that's whatever. It's just civil.
And
It's
yeah,
not criminal.
I've been in this spot before, and you're just sitting there and you're like, well, all right, let's see if we can avoid the snap call.
Oh yeah, and it goes like, no, I can't tell you.
She does avoid the snap call, and now she can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah.
I regret how I played.
What side should I avoid?
Yeah.
He goes, all these.
Mr. Delivery, he blocks.
And it just goes fucking.
The ace high flushes.
It's really cool.
King 10 of clubs is the only thing that makes any sense whatsoever as far as a flush is concerned. Perhaps 10-9 of clubs for the
This is
straight
not my
flush.
jurisdiction, and I don't think.
Outside of that, it's quads.
Yeah, it's like a lot of ads.
Not a victim.
It's
It's not
quads.
Like,
Like he loses to a straight flush, quads, and then the one other king high flush. Like there are 3 hands here, but he almost has all the information that he needs from that min clicky size raise on the turn, right? And you could see he's just like, God, such a narrow range, but do I ever beat any of the value is the question, right?
You guys would like to
Would Queen Jack that has decided to play it this way for whatever reason, and I'm not sure Queen Jack would ever do that, but does Queen Jack of Hearts just like YOLO it in on the end? Like, I guess why not? I'm not so sure. I just don't think it does. So he doesn't beat any of the value. And what bluffs could you even possibly dream of?
This is Russian IP, you know how it
King
works.
Queen with the King of Clubs?
Try. It's a big thing.
Would it ever check raise that small and then stuff it here on the end?
I'm really thinking this through.
This guy is like a researcher who wrote like the first like one of these like original like botnets for
Right instincts, understanding that this is just
I remember this.
doesn't feel like it's a bluff very often.
When was this?
This was in like
Oh, he almost just called, right?
Yeah.
Still a lot of telling that open to the internet. It's crazy.
It's one of these spots where you just feel like you have to call.
Right, right.
You got
He's
ace.
able to,
You have
like,
the ace of clubs.
You know you're getting
Fold.
taken to Value Town, but it's just so
He used them to, like, go and
cheap
map
compared
all
to the
IP
size of the
addresses on
pot.
internet.
To this
And
day,
he
I
did for
don't think.
months. He did for months. And, like,
I don't think
He needs to be right 1 in 4 times.
Like his
Just,
ace
like,
10
you'll
with
see,
the
like,
ace
map
of,
like, time and
or
day and
the,
stuff of, like, who's online, who's
I'm
not.
trying to
You can see
figure
this,
a,
like, cool interactive map, and it's because he made this botnet that did it, and then he, like, shut it down.
yeah, I don't know.
And then he released all the IP addresses and tried to tell people.
I'll be
like,
impressed if he finds a fold, just like
and, like,
straight up
then just,
saving
like,
himself
hack
$4,000.
Still go when the machine shut down the ports.
No,
Do you like
I think he
scanning as a
folds here.
subject?
As a subject?
The knit button just really doesn't factor in here very much. I don't
Yeah.
think you can give Holiday credit for just some sort of really creative bluff due to the fact that the knit game is in play. Like, I don't know, he overbet the flop, right? Like, let's remember that. There's 700 in the middle. He overbets, she calls.
Terabytes and terabytes of stuff.
Then check min raises is relatively large. It was like a 2/3 turn bet as well. Spite Bellow here says this is where blockers screw you. Yeah, I mean, the ace of clubs is a very relevant card for sure, as you do block some of the value, but
Yeah, I'm getting to
at the same time, it's just like, how does she ever arrive on the river here with a
I don't know if
bluff?
it's completely open to the internet.
How?
That's where, like,
And
someone's
what is
like,
it?
It seems to be like.
Let us know in the chat or in the comments down below what bluffs does she ever come up with here.
Once you then access their data.
And he folds, nice fold.
Big crime in some place.
Holiday, a solid win for a kind of up and down night. 15K headed to Holiday, and props to Mr. Delivery.
It's like a PC printed scanner.
You can buy as much with money that you don't lose as money that you win, and he saves $4,000.
Mascot just like blasts out
Who
over
knows?
here and receives
He'll
over
buy
here.
himself a nice
So you can scan.
$4,000 funsy for saving all that money for himself.
Did you say a funsy?
Mm-hmm.
Is
You know, a
that like a
funsy.
onesie that's fuzzy? Or
No, you know, like get yourself a funsy. It's fun. It's, you know, a funsy. Have a funsy.
You can keep saying the word. It doesn't make me understand.
I was trying
anymore.
to think of similar things, but they're. I'm starting to realize that maybe it's a made-up word that only we use at our house.
It's a onesie that is just super fun. I mean, I don't know. But I love it. I hope there are funsies out there for sale, and I hope they cost $4,000 because I really want to see people wearing those.
I mean, honestly, like,
Holiday.
you don't get much for bug
in the
bounties.
saddle
And also,
here.
a lot of companies will just ignore you. So fuck it.
Squeezing it up after Ram gets a little bit frisky
He
here.
eventually like posted it publicly, like disclosed it publicly. Like he did a
Now
partial
Harvey,
disclosure
he's
publicly. So eventually then they had to like
Yeah,
disclose
he's
it.
got a hand that you'd love to squeeze, but when you're already facing a cold 3-bet like this, or a cold, God, what is this? I guess it's just a straight up 3-bet.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Have like infrared scanners, mock cards, and like you buy a phone from China.
Hey, Griff here in the chat says Funsy is a onesie for 2.
It's
Ooh,
insane.
like that.
From DEFCON from like 15 years ago.
Rom loves this flop.
That is a cool one to watch.
Oh, shit, he called. Oh, yeah, because it was only another 1,000.
One of my favorite DEFCON
Verifies, open into straight draw, backdoor clubs, checks over to Holiday. Got nut no pair, backdoor clubs as well, and it comes clean.
Well, yeah, but he was doing. He was like, okay, so they posted a picture of the key to the place. Like,
oh shit!
Yeah,
what?
he's like, when you have a picture of a key,
Okay,
like,
that is a key.
yeah, just as long as you have some scale in the photo, like you got it.
Who would post
Wow,
a picture?
tiny little bet here from Holiday. This is sort of the, let me try to set my price for free river check back.
Into like a computer, and he's like, I can plug it out. He was doing banks. He was like plugging in all tellers' computers. Like,
Was it Jason Street?
I don't know.
So the thing about the physical stuff and rubber ducky.
Now you feel like you kind of have to go for value. It looks like she is going to go for value. And wow, it's another small size. Wow. Willing to reopen the action to try to eke out that little bit of extra value.
Yeah. Well, Rush developing for Holiday, winning a couple nice sized putts back to back.
You're like, get network access, and you like got into like the
And
network
that move's
closet.
very dangerous, right? I mean, the super small
When we
size,
have a chance,
like,
is that okay?
does a pair of sevens or
play.
something, or a pair of
They wanted to
sixes,
get like a badge
whatever he
and
might
log
show up
into
there
it.
with,
It's like,
Yeah, I'd like to win.
pay that off.
It's like
It's
exactly. Be like, hey,
so
like,
value-y.
log in so I can type
And
in
then
things,
what
like,
if
you
the
know,
dude's
just playing,
got like
all this stuff. He's like, oh, here it is. Like,
action to two pair, or
sometimes
has
you're
swapped
really
some
powerful,
sort of
but
massive hand and is just waiting for you to catch up a little bit, and then they check raise you huge. Like, what are you going to do now?
Did you actually, speaking
Right.
of social engineering,
Yeah.
have you seen that Netflix
Goes for that little tickle on the end.
Netflix
Takes down.
documentary about the guy that was calling up like McDonald's and stuff and getting people to strip search their own employees?
I haven't seen it. I heard about the story, but
350 from Safine. Short she with ace queen raised to 750.
I think I did see this. I forget what it's called though.
Just impersonating a police officer and just telling them to do all this stuff to their employees, and they just did it.
Uh-oh. A little bit of something. Second pair, straight draw, short sheet, bottom pair, Safine. Technically a straight draw as well.
Shorshi gets to range bet this. Extra.
It's like a
15 sticks
cover
around.
guy getting interviewed, but he was supposed to be like a state-sponsored.
Needed diamonds, no help.
He was talking about some engagements that they had done. Just giving like the history of
Though.
it. He's just like, let's just say like.
This hand doesn't benefit a lot from building the pot any further.
You know, it's not solid or something. Like, what do we?
Does
And he's
check
talking about
back,
he's just
and
like,
the biggest brick in the
it's
deck, the
crazy, like,
piece
he's like,
of
you
diamonds,
do 2
peels
research ahead of
off.
time. Like, once you like really want to go, you just get on like LinkedIn and Reddit and just like find these people and like you find the names of all like the web ops people because they'll tell you all like on LinkedIn, oh, I'm web ops for this, you know.
Does
Sure,
beat
find,
some
like,
hands
website
like
where you
pocket
find their
nines,
network manager, you find all these people,
pocket
you're on their
sevens
Facebook,
every
see their
once in a
friends
while
on
that is going to
It's
three
like, then we
bet
know like names, titles of everybody.
on the
Makes
button.
fishing a lot easier.
Yeah, that too. But then like,
But,
like then we can like
yeah,
on Reddit,
he
attach
really
their
doesn't do
profiles
very
and,
much, and I
go on
think
their
he's
sysadmin Reddit and see like what
very
like,
well
all their,
aware of that,
oh,
but
having issues
Shorshi
with
is
this,
going to go
this,
for
you know,
a
okay,
pretty
Larry,
good sized
this,
value
just
bet
like,
here.
we can map like the entire system.
Yeah. So like
Attacking
that's
the
always
queen
first step
jacks
to
of the world, maybe even
passive
the 10
reconnaissance.
jacks of the world that
Then you go to active reconnaissance.
just can't
That's,
quite
vulnerability mapping.
find a way to let it go.
I was very close to
You
mucking
can find a lot just passively.
Oh, cheers, man. Thanks.
Mucking.
All right, so a couple of nip buttons have gone by the wayside. Shorshi here getting rid of his, so doesn't have to worry about
God dang it.
losing for a
Once they
third
finally, like,
time.
got tool on the system. They had updated the system like a week between like them getting all the reconnaissance actually going in. So like all of a sudden there are all these bugs and issues that the guy was like literally like
Hand
having issues with it.
101,
You see, like,
30
on the
minutes
screen,
remaining. Now the real sweat is whether or not
IT come in trying to debug it. and stuff.
Aaron McAvoy
Like, what should
wins
we do?
the
Like,
bet.
you know, they're trying to figure it out. And they're like, let's just wait and see
or
what
not.
happens. You know, they're not onto it.
He
Yeah, the
promised to
under
take
is
3 broth bombs if he wins, or if he loses the bet, and we go over.
I don't want to
120
win.
hands.
I don't want to win. Wait, also, if I had to do 3 broth bombs if I won the bet, then good lord, I would not want to lose. It's going to be terrible. Also, I wish we had put a bet on it because the under is looking real strong at this point.
Yeah, it depends. The next 5 hands are going to be very indicative of who's going to win, I think. Nit game very much still in play. 5 pucks out there.
It's also crazy. They were talking about some of the attacks that like companies have gone through, and like there were some like just like real like almost the unfortunate ones. So like basically like there were some companies that went through a couple acquisitions, right? And they end up like integrating, like
All right,
having
so
some
1,
old companies,
2,
some
3
old company they don't,
buttons
and then
down
that company has some
on
IT
that end of the
infrastructure
table.
they don't even know about.
1,
That's,
2, 3
happens to be
down on
connected to the
this end
network
as well.
now.
So
Oh,
6 buttons
6.
still in
Excuse
play.
me.
A lot of times you're like a security.
Ooh,
guard,
jacks.
just,
Seeing a lot of jacks tonight.
like uncovering things that.
Just a call here from Steven in the big blind with the jacks, inviting JD and Safine in. 4 ways to a flop. We go. All baby cards here. Checks through. 10 now on the turn. 2 tone. Top pair for JD, gut shot for Sabine, so some little sort of twinkles of hope out there for those two players, but Mr. Delivery going to lead things off with a bet of 500, half pot. With the draws available, I think JD certainly going to come along for the ride. Sabine on the naked gut shot will release, so heads up between these two players. To a river we go. Looks a one-liner to a straight out here. 27, any deuce. Mr. Delivery has a couple of options here, but my guess is he'll settle on a 1/3 sort of block value bet. Instead he goes for the 2/3. Actually makes more sense given the board texture, a couple of missed draws out there. He can get a 10 to call the larger sizing and does indeed get paid off with JD.
Mr. D-Live dragging a $2,500 profit and loses the knit button.
Shit, indeed. There's like 5?
Did they end up doubling the stakes, or is it just table stakes?
They did talk about that. I'm not sure if it was agreed upon or what, but certainly it seemed to be the consensus of the conversation that I heard that they were going to double
He
it.
hates paying money, but he bets against you. Heads up.
What's the idea there, Paolo?
100, right? 50-50? Oh.
You guys want to play quarter 50-50?
Yeah, it's a weird one. Mine as well, right? It's a weird one too.
I don't know what they play over in LA, man, but we don't do that here.
The obligatory defend of the straddle from Paolo.
Knit versus knit.
Dang, one button goes away this hand. Oh, chop pot, one time.
What do you need? King, queen. King on the turn, queen on the river.
KQ.
That works.
You're going to listen to me and just specialize in hardware security.
Hardware security.
Never. Never say never to me.
He continues for half pot. Paolo with a little piece and some
So I
backdoor
was talking
spade
to my buddy
equity.
John that I introduced you to.
Gonna come along.
And apparently, like it made so much sense when he explained it to me, but I like hadn't thought about it much. That, like, because of all the tech layoffs, like
now
finding a
for
tech
Paolo.
job right now, like it sucks the big one because it's like you have all these
looks
people
like
out
a
there
very
who are like
safe card.
qualified, experienced, like who are now back out in the job market.
Not in love with the 10 kicker here a lot of the time, but certainly a spot where you can imagine betting like half pot and then just checking
like where'd
back
all the people
on
get laid off at tech? Where'd they go?
most
Where'd they go?
What I mean is because tech is such a big part of every company now.
How
you can
Paolo
always go to, like,
responds here. It is indeed the
Yeah,
half pot
and
sizing, a
entry-level
little
jobs
bit
are not
over.
as hard. It's like the senior level positions that a lot of these guys think they should have that are just not available. I think that's kind of where that comes into play. But entry level, I don't think it's very difficult. I wouldn't say
it is harder now than it was
before.
Yeah,
Sure, yeah, for sure, yeah. But it's still like there's a lot of jobs.
It's the boot camp. Getting a job out
I'm
of
trying
boot
to
camp
figure
is
out how to
challenging.
attack this spot.
Everybody
Just the
is
nature of the beast.
wrong.
Fuck that guy.
His struggle is not validated here.
Does settle on
Tell him to go get a job at Home Depot.
3x check raise here. 2.8.
Tell him, my buddy
There you
Kyle
go.
is nice. He told you.
You know what? This is one of those things where I say something and I'm like, why
On
didn't
the
you
check
just tell the
raise.
story? I don't understand. Like, why do I have to just come in there?
Yeah, this is the danger of
No, it's good. Well, yeah, he came out of
betting
like the data
across
science boot
the
camp,
two
so he doesn't have like
streets on
tech
flop and turn rather than going for the bet check bet line.
guy.
Yeah, no, that's pretty specific.
Gotta sell yourself.
But Harvey does make the call. Gonna need a 6 or a king or a 10 to improve to the best hand here on the end.
Quite the pot developing, and he does not hit it.
front door spades
Zach.
comes in.
Oh, I'm
Zach, are the Blue Jays winning?
Paolo does have the queen of spades, probably the
What
most
inning?
relevant spade, but he's
You
going
love
to check.
to see it. You just love
And
it.
Harvey is going to get shown the bad news that
So
that
far,
time
Paolo's
is
serious about that net
unfavorable.
button, man.
Wow.
He's like, how many times has Paolo gotten
How do you get
rid of
two
his
pair?
knit button, calling some
that's
bullshit
true.
in the
Just
trail?
turns the 2 pair.
Nice.
Yeah.
You learned the wrong lesson.
Wow.
Yeah, Paolo,
Give me some ideas. You can start playing Queen 5 off more
pretty
often.
solid performance tonight. Hasn't really had to get out of line very much.
Shit, don't break it down.
The knit game is a dream for the commentators, you know, because they don't know what's going on. At some point, they could be, the knit game. Yeah.
It's alright.
Interesting. Is he thinking a little outside the box, maybe because the knit
Thinking
game?
a little outside the box.
It's true.
Very true.
It's like I've said this before.
Harvey gets fucked up with
There
some
was
trash
like
cans
a
during the Nick game.
podcast I used to listen to. It's
You
called
get
The
fucked up
Poker
with some trash
Guys.
cans during the Nick game, don't you?
And it was people who would just do, a couple guys who would just do like hand breakdowns of televised or different, like, you know, like televised poker
Yeah, who
hands. that you
doesn't
can
know the
generally
poker
find.
guys? Although, yeah, those guys,
Yeah,
I haven't
well, they
seen
had
any
people, but it
contact
was mainly
with
like a
them
podcast.
I haven't heard
They
him.
would do, like, it was called The Poker Guys, and they would do hand history. Thing was, like the guys like weren't the most. They were like good radio personalities, but they weren't the most poker knowledgeable.
Yeah.
So one, it often seemed like they were actively trying to avoid talking about like strategic details related to the hand. But secondly, it was like so many times on like there was a river decision that they didn't understand, and they would just like fall on the crutch of like, well, maybe he's got like a live tell or something. I'm like, okay, well, I just wasted 40 minutes of my life.
It's about what you get here, because we try to give ourselves plenty of asterisks and flexibility to be wrong.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, you know, he was thinking about getting the funsie, and so he just
That's
had
right.
to get in there. He had to
Always
make that call.
consider the funsie factor. Trademark. It's going to put that on a shirt.
Medium rare.
TCH Live funsies.
Come get you some
Branded.
TCH Live funsies.
Yeah.
It's going to be my sign-off.
Yeah, if you, the viewer, are having some TCH Live funsies here with us this evening, please do consider striking the like button and
send us some funsies, whatever that means to you.
River Jam from Harvey, you saying?
No.
Go to work.
Cold 4
No
jam.
fucking shot. Come on.
all right, so 4 knit buttons still in play. Ram here, one of those players, but it's Holiday who's raising it up. I thought it was Ram at first, but Holiday coming in for 250 in the low jack.
Doesn't change that much.
Paolo
now.
does not
This
have his
label
knit
we
button,
already
but
knew.
he is not a knit, so he will make the
Knit.
call with the
Knit.
ace-9 of hearts.
Double knit.
Cheaper than folding for him.
And bring Kyle Z along to the right as well. Kyle Z hoping to get rid of his knit button before he has to pay out for a second time.
Shut up, Nick.
And, ooh, it's a top pair versus nut flush draw type of situation. Holiday here with a couple of overcards of her own, and now top pair.
Also, could you flop a 5 and
Yeah. Well, I was surprised. I was like, all right. Yeah, good stuff.
Step 1, 3-bet the pocket pair. Step 2, call the 4-bet.
let's
Step
say
3,
question mark.
pop the set.
Profit.
I was definitely willing to get 5s in there for 10K. That's for sure.
Makes sense.
Paolo here, top pair,
You're getting ready
middling
for the TT,
kicker,
huh?
but still working
ready for
with
chalk
the
time.
flush
Are you
draw.
gonna fire
Kyle Z's
anything,
out of there.
any
He's
bullets
like,
at
nah,
chalk
this
time?
ain't working.
JD?
No.
No? Not even just a little taste?
And we had a premonition of the 9 of clubs coming there on the end. It is
Is it
indeed
because you're
the 8
because
of
you want to play
diamonds.
tournaments, or because it's your man
And
from
the
Chalk
jack
Time?
will be kicking, so
I just,
Holiday here going to show down
Self-ban
the
is fine too.
ace jack, and that is the best hand.
Like at this point,
We'll
it's
drag
a streak. You know?
$1,575 dues.
I spent so much time at those
into her
casinos already.
funsie.
That's like this one.
Oh, wait, I thought it was your hand.
I wish.
Hang on to that for me. Hold that tight.
I haven't had to meet that drive in like 4 years.
I love how the graphics show Mr.
there's a
Delivery
bunch
down
of, like, pretty
$972.
Saying it to go one time.
Like, how did we get into...
Super accurate, but also not accurate.
Yeah, how did we get into fractions of units of $5? That's what I want to know.
The software is just giving up.
JD, I bet you now you regret cussing me out in the cage line at Aria poker room. I ran into him there during the series. I'm like, aren't you JD? It's like, man, fucking leave me alone, man. I can't stand these fucking groupies, man. You know.
Yeah.
Go scratch.
I big time some people in accident. My bad. My bad.
Yeah, he actually didn't cuss me. He was like, oh yes.
I don't remember this interaction really. But.
Well, I remember. I think the first time we met was up here at the cage, and then I ran into you at the Aria during the series.
All right, Ram is in the mix with the Jack 3 off, and he is going to outflop JD here. Second pair, no kicker. JD not fighting to relinquish his knit button, but does just feel like this board is going to favor him enough to continue, but JD will get called by Ram, and now it's an 8 of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, I don't foresee Ram folding second pair in a knit button situation.
How you doing?
There's a man who's ready for WPT.
I'm ready.
I know Eugene loves a good tournament.
Yeah.
JD checking back the turn. Ram's got to feel pretty good about that. Just like,
A few months
please
ago, not the
check.
most recent event, but like
Please check.
the
JD obliges.
2 times ago that the WSOP was at Choctaw.
Another knit button gone.
Oh man,
Listen,
I busted Eugene out like partway through day 1. I felt bad because I didn't make anything happen with that buy-in. I was like, man, if I had done something with that, I could have, I wouldn't have had to feel bad about busting Eugene.
Okay, down to 3 knit buttons. Harvey,
knit
Kyle,
buttons.
Z, and Safine, I think it is.
Everyone's like eyeing each other's
Or perhaps
stack. Like, the jam is like around the corner somewhere. It's the same.
Yeah, now it is kind of in jam territory where
Can't wait till it's heads up with Kyle and Harvey.
maybe tournament mode for these 3 remaining knit buttons. Harvey 9-4 forced to fold out of position.
That's the worst. I was advocating for that. Now I'm not very happy about it.
I'm just saying.
Okay, it is Safine with his button, not Paolo. Paolo
What are you doing?
was like, maybe I'll raise the button, but no, I won't. Kyle Z, not a believer in the Jack Triz. He just
go
saw
again.
Ram win with it, but, out of it.
Ron with the 6s over to Holiday. K4 gets out of the way.
It's like every decision changes based on the knit button.
Well, I thought it would, but he just.
Well, he probably had like some
Holiday, our biggest winner
and
here.
me and Harvey already folded, so it's like there's no reason for him
Up
to stretch.
nearly 12,000.
It's like you gotta factor everything in. The game
Mr.
changing
Delivery, of
every
course,
day.
is actually up
Oh, for sure.
at
Yeah.
about 10,000 to that number. It's up around 9,000, something like that.
That is true. That is the worst thing that's
I
happened.
think that is your strategy for real.
Relax, Rob.
500 a hand. If I
Relax.
get top 8%,
500 person.
That's right.
Yeah. No, Rom's on the right track. You got to make me feel it, guys. You can't do like this $300.
I get $300.
You
So
gonna
I
pay
don't
for like
give a shit.
1,000?
Rom Jack 10 in the big blind. Raise it again. Excuse me. Calls Safine's raise.
Chance Harvey was ever.
Harvey defending the King 4.
It was 3 better call.
That's true.
2 knit
2
buttons in
players with
play.
knit buttons here.
I decided that is
Safine, pretty strong flop, aces and deuces.
Just to play.
just to be like, well, 12%. If not, oh well.
We'll see what happens.
See what's happening here?
What's happening? Oh no. Oh, this is bad for me. Oh shit.
Rom calls with second pair.
But no. Not unless things are spelled out.
And Harvey, it pains him to fold. He's like, come on,
It's all
man.
predetermined anyway.
Thank you.
You get better at this palace shit.
Just one big chain reaction.
You need to
You're
get that
getting better at this
control,
palace shit.
yeah,
He's terrible at it.
you need
But
to
I'm
get
sincere.
Safine with a hammerlock on this hand. 1,500 in the middle. Time to size it up. 1,200 now.
Starting to believe both of you. It's supposed to because like these guys are such big idiots. Like, I think it's
Except for
legit.
Kyle, never had that reputation.
He's earning it.
Yeah, he's too deep in the game.
Actually had a hand, but
Had a hand. Had a hand.
He's too soft. There it is.
let's go.
Like we talked about
Get
earlier.
rid of that thing.
Grudge match.
300 to
All right, now Kyle Z facing a back-to-back payout of the knit game for the last 15 minutes of the stream. This is an actual
I
sweat.
know what to do.
No one tell Kyle stories for the next.
Yeah, 2 of the
he's still
bigger
locked in here.
losers as of
Kyle's
right
going to
now,
war,
as
baby.
well,
Time to
Harvey
go to
and
war.
Kyle Z. So not really going to feel too good about having to pay out when you're already stuck.
Yeah, Kyle, you've been folding quite a lot today. What's going on? Is everything okay?
I'm just enjoying talking to you guys.
Kyle, you win a hand. It costs probably 2,400.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, 15 minutes to go. Hand number 109
So
coming
all I
at
gotta do
you.
is stall.
120.
I'm surprised they're not trying to negotiate with each other.
Yeah,
Like, you 150, you 150, we'll just...
Yeah, we don't care.
No, they can't have the
We just want the money.
Here we go. Kyle Z will not shy away from raising the
He
king
will
deuce
be
here.
willing to actually go at
With
it.
the positional advantage that he has. Harvey's in there.
It's already begun.
Here we go.
I feel so in control right now. Let y'all.
He's out of there. It's a battle of the two players with the different.
man, here we go.
There is
It's more entertaining
effectively
now that I'm not in the hand.
$1,600, $1,800 more dollars in the pot.
It's more entertaining
Jack
now than
9, Kyle Z so far, flopping top pair.
2,400.
Yeah, and I guess they did double it.
Wow.
Knit versus knit.
I'd be so annoyed if it goes queen 10.
Oh, I love it.
That'd be really good for us.
Can't say that.
I can't.
At least I think that's what I.
But yeah, it would.
That'd be really good for us.
Yeah, you're right.
It'd be really good for us. Why? Because if they chop, they don't get rid of the button. And then we get another shot at trying to, and they're trying to steal it.
Harvey here with an opportunity.
At this point in time, like when they're trying to fight for it, it's good for us because like, we just get to try to
Pair
snipe.
or a 10 when Kyle Z checks this back. 650 in the middle. He's gonna bet full pot.
$10.
Can we get a 10?
Please.
Oh.
Said,
God damn it.
no 7.
And now Harvey here. I mean, he's got a very credible spot to rep a
You
big
remember when I did
hand,
this to you holiday? I said 7
but
for real
it's
this
pretty
time.
much a 10 and only a 10 at this point after he gets called for the
was
full pot
overbet.
size bet.
I remember that.
Polar back over to Kyle Z.
Ace is good.
Now kind of a leveling war. Is this Harvey just trying to force him off the hand?
I feel like I lose both ways.
This is
I guess
awesome.
there's one way I win.
This is awesome.
But
This
I
is
have to,
what
like,
we
really
watch.
depend on you, Harvey. That's the problem. Like, the one way I actually get out of this is I have to like really fucking believe in you, and I don't believe in you.
Did you bet against him in
He
that?
just gave me like a fake tell too. Like, god damn. You're really pulling out all the stops here, huh, buddy? God damn.
I love poker.
Kyle Z is not a chump.
Why do I leave tomorrow?
Kevin, this is your fault. I don't never blame the dealer, but I'm blaming you today. All right, I'm leaning towards not putting the money in and just paying everybody.
Yeah, this sucks for Kyle Z both ways. Back-to-back losses in the knit game.
God, I love poker. Why do I leave tomorrow?
Kyle Z, can he find the hero call?
He's so close one way or the other. He's so close to flicking the chip in or flicking the cards in.
You know what I'm gonna do? What about flipping a coin?
Oh, man.
Oh, here we
What
go.
about flipping a coin?
No, push your, mix your cards up.
Here we go. Okay.
You didn't assign a value to it.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, he gets the call.
Oh my God! The huge river overbet.
What the fuck did you
Kyle
put?
Z and the payout twice.
No,
Losing the knit game and the pot.
Pay up, sir.
Oh, so it does look like it's
Double
only
the stake.
1,600 that he is parted with.
Take 3, pass it down.
No, 3. Okay, all right. They upped it to 300.
That was
That sucks for Kyle Z. Hand 110, 10 minutes remaining.
Come here.
It's close.
Fucking
Pretty good line to start 120 hands.
Amazing. I love that hand so much.
Yeah, that was great. Nice bet on the end by Harvey. Good result.
Thank you, sir.
Kyle Z fold the
And then he
king.
folds a king. Look at this guy.
Get a king?
You should pay more for that.
You should pay
I'm just
more.
reverse bum hunting you guys.
Oh,
Asked us to play double estate.
painful. Just painful to be in Kyle B's spot right there.
That's crazy.
Oh, you
I
can,
can,
you can get
I
rid
can
of
feel the
this.
shame coming off these chips.
Wait,
man.
what did the coin flip say? Did the coin flip
the
say to
needle.
fold?
No, he didn't have one. It was just a thing.
Oh, you never even gave it a value. Wow.
The coin wasn't real.
I believe in Harvey.
Check and
I think I was going to show you
like
7-6 of spades.
but I need to.
That's what I saw coming.
How does it get through? That's crazy. 5,000. I don't know. I mean,
Kyle.
I
tilted
believe.
us.
and
in
he literally
Harvey
said
now.
it too. He's like, Kyle, I need
Call,
you to win
call,
a
he
hand.
loses the bet, plus he has to pay.
Oh, Harvey's like, oh my god.
Yeah, but it's Harvey.
That's like
I know, but like,
See, he showed you.
He's never
I
gonna
believe
bluff.
in him.
he's never gonna bluff.
Yeah, but it's Harvey.
Poetry.
It is true. Kyle Z, Harvey, and Mr. Delivery of all people, even his sort
Kind of know
of
the game plan.
squirrely play this evening, are all
So Kyle
the
has to sit
sort
there
of
with an input in
lowest
front of him
VPIP.
now, right?
Yes! Yes!
I'm right here.
Oh, man. You'd love to see it, though. That's the only way that can end, right? If someone just bluffs a shit on someone.
I'm so glad I folded that hand. I was so
Oh, yeah.
entertained.
Good fold, Steven.
I
don't
folded
know what
pocket
you
10,
had.
but it was so entertaining.
Yeah,
He
good
like pursed his
fold.
lips a couple times.
Second pair here for Mr. Delivery, 15. Going to range bet this flop a lot of the time, but he is going to check it back
He's really
this
bad at
time.
the following, like for real.
At least he got those live reads.
Oh, Safine here just calling the pre-flop raise. I see. I thought he was the aggressor.
Doesn't believe in the kid. Fuck.
Don't.
You bet against him in the heads up, right?
Yeah, no.
No.
I
Oh.
root against him.
Queen. Good. Nice one.
Queen good. $600. Holiday. Quite a night for herself. 11-7 up top.
That was
Safine
good.
losing
Good
about
TV.
10.
Good TV.
Stack of high society. All in a day's work.
8-7.
Shorshi,
You know what?
last
Nobody
stream
said it
before
yet.
he leaves the country, it sounds like. I'm
Yeah,
not
good
sure
job,
where he's
Harvey.
heading,
Nice,
maybe
nice,
going home. Can he redeem
I mean,
the results?
luckily
Rom,
you're not the big
number
loser in the
one.
game.
Two aces, raises
With the
at
300.
300.
I only lost 27.
I'm very sorry.
Whole lot of
Oh,
trash
that
out there.
sucks. Raise and
Yeah, it
take.
wasn't free. You had to earn it.
Felt free.
And 113.
Yeah, the rate at which these are trucking along.
I mean, once
I
you see
still
these
think it's going to
hands,
be
it was
pretty
free,
tough
for
to
real.
get this and
Oh, yeah.
another 7 hands in.
Does the flip count as a
Game's
hand?
very good. I like it a lot. It just spices everything
Yeah,
up.
I think so.
And it has
Okay.
to be high enough that
$100
it
straddles
starts
on.
mattering a little bit. You could see the derivative decision is 3K, but it fucking doubled basically. Right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Makes sense. It's nice.
King.
Kyle's
Check,
just like,
check, that's a
fuck
really,
off.
really shit.
All right, leave me alone.
You tell him, George. Tell him how shitty before it really was.
Now you guys know why I get in all the games.
Well, you gotta
Oh, yeah,
make
they love the
something
knit.
out of it.
Nick gets in all the games.
You gotta have thick skin to play with these guys,
Right.
but as long as you're here to have a good time and try to win some money, you can hang.
Just a friendly $10,000 buy-in amongst
Come on, you
friends.
felt alive a little
Safine
bit. And that-
turns second pair.
It's good. It's good.
Excuse
good
me,
to feel
turns a
alive.
pair of
If you
threes.
didn't want to be in
That's
that
what I'm trying
situation, you
to say.
should have done something about it sooner.
Yeah, well, I tried.
That's what I'm saying. You had your chance.
Or
Don't
she
give
has
me
the
shit
type of
about
hand that
Queen
can hit one street of value sometimes.
I did something about it
She's
sooner.
gonna go
There
for
were like 7 buttons
big
left,
street
and you
of
were
value
like,
here.
Queen 5, hey, now's my chance.
Ah,
All right, no straddle.
one more hand and then a flip, he says.
2, 4, 8, 16.
Man, super down to the wire. Hand 116.
That's a one.
Oh shit!
Down from 120.
16's not coming.
4 to 8.
The 16.
Oh, let's go.
So you've got to do how many problems?
If you're in, Irby.
Puts the 400 on.
The 4 is still on.
Guys, what? He put it out already.
No. You want the Nick, you
Okay,
get
two
free
more
money.
hands and then the
That's
flip.
true,
So
he
this
did.
one more,
Imagine he
and
just
then
keeps
the
calling.
flip. So
I see.
Never bluff Holiday in that spot. You're getting fucked.
and just like that, we've got misreads incoming.
Oh my god. So tilted.
I'm tilted at Kyle.
Yeah, that was questionable.
You wanted him to lose something.
Wanted the kid to feel the pain.
Oh. It's gonna be okay.
But to be fair, him folding and showing 7-8 off, I think is better. Like from an entertainment standpoint.
Yeah, then like the king
Getting
10.
called, yeah, you're like, oh, you got to get a pair.
Pull the king 10?
Yeah. 10's a straight.
I know.
No, I'm saying then
here,
Harvey
yeah,
showing king 10.
puts the 400 on, which is
I was like, what?
good sportsmanship there, but
Yeah, you wanted one on the side?
King 6
Oh,
suited
one
play a
on the
big pot.
Oh, so they're
even
really
in
trying to get
position.
us to put the 1600 on, aren't they? Because it's not coming.
No 32.
Oh, what? One more hand?
We're playing one more?
Harvey, if you put Holiday, if you put the 2 on, Harvey, this is it. That 4.
The 8's not coming.
Oh, come on. The 8 is definitely coming.
No, here's the
Just
reason.
dangle the
Here's the
carrot in
reason
front
the
of
8's
him,
not
dangle
coming. Here's the reason the 8's not coming. Because I feel like a fucking lab rat. They said last hand the 400 went up. They saw that they were this close to getting a straddle around the table.
Steven's
They,
like, I already
let's
decided
try
to
again,
get
let's
us
try
a
again.
So Holiday, the biggest winner,
They
gets
gave us a little
roped into putting
not-
in
that's not-
2 large
Yeah, that's
straddles.
crazy.
versus
Gonna
I'm
mess
not, I
up.
feel like a lab rat.
Your delivery makes it 5 with the ace-9 suited.
Well, we're taking a coconut water.
What great TV.
That was the highlight of the
The
stream.
posture there from Holiday. She's like, come on.
That's the expensive one.
Yeah, that had to be someone.
No, she's a good sport, of course. And we're going to get a call in 2 spots. Shorty
Here we go.
and Ramble. Going to peel off the flop. It comes
And it
8,
comes-
7, 6, all 8.
Open-ended straight draw for Mr. Delivery. Queen of spades for Rom for the flush draw. King gets Shorshi there for 60% equity.
Kyle.
Oh, yeah.
You go over there bragging to Cashman about her and now you gotta.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
7.
I'm gonna stick
Like
with
the whole room's about
Use
to
the
hear
spades, Rom.
about this. And they're all gonna watch
Rewarded.
it.
Did the 8 matter or if the 10 already made the...
The 10 was a straight.
Ooh, and
There's
he
already
quickly
plenty of
checks
them.
that Queen of Spades,
No, the
giving
remember
Mr.
the
Delivery an opportunity to take a
There's
stab
gonna,
at
be, there's
this.
gonna be a YouTube short about that too. You made the YouTube shorts, man. Nice job. Yeah.
It's certainly a spot where you would imagine that check through flop, check through turn,
hard to
you
explain
could
on
actually
YouTube.
get a small pair to lay down, but Mr.
And
Delivery
the YouTube
checks
short's kind
behind
of hard
and
because like the real action of the game is
drags
nit-
the final
games going on,
2-card
you know?
hand
So
of
you're
the
gonna have that
evening.
3K and the river got full,
And
so
that's
it's
going
like
to send us
that's not gonna be that
into the
exciting
final
unless you
hand,
have
which is going to be
Well, there's
a
actually a side to that
PLO
where-
flip.
I mean,
And
the
with that,
commentators will probably say it though. Like,
The
even in
end
the
of the
show.
broadcast is upon us.
What did
Thank
made
you guys
it.
all so much for hanging out with us. This has been a blast. It's good to have Mr. Ben Kirby joining us, as did have a little bit of the technical difficulties there to start things off, but we were happy to have you get plugged in and join us here. So
Keeps me
any-
grounded, you know, to have be brought back to the real world having some technical difficulties. You know, can't nail it every time. So happy to use my one-time technical difficulty tonight, but glad we finally got it figured out. And yeah, likewise, thrilled to be with you tonight, Mr. McAvoy. Always learn something, and always a great time to have our clever back and forth banter as we do.
Indeed, indeed. Well, that is going to do it for us. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. Tune in again tomorrow night for Wednesday night's Dallas TCH live stream, as well as the final table of the Saturday Dallas tournament coming at you. Also, if you are in or around the Houston area, don't forget that it is Wolfgang Poker in town for the 510 stream. That's going to be on Thursday this week, as well as the Friday meetup game down in Houston, 7 p.m. on Friday, 4/21.
Should be a good time had by all.
That's right. That's right. And then we've also got tournaments coming at you down in Houston in May as well, so keep an eye out for all of that. Anyways, that's going to do it for myself, Aaron McAvoy, for Ben Kirby, and all the staff here on TCH Live. We want